All right then. So let's go ahead and
So
get started.
before we dive too deep into Umineko, I want to hear your 5 minute thoughts on Saikoroshi because we didn't really get a chance to book club that.
Hmm.
There's not a whole lot to theorize on. I kind of want to hear your thoughts on like how you felt about it as an epilogue to Higurashi.
Oh, I thought we were gonna like still do a post chapter discussion on that one eventually.
Oh,
Um,
we definitely can if you'd like.
yeah. So I mean, I could give my quick thoughts on it, and then we can still do one later on. Let me just get the background music here real quick. We'll get some more PC 98 music as always. We always start off with the Ace of Spades Blackjack theme because it's so fucking good. That song is so fucking catchy. But the game, don't look it up if you are in public, because Ace of Spades is just like with any other PC 98 title, a game that had just NSFW aspects added to it because that's what they needed to sell. And it's kind of lame because they end up making really good games for like the PC 98 a good chunk of the time. Not all of them. There's a lot of really bad games, even though they have like great art. There's a lot of PC 98 games out there with shitty art that are just really bad, but there's a lot that are really good, and they just add sex scenes for no reason. Or here's the heroine like naked, or what's the name of that? There's a fucking shmup that's that's literally
Team
just a
Hurts.
shmup, but it's got cat girls in it and elf women, and there's just a ton of sex scenes with cat girls and elf women.
Yeah, it's Steam Hearts.
Yeah, Steam Hearts. Anyway, there we go. That should be loud enough.
That was one of the few Saturn games to actually also get an adult port, which is interesting. Like
Yeah.
it got the R18 label. And that version was used as the basis for the PS5 and Switch version, but it the only thing they did was they put black bars over the nudity, but it's otherwise the same.
Yeah, like because I remember looking into it some more, and I was like, "What the fuck? This got a Saturn port?" And I looked into it some more, and yeah. Um, but regarding Saikoroshi, because it's been like 4 months since I've played it, but off the top of my head, trying to remember, it was a very interesting take. It's cool how Ryukishi psychs you out twice at the end, where
Mm.
like you have Rika go through this entire thing of like, hey, what if like you got your perfect world, no one gets hurt, everyone gets to live their lives, but people hate you or people don't like you, would you still be okay with this? And at the end, Rika's like, well, no, I'm not. I want my friends. I want everything to be fine, but I also want my friends. Which is, it's cute. But it's also just heartbreaking seeing her be in a position where, you'll have, like, Satoko hate her. Like, literally hate her guts. You'll have situations where Keiichi doesn't exist. And then all the others that are just in the village kind of pity her, and she's just miserable. So like her
Mhm.
friends are happy. So it's like, would you sacrifice yourself to let those that you care about be happy? It's like being in a this has been done a lot in books and movies before, where you'll have a character go through a story arc, they will have their growth with their friends, and then everything gets reset. And then they're asked a question like, would you be happy being in this position where all your friends can still be happy, they just don't remember you? And it's been done a few
Mhm.
times in a few movies and a few books. And the way Saikoroshi does it is pretty good as well. It was just pretty good. But like I said, at the end, Ryukishi psychs you out. He gives you like two red herrings back to back, where he's like, "Oh, it was actually all just a dream," or was it? Nah, it was just a dream. But was it really? So it's it was pretty good.
Right on. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and of course the other two side stories in Ray are comical to say the least.
Yeah, compared to Saikoroshi, they are.
All right, so like the Higurashi, book clubs we've done in the past, I've gone ahead and prepped a story recap. And what we're going to do is I'll read through like one chunk. So they're split up into sub-chapters, or in this case, because they're called episodes, these sections are actually just called chapters, which is nice. But these chapters, we'll read through the summary of each chapter. You can kind of give your thoughts. I know a lot of the early ones are just exposition, so there's not going to be a lot to think about yet. But once we hit around the midway point is when things are going to start to get juicy. So, I'll just go ahead and start. So with the prologue, it opens with the family head Kinzo being introduced, along with the head servant Genji and attending physician Nanjo. Nanjo tells Kinzo that he has 3 months left to live, but Kinzo rejects his suggestion to write a will. He mentions a contract with a person named Beatrice and cries out that he wishes to see her smile one last time before his death. Then we get the opening FMV, and we go to the airport where the protagonist Battler meets his extended family for the first time after 6 years. First introduced are the family of Kinzo's second child, Eva, along with her husband Hideyoshi and their son George. Next is Battler's father, Rudolph, Kinzo's third child, and his stepmother, Kirie. Battler's mother is mentioned to have died 6 years prior. He also has a stepsister, Enje, who is absent due to illness. Last is Kinzo's fourth child, Rosa, and her young daughter, Maria. The family members board the plane for Niijima. That is the prologue.
Yeah.
So I think the biggest thing to chew on here is the contract that Kinzo mentions and the fact that he only has a few months left to live. So it sounds like he's getting desperate to see Beatrice again, because he's not going to make it to the next family meeting, clearly.
Right. Yeah, and it's a very interesting start because it's a very Ryukishi way of starting things. Where here's something incredibly serious, like it literally starts off with like very ominous music. You have Kinzo like coughing his lungs out, a doctor being like, "You need to take it easy." You know, it's like the start of a very dramatic film of like a guy that's like ready to face death, but not before he sees his lover one last time. And then it immediately cuts to Battler, like, and his family as they're at an airport for like 50 minutes. So you to try to like make you completely forget about what just happened.
Yeah, it's kind of a similar setup to, like you said, Higurashi, where it's like you get the scene where someone is beating someone else to death, and then it immediately goes to like, "Hey, your neighbor brought pickles. You wanna have them for breakfast?"
Right. Or like any other chapter usually starts with like a body being found. The cops are called, or someone is being hunted, anything along those lines. And then it just cuts to, you know, Keiichi walking to school with his besties, or them like playing cards or something. You know, it's just something completely different. A huge tonal narrative shift.
And by the way, so the song titles do also have they carry a tiny bit of information with them. They're not going to become relevant until probably the answer arcs, but I am going to mention them because the nice thing about this summary is that they point out which ones are introduced for the first time.
Oh, I see.
Like across the whole novel. So in this chapter, the prologue, we get Rose, which is used in Kinzo's study, Umineko no Nakukoro ni, which is the opening theme, Doorway of Summer, which is when all the characters are being introduced, Feathers, which is another rendition of the leitmotif from Doorway of Summer. That's being used for Rosa and Maria's arrival. And then Ride On, which is when we are on the plane seeing all of the kind of the character credits is what this
I completely forgot about that scene for a moment where they literally they treat it like a movie.
Yep. And of course, they already mentioned it in the recap, so I won't mention it here. But this recap also includes the first appearances of certain characters. So it goes from like Nanjo all the way down to Rosa. And the nice thing is that these are in order as well. So we can, if we're ever like investigating a specific thing, I can go back and look things up and be like, oh no, Maria was introduced after Kirie in this scene, you know, that sort of thing. So it's handy. But yeah, next chapter is Arrival at Niijima Airport. The family members all arrive at Niijima, and take taxis to the harbor. There they meet Jessica, Kinza's granddaughter from his first child's family, and the old servant Kumasawa. Battler makes joking remarks about Jessica's breasts, and she returns his banter. Then they journey to the private island of Rokinjima by boat, and Battler's dramatically expressed fear of quick-moving vehicles causes him to be teased by the family members. Battler had been living with his grandparents on his late mother's side for the past 6 years, and harbors resentment towards his father Rudolph for betraying, in air quotes, his mother. As they approach the island, Maria notices that a shrine on a nearby crag is now missing. Kumasawa tells them of a rumor that it had been struck down by lightning as a sign of misfortune, and Maria becomes fixated on this. The cousins bring up the upcoming typhoon forecast. Kumasawa attempts to tell them an old story about the island, but Jessica stops her. So there's actually quite a bit to chew on here regarding the island and the shrine and whatnot.
I actually forgot about the shrine being a thing until right now, because it happened so early on. And they build it, again, it's a like a Ryukiji-ism where they build it up, like there's like intense music. I believe even at this point Maria, like, she becomes fixated, but she quote unquote sees someone like coming from the heavens, like landing in that spot where the shrine is or whatever. Mm-hmm. So it's you know, they show you all this and then they kind of just brush it off because they start teasing Maria, and then they're like, well, you know, we're just kidding. Yeah, of course, magic is real, witches are real. And she's like, yeah, okay. And then they just move on to Battler getting like seasick.
Yeah, they kind of brush it off.
Yeah, like, yeah, it's whatever.
Yeah, it's the 80s. We don't need magic anymore. We have technology and the bubble economy.
Yeah, we have guns. We don't need lightning bolts anymore. Here's your fireball right here.
Yeah, when did Zippos? When were? I mean, they've been around for a long time, but like.
Yeah, Zippos have been around at least since like the 1700s.
Oh wow! Okay, yeah. Yeah, so they have like fancy lighters and stuff. You know, They don't need witches. They don't need magic.
Right. I mean, guns are the most powerful magic of all.
That's true.
I'm mistaken. 1800s, not 17.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's
It's close enough.
That's still, quite a long time. In this chapter, we hear the appearance of Towering Cloud in Summer, which is Jessica's introduction. Sea, as in like the sea.
The ocean.
Kumasawa's introduction, and the boat ride when they're going slow. And then Hour of Darkness, which is when Maria starts talking about the missing shrine. And that's actually, as soon as I said the name of the track, it started playing in my music player. That's creepy.
Yeah.
It's witches.
We started getting like some slightly more ominous music from Star Trader on our end.
So yeah, that's it for this chapter.
It's a very interesting song for Jessica, though. Towering Cloud in the Summer.
Mm-hmm.
Why that specifically?
What I'll do is I'll link you a very, very good chronological OST playlist. It doesn't spoil anything, which is great. And you can listen to these tracks as well, just without, just hearing the names. And we can do that after, but
yeah,
it's good to revisit them later and try to think about the names of the songs.
Right, because I mean, like, they're not called, like, they have specific names for a reason, and then authors, especially those that work on visual novels or even just like in movies and stuff, they pick music for very specific reasons. Like we know why Doorway of Summer would be chosen, like when the ship lands or whatever, especially like due to the name. But then you have Towering Cloud in Summer. Like, why that? And then Hour of Darkness. Like, that's obviously just like a Disgaea reference, we know that, but like, why Towering Cloud in Summer? Anyway.
What's really cool about Umineko is that, so obviously Higarashi's music is such a weird talking point because it started out as essentially 100% royalty-free music. If you go back and there's an alleged rip of one of the original Kamaket Onikakashi's online. And if you listen to that, it's like 100% royalty-free music. It doesn't sound anything like Higurashi, at least the one that you and I played. And from there, like, it wasn't all at once, but slowly over time, they started to introduce more like original compositions. But even the most current suggested version of the game still has a couple of those royalty-free tracks, which I find really fascinating. But in Umineko, it's basically all original compositions, or at least like there are a couple where the person was making an album, and you won't hear these until much later, but they were making an album, and then one of those tracks kind of like fit the vibe of Umineko, and so Ryukishi ended up licensing it for Umineko, but none of it was made to be royalty free. So it's all like original compositions, not all for Umineko, but none of it's royalty free, which is just an interesting distinction. So it's all hand-picked, handcrafted, that sort of deal.
Gotcha. Because I assumed if they were going to be using anything that was royalty free, I'd assume it'd be classical music of some kind during very specific scenes.
Yeah, so I think that there are a couple of classical pieces, but I don't think that they're royalty free as far as I'm aware, because they all follow the same leitmotif, and they use different versions of that leitmotif in later episodes. So I would assume not, but the only thing I do know is that some of the compositions, and it's like 5 songs, were replaced. One of them was like in the console version. One of them was it uses a quote from Star Trek, and so that got removed.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then the other 4 are, I think they're all from one composer who didn't license his music back out. But yeah, no, I mean, like you can tell that because Umineko's soundtrack really hasn't changed a whole lot. Ryukishi was very involved in the selection during the development of Umineko, which I find super fascinating. Not to say that he wasn't with Higurashi, but he kind of just he just picked whatever felt like it would fit the scene, instead of like. I mean, he's also doing that here, to be fair. But what I mean is, like, he just kind of went through royalty-free libraries and just picked whatever he felt would work, and then didn't bother to do anything more specific than that. Yeah, no, just sorry, I don't want to dwell on it too long, but yeah, it's just a super fascinating point to me. But yeah, that's it for that chapter. After the terrifying boat ride that Battler has, we finally arrive at Rokenjima, where they're welcomed by the family servant Goda, aka Gota. Love that guy.
Okay.
Battler notices the cries.
You've been waiting for 5 months to make that fucking joke.
Basically. Battler notices that the cries of the seagulls are absent, which Rosa suggests may be due to the weather. Then Maria becomes fixated on a wilting rose in the garden, and George marks it with a candy wrapper. They encounter the young servant Kanon, who has been working on the island for 3 years. Goda berates Kanon for his lack of hospitality, but Jessica defends him. Kanon mentions being furniture, and that word's gonna come up a lot in the future. But he mentions being furniture as the reason for his behavior. He drops his wheelbarrow, and Battler helps him to pick up the bags of fertilizer. After Goda escorts the family to the guest house, Kanon mutters a few words to himself. Then once they finally get inside the guest house, a Western-style building that was built in 1984, Jessica mentions that Kinzo has been shut up in his study, working on some sort of black magic. Battler recalls his father's stories about how Kinzo was a violent man who raised his children with an iron fist. Goda shows the guests their rooms. The cousins decide to stay together in the same room, an arrangement Maria prefers to staying with her mother. After the adults leave, George rushes to tell Kumasawa something, and Jessica teases him about it. Natsuhi, the wife of Kinzo's first child, holds a tea reception for the adult guests. As Hideyoshi asks about her headaches, Eva takes the chance to make snide remarks towards her. The adults discuss their parenting. The young servant Shannon enters with the tea, which, by the way, I know this is a little off topic, but because we're discussing Umineko, I'm having some nice black tea with lemon while we talk.
I'm just having water.
But then, fair enough.
I mean,
Uh,
you've got water too, but it's a little different.
Yeah, it's a little darker. Ava picks on Shannon for her lack of knowledge regarding the tea that she's serving, and she's also berated by Natsuhi for this. One thing that this recap skips over is that Ava specifically mentions like asking if she had stirred it with a silver spoon, and that is specifically because of poisoning.
Right.
which is like, to say that to your
Sister-in-law.
servant.
Right.
Oh no! This was to Shannon. Yeah,
It was to Shannon. Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like
Servant.
yeah. I mean, it could also be construed as that as well. Like,
Because she
it's
lives in the
like she's
mansion,
making-
so it's implied.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like she was the one who instructed Shannon to do that, if that was the case. You know. But anyway, Kanon, who was watching this scene, comforts Shannon. He expresses anger. It gets cut off. Oh yeah. Oh, it gets really cut off.
Yeah, it really
He
is.
expresses anger towards Natsuhi and Eva for their treatment of her, as well as Goda, whose actions he blames for the situation. In a monologue, Kumasawa mentions that Goda had used to work for a high-class hotel, and likely picks on Shannon and Kanon due to his pride being challenged by their greater seniority. She comments on Natsuhi's poor treatment of them, but also sympathized with her, as Natsuhi had suffered an inferiority complex due to a whim of Kinzo's. She suggests that Natsuhi realizes that there is no reason to mistreat the two of them, but that she likely does so for unconscious reasons. And it was a bit of a long chapter, but there were just a lot of like inner character conversations going on.
Yeah, this is a very normal chapter, you know, by Ryukishi standards when it comes to just character introductions and the like. They kind of skipped over like how while they were going to the mansion or to the manor, like Kanon was working on like the garden. He was pushing a wheelbarrow, and then like the manure, like some fucking bag falls off of it, and then they all try to help him, and then you know they're like, hey, hold on, you don't assist the help, they do it themselves, you know. And then Kanon was kind of flustered because he's, you know, like I guess they try to imply that he's strong-willed but weak physically.
Yeah.
Also, he reminds me a lot of that Melty Blood character, Shion.
Oh yeah.
They look kind of similar, a little bit, in the sense like their hats.
Yeah.
And kind of the Boy Scout outfit that they have on. Well, sort of. I forgot Shion's wearing a skirt. But like the top is kind of similar. So yeah, I mean, if we had Kanon wearing a skirt, he'd basically be like Shion a little bit.
We got to give him two Glocks as well.
Yeah.
In this chapter, we have the appearance of 4 new tracks, and it's actually all brand new music for this chapter. Which is, we're going to see a lot of that in episode 1, of course. But in this one, we've got Novelette, which is arrival at Rokenjima and entrance to the guest house. Hope, which is the Rose Garden. White Shadow, which is Kanon's introduction. And Steady Pace, which is the aftermath of the dining hall argument.
Is that Shiroi Kage?
Mm-hmm.
I think it is. Let's see.
It is, yeah.
Shiroi Kage. Yeah. Okay.
And of course, the new characters introduced. Once again, we got Goda, then Kanon, then Natsuhi, and Shannon, finally.
Yeah, it's also kind of like with what we know now of like how the servants are chosen, it's kind of interesting that Golda kind of doesn't fit the mold, where he was like an ex-hotel worker of all things, while everyone else came from a very specific location, which we're probably going to cover in like 5 minutes. So it's interesting that he kind of stands out in that regard, and that's why he's a little bit different compared to the other servants, which we will, find out as the story goes on. But if you look at the camaraderie that all the other characters have, all the other servants, they all kind of have this like familial unity, while Golda always kind of just seems to stand on the sidelines a little bit. Where everyone knows of Golda, they respect his cooking abilities, but that's where it stops.
So what you're saying is Goda is the culprit?
No. He
We're not
dies
there.
in like 2 chapters.
All right. So then we move on to the cousins in the guest house. Shannon arrives to visit the cousins, and she and Battler recognize each other from 6 years ago. Battler jokingly attempts to grope her breasts, but is thrown off by her lack of resistance. He tells Shannon that she has to defend herself. Shannon responds that she is furniture and can only obey. That if it's an order, which George proceeds to give, basically, like, it's worded a little weirdly in the recap, but she's like, yeah, you can grope me, just...
I can't do anything about it.
I can't do anything about it. If you want me to defend myself, I won't do it unless you order me to defend myself, which is interesting. We're getting reiteration that the servants kind of see themselves as like subhuman, especially because they keep calling themselves furniture.
Right. And also, I don't think it was George who tells her to defend herself. It was a Battler who's like, hey, if someone tries to touch you in a place or in a way in which you feel uncomfortable, that's no good, and you should fight back. And she's like, okay, I will.
Yeah. The narration explains that Shannon and Kanon are working pseudonyms that mentions that the two have a sibling-like relationship. Then mentions that the two have a sibling-like relationship. Shannon apologizes for Kanon's unsociable behavior. Maria happily remarks that she gets called unsociable too, and is disappointed when Shannon tells her otherwise. Shannon then escorts them to the mansion. The cousins meet Genji at the entrance hall of the mansion, who compares Battler to Kinzo in his youth. Genji had been with Kinzo since before the mansion was constructed, and Kinzo trusted him more than his blood relatives. Battler sees the portrait of Beatrice for the first time, which Genji notes was put up in April of 1984. The cousins bring up the legend of the witch Beatrice, who is said to rule over the forests of Rokenjima. The cousins arrive at the dining hall. The ranked seating order at the table...
There was only one. I thought there was only one forest in this island. Or on this island. What do you mean forests? How big is this? How fucking big is this place?
It's a couple miles, I think, in circumference.
God damn, dude. Okay.
But yeah, it's huge. But yeah, no, the cousins arrive at the dining hall. The ranked seating order at the table has Kinzo first, followed by his children, then his grandchildren, then his children's spouses. The order within each group follows the order of birth for Kinzo's children. Nanjo is seated in the spot where Rose's husband would have been, because recap kind of skipped over this. I mean, it didn't skip over it; it just didn't point it out. But back in the airport section, it said that Rosa arrived with her child Maria. Never said anything about a husband. Yep. So she is a single mom right now, or at least didn't want to bring her husband on this trip if she does have somebody, or boyfriend or whoever.
Right, and they also, like, didn't mention it, but, like, the seating order is Kinzo first, then his children, then his grandchildren, then his children's spouses, and then Natsuhi.
Yep.
At the very end.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, because Kaos is number 2.
Yep. Kinzo's, and this is speaking of Kraus, his first child, Kraus invites him for lunch, but he refuses the invitation. Kraus admits to Nanjo that the endeavor is futile, saying that Kinzo is already dead, and what remains is only a phantom of who he once was. They leave for lunch. Genji enters the study, which is filled with a strong poison-like aroma. He placates Kinzo, who rants about his family and cries about Beatrice. Kinzo describes magic as a high-risk, low-probability gamble that can bring about a miracle. and wishes that that miracle can grant him the chance to see Beatrice once again. The family begins lunch without Kinzo, to the discontent of many of the family members. And that's the end of that chapter. So yeah, a couple interesting things to note here, like you said, with Natsuhi at the back, and some of the discussions that Shannon was having in the guest house.
Yeah. In general, there's a very interesting dynamic between the characters here, and it's interesting how Ryukishi just starts to, because again, you're introduced to them, so you kind of have a first impressions of them, but then in this chapter is when they kind of start to like really show their colors. They kind of did in the last chapter as well, but here, you're kind of seeing what they're like when they interact with each other more as a family. And it's still really interesting that despite all of them basically seeming like assholes, they still care about their dad a lot. Like even like just excluding the vulture nature of the entire meeting, or vulturous nature of the entire meeting, they all still have manners. They're like, hey, it's kind of rude to start without dad. But Kinzo's like, I'm not gonna go down there because they don't want my inheritance. He's like, all my children are vultures. They're like, where's dad? We can't have dinner without our beloved father. Or lunch without our beloved father. It's rude.
Meanwhile, they're probably all plotting to kill him at dinner so they can get the inheritance early.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what they were doing, like 5 minutes before lunch.
Yep, exactly. This one, we actually only get 2 new tracks during this chapter, despite its length. First one is Moonlit Night, which is when Genji introduces everyone for the luncheon and gets them, or dinner, and then gets them seated down for their seating order. And then Tsukaishi Yuri, which is when the portrait of the witch is being, when Battler looks at the portrait of the witch.
Was Moonlit Night the song with the harpsichord?
Yes, yeah.
But yeah, that song is really good. I'm shocked that Ryukishi went for a harpsichord of all things instead of a piano. And I mean, I talked about it on stream where like harpsichords are like just precursors to pianos. But it gives a more ominous atmosphere when compared to something like piano, at least especially in modern day, because pianos are a lot softer, even like with their tuning and everything. But harpsichords you can't really make a harpsichord sound soft. It's always very steel-esque or steely in terms of sound. It's like literally comparing like an electric guitar to an acoustic guitar in terms of like tuning and stuff. And harpsichords always sound a little bit harsher. I do love the harpsichord. It's like one of my favorite instruments of all time, but it's a very interesting choice from a music perspective for something like for a song that he just chose for seating order right now. I assume I don't remember when it gets used again off the top of my head, but it's just an interesting choice of an instrument for a song. I was expecting that for like Beatrice for Portrait of the Witch, but I don't remember if Portrait of the Witch had a harpsichord in it.
No, so that one, Tsukaishi Yuri, it is like a slower string-only piece.
Yeah.
And it's kind of ominous sounding. So. All right. Back in the dining room, the Ushidomiyas are an old, wealthy family, but much of their old wealth had been wiped out by the Great Kanto earthquake. The family had been rebuilt by Kinzo through extraordinary business acumen and connections with the occupying forces following the Second World War. The latter of which was also the means by which Kinzo acquired the island. Kumasawa making a joke about mackerel, saving Shannon from embarrassment due to her lack of knowledge on the dinner sauce. Kumasawa made a joke.
Yeah. Weirdly
worded. Kota then introduces the dessert, which is decorated with petals from the rose garden.
Yeah, so when that section happened, You were laughing at me in chat for being like, "Oh no, like Kumasawa was just joking," and I was like, "No, because this is a fucking thing." About and I went on a small like history lesson on ketchup for like 5 minutes about how like ketchup used to be just very sour, and then it kind of became a lot more sweeter over time because people had no idea how to fucking make it.
Yeah.
And that it used to be made from, at one point they made it out of mackerel, at one point they made it out of like sardines, they tried making it out of fish. What they were trying to recreate is literally just fish sauce, or oyster sauce from like Southeast Asia. They were trying to recreate that, instead they made ketchup. But anyway.
What was the how did the socioeconomic impact of ketchup affect the writing of Umineko?
Quite a bit, because otherwise, like, it also just affected the entire. Well, look at how it affected Japan. Like ketchup being a thing, like ketchup is used in a lot of dishes that are considered, that if like the country of origin were to find out that Japan is cooking with ketchup to make that dish, they would have a heart attack. I can't remember what pasta dish it is, but there's like 3 or 4 pasta dishes that in Italy are traditionally just cooked with tomato, are cooked with ketchup instead in Japan. And that would give an Italian a heart attack if they found out that pasta is being boiled and then cooked with ketchup. Because like people do that in America, but like as a joke, because they're poor. Like the joke is, oh, I'm so poor I can't afford tomato sauce, which, you know, like canned tomatoes are like 30 cents. That they have to use ketchup instead to cook their pasta. But in Japan, they're like, no, we do that. That's cuisine here.
So, interesting tangent. What's the etymological origin of Beatrice? Is that Italian?
Yes.
That's why she did it. She found out they were cooking with ketchup.
Exactly.
Case solved. Case solved.
Yeah, that's why she turned them into ketchup.
All right.
Well, it's Latin, but eventually more Italian.
Yeah.
But yes.
Of course.
Same thing.
Yeah, we can. We'll probably be talking about the works of a certain poet later on into these book clubs, but we don't have to talk about that yet. Anyway, later into this chapter, Shannon thanks Kumasawa for helping her. Kumasawa informs her of a change in the afternoon shifts, which would give Shannon a break until the evening. The cousins leave the room, and the adults proceed with the family conference. Nanjo reiterates that his prognosis on Kinzo's remaining life. He reiterates his prognosis on Kinzo's remaining lifespan, but notes that he has made a mistake by claiming the same thing the previous year. Ava, Rudolph, and Rosa push the question of division of Kinzo's assets, upsetting Natsuhi. Kraus questions their eagerness. God, I can't read tonight.
Bro, that's been me every time I stream Umineko, the first 10 minutes. And then I get warmed up.
Kraus questions their eagerness on this matter, but Rudolph counter-questions his desire to turn away from the topic. They note that Kraus's business ventures, including his plan to turn the let's cut off again. Where is it? There it is. To turn they note that Kraus's business ventures, including his plan to turn the island into a resort, have been largely unsuccessful, and Ava accuses Kraus of embezzling Kinzo's assets to keep himself afloat. Natsuhi is furious and gets into a confrontation with Ava, who wins out by asserting her superior family ranking and the fact that she bears the one-winged eagle family crest. Kraus tells Natsuhi to leave and to cool off, and Natsuhi runs out of her room crying, upset at her husband's lack of support. Kumasawa reiterates her sympathy for Natsuhi in a monologue. She mentions that Kinzo had been harsh on Natsuhi for failing to bear a child for a long time, and that Ava had taken advantage of this to convince him to let her retain her place in the family register after her marriage, which is the end of that chapter.
yeah, here we get more tension between the family members. There's like accusations being flung like left and right. It gets really, really, really crazy. And Klaus is just like, yeah, whatever. Like, you're embezzling dad's funds. I'm not. And if I am, who cares? Like, what are you gonna do about it?
So yeah, lots of family tensions, and in fact, when they're talking about the inheritance, that's when a new track plays. It's the only new track in this chapter, and it's called "At Death's Door."
Yeah.
I'm actually listening to it right now. It's another ominous string piece.
I also completely forgot about the whole we're gonna turn the island into a resort thing.
Yep.
Like that. That's mentioned like It's again one of those things that Ryukishi throws at you at the beginning, and then you completely forget about because of everything else that happens. So you have to be, when you're reading a Ryukishi novel, you have to make a conscious effort to remember everything that's being mentioned, because it's all going to be relevant 70 hours from now.
Yep. It'll be relevant in 110 hours, don't worry.
Yeah. Like, later on, we're going to find out that Kinzo really wanted to build a water park on the island. But Klaus is like, no, it has to be a resort. We cannot have a water park. That's for commoners. And he's like, that's what Beatorichi wanted. And it's like, I don't care what you wanted. We're doing a resort. We're gonna have jet ski races and stuff like that. And Klaus is just gonna keep insisting, and then that's why he dies on the first night. I'm pretty sure he was the first to die.
Well, there were 6 people that died.
Yeah, but I'm sure he was the first to get he was the first to get his face ripped off.
He deserved it.
Yeah.
All right, so that's it for that chapter. Next on, we move to the mansion hall, where Battler notices the inscription of the witch's epitaph next to the portrait of Beatrice. The cousins discuss that the legend that Kinzo had made a contract with the Golden Witch Beatrice, exchanging his soul for 10 tons of gold. He used that gold to revive the Ushiromiya family. They also bring up the rumor that the riddle of the epitaph led to the location of his gold. The sum of the gold would amount to 20 billion yen in 1986, which, with inflation, is just an insane number.
Yeah, I did the math on stream.
Mind-boggling.
So it's on like part 2 or something if you want to find out.
Mm-hmm. Then Jessica suggests that the legend of the gold is a mythologization of his support by a wealthy benefactor. Battler makes fun of Beatrice, but Maria insists that Beatrice is a real witch, leading Battler to apologize to her. Shannon arrives with Kumasawa's cookies, and they head down to the beach for a picnic. Meanwhile, the other adults assert that while they do not believe in the witch, the rumored gold had been verified by a trustworthy outside source, and thus was likely to be real. Kraus denies this, asserting that the gold was an illusion fabricated by Kinzo to fool sponsors. The other adults still stake a claim on this gold, maintaining that Kraus had to have either found it or embezzled Kinzo's assets to maintain his financial standing. They proposed to make a deal with Kraus that would take precedence over Kinzo's will. According to its terms, half the gold's value would go to the successor of the family, and the other half would be split among the 4 siblings. 10% of the latter would be paid in advance as a deposit before March of 1987. Kraus adds an additional condition that any sibling who found the gold would immediately turn it over to him. Ava responds that that they would hold onto it for him, concealing the fact that none of them intended to hand it over if they did find it. Then Kraus proposes to remove the condition of the deposit, citing his siblings' claims regarding his poor financial situation. He notices them panic at this and proceeds to expose the dire financial straits of each of their companies. As the scene closes, Kraus proposes that they work together to solve the riddle of the epitaph. Back in the mansion in Kinzo's study, Kanan reports that the family conference. He reports on the family conference proceedings to Kinzo, who wonders if they will be able to find the gold before Beatrice's resurrection. He explains that he exposed the location of the gold publicly in the epitaph to increase the number of challengers, as the increased risk would lead to a greater magical power. Again, because he believes that magic is a sort of like probabilistic game.
Yeah.
Anyone who solved it would be entitled to everything, even Kanon. Kinzo, that's worded weirdly. Even Kanon would be entitled to the gold. You are entitled to 1 Kanon, sir.
You know, Kanon, whoever can solve this mystery has access to all my assets and all of my gold. Or all of my gold and all of my assets. And then he turns to him and then he says, including you. What a weird fucking line.
Yeah, it's worded. This recap is worded a little weirdly, but I've also noticed that with. So this comes from the 07th expansion wiki, which there are quite a few contributors where English is not their first language, and there's quite a lot of like grammatical mistakes. It's nothing to really get caught up on. I'm happy that this data exists and I didn't have to go through and type it all up myself. So
yeah, and I mean he means it mainly like even Kanon because they're all furniture, like they're all just objects. Like that's right. What they mean. But
Kinzo had no longer trusted his relatives and only trusted the servants who called themselves furniture, which is interesting. Genji and Nanjo puzzle over Kinzo's intentions behind putting up the epitaph. Genji says that the gold is useless to him, as he is merely furniture. The full text of the epitaph is read for... And then it gets cut off again. Probably just read for everyone. Read for the first time. Which, now that we're here, I'm going to pull this up. Actually, I'll have you give your thoughts on the chapter first, then I'll read the epitaph, and then we can kind of talk about the epitaph for a second.
Yeah. This chapter is also very, very interesting. Especially with how they show, just again, more of the dynamic between the family. That they'll have... Again, it's a very Ryukishi chapter, especially in the way that it's written, to make you think like, oh, okay, Klaus's back is literally up against the wall. They like his family members have him by the balls. There's no way he can get out of this one. And then he's just like, oh, but by the way, why should I be like held responsible for this and this and this when all of you are like doing much worse, are much worse off than I am. And then he just kind of, you know, turns the situation around on them, which is very, very, very well done. And again, that's a very Ryukishi way of writing, and this happens a lot. This happened in Onikakshi as well, where you have Keiji just throwing no, not Onikakshi, in 3rd chapter. Fucking hell, I already forgetting the name of it. But he does it in chapter 3 when you know, Keiji is in the club with his friends, but Satoko isn't there. And then he's just so pissed off that her uncle is here. And he's like, what the fuck can we do? Why can't you guys do anything about this? Why can't you guys just like take her in? Like and then he goes he chews like Mio now and is like, why aren't you just bringing her in? You've got a mansion. Why don't you fucking do that? And then after like 5 minutes, Irena snaps and is like, why don't you fucking take her in? And he's like, well, I've got no place to put her. And they're like, you live in a mansion. He's like, no, I don't. They're like, have you looked at your house?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, oh, I guess I do live in a fancy... Actually, I could probably pull it up. Because I keep forgetting about this. But all of these places are real. And I was going to show this off later as well. I'll show off some pictures of the actual Rokenjima mansion. But yeah, remember that all the locations in Higurashi, for the most part, are real places. Like, here's the Mayabarashi Manor. In, from, you know, Higurashi. Chapter 1. Like it's a real place. I don't know if it's a real mansion, but it's a real building.
Yep. It's actually in Shirakawa-go. So and this is probably a good time to bring this up. In Higurashi, like a majority of the backgrounds are all from Shirakawa-go. Like authentic, like all from the same place. Yeah. Obviously many places inside of the town, but all from the same place. There are a handful of like, obviously there's like, what is the town that's next door?
I don't remember. It's the abandoned village.
My brain wants to, well, not the abandoned one. My brain wants to say Okonomiyaki for some reason.
Okinomiya.
Is it Okinomiya?
Yeah, wasn't it?
Okay.
Yeah, Okinomiya. Yes, that's the modern town. Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh, hold on. Oh, Kinomiya. No, is it gonna? Oh no!
What
Sorry
happened?
that this came up on like when I looked it up. For some reason, this was an image that came up. It's like the third one. Here, I'll post it up on stream while we're at it too. I don't know why the fuck this is here. But sure.
But anyway, so the main thing to take away with that is like there are obviously some locations that are not in Shirakawa-go that were used for Higurashi, but generally speaking, like they are all from one place. In Umineko, it is a mishmash, and it's a mishmash that somehow works really well. So, like, one of the places is the Hugh Furukawa Rose Gardens in Tokyo. That's where you get the rose garden. That's where you get the outdoor of the mansion. The guest house is a completely different building. The interior of the mansion is actually, I think, the interior of the real life guest house. But again, you would not know these things just playing the game. So yeah. They did a really good job. It is a big mishmash, and even like one of the later chapters, the Witch's Tea Party, that is a high class reservation only restaurant in Tokyo. It's actually still open, and you can go there. Yeah,
I thought it was. I literally thought it was the guest house, just tea area, but during the daytime from a different angle.
Nope. And I can get a full list of those maybe for like the next book club, but yeah, there's a lot of locations that they shot photos for, and Ryukishi's just a master at like stitching these things together, because you would not know that they were like hundreds of miles apart from each other. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And I believe I mentioned this during the playthrough, but like, because during if you use the old school backgrounds, which I'm using in my playthrough, thanks to your mod that you made for me, which again I really appreciate. Like I mentioned, some people like on the YouTube comments were like, "How are you playing this with the like old backgrounds? Like I can't do that." So again, currently I do feel a little privileged that is like the most unique playthrough on YouTube probably at the moment, unless excluding someone that's actually playing the literal like comic hit like CD from 20 years ago. That's probably like one of the most unique playthroughs on YouTube at the moment. But I did bring it up that excluding those backgrounds, if you were to play like the PS3 version, I believe that's the one that uses the modern art. They redrew all the assets, and it's all very. It kind of gives you a better sense of scale regarding like how big the mansion really is, because if you look at, in my opinion, if you look at the classic pictures for the background, they all kind of just look like generic rich person house. But in like in the PS3 backgrounds, they extend the ceilings like by meters. Like I believe the first hall with like the stairs, like it is a huge fucking room. Like you if you look up, there's like shadows in the ceiling because of how like light doesn't reach up there. Like that's how tall it is, if I'm remembering correctly. I think I showed it off like once. So they do an interesting job with the PS3 renditions, but again, also Ryukishi's just really good at like combining all these different places, because again, they all kind of seem to fit. Especially like the Rose Garden. I literally thought this island, or well, not this island, but like the mansion on this island had a Rose Garden, but I did not know that it was the Tokyo Rose Garden, of all things.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, there are quite a lot of places like that, and it's so cool because like, I mean, like even if you, like, okay, all subjectivity aside, if you end up enjoying the PS3 art, that's fine. But you still, fundamentally and objectively, you lose like the connection with these real world places. Like you could go to the Rose Garden, or you could go to the guest house, or you could go to any of these places and and feel like you are experiencing something like you're connecting with Umineko on a different level, whereas like, yeah, you just kind of lose that with the console art, I feel. And that's not even a matter of preference. That's just an objective fact, because they did redesign a lot of the backgrounds for the console versions, and some of them they're not bad. Like the art they used, I think they used a different artist for Umineko, because Higarashi's console ports are all done by Alchemist, or at least they were up until the Switch version. And then Umineko's console ports have all been handled by Enterbrain. So it's a little different, but yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that, like, I wouldn't say that you miss out on something. Instead, I'd argue that you get a slightly different experience curated for that art style, if that makes sense. Because the original Ryukishi experience with the classic backgrounds and the classic sprites is just his vision. And then the PS3 port, let's say, is like a more curated approach to a slightly different world. It's like a parallel universe of sorts. That's how I would personally word it. Because it does seem like the story is still the same. It's just the way you experience it is a little bit different. Because of like I mentioned, this mansion is huge when you're reading it. Like it's very big. Like they describe it as being very big. And I mean, the pictures in the backgrounds do kind of like give that illusion. In the PS3 version, they just show you. Like, yeah, here's this giant room. Like it's big. But anyway, we do get one new track, which is kind of funny, which is Corridor of Purgatory Sands for the Family Conference, which is very it's very thematic. It's a good thing I didn't read that before this chapter was over. Good thing I don't look into the fucking music, because like I look into nothing. I can't enjoy anything until I'm done with it because it's all spoilers.
That's true. It's so true. Yeah, the like even Aru, he was reading and he found out like one detail, and like what would normally be such a minor detail could end up being like a huge spoiler. So it's basically like, stop there. Like I was like, if you need to look anything up on the wiki, just ask me to do it for you, and I'll send you a screenshot instead of a link, because you don't want to be on the wiki, I promise.
No, for real. Like even trying to like just look up the classic sprites can be a pain in the ass. So I have to use like different search engines that are, that are more obscure, that probably will not give me unrelated results, because otherwise I'll just get spoiled, probably.
Yep. By the way, looking at the Nijima archipelago, a lot of the islands, they're not like perfectly square. This is just a point that we had talked about earlier, but they're not perfectly square, but they're like, they range from 2 to 5 miles in diameter roughly. So Rokenjima is pretty big.
That is pretty big. It's like 5 miles is what, 8 kilometers? 8 kilometers or so?
It's 12. No, 11. It's 11 or 12. 2.2 is the scale.
That's still a lot. That's fucking big.
Well, yeah, 2.2 it'd be 11. Yeah. Yeah. No. Oh my god. I lost what I was gonna say. But yeah, no, it's huge. It's huge. And there's I mean, like they said, there's multiple forests. They had their own shrine. They had they have their own harbor. Basically, it's just like a single port, but like they've got it's like fully set up to be like a, not self-sustaining, because they don't have like a grocery store. They mentioned that a little bit. It's kind of just a footnote, but Jessica goes to school on the main island of Nijima, and that's also where they do like the servants do their grocery shopping and things like that, because it's
an insane concept, dude. Like imagine you wake up at 7 a.m. and you have to take a boat ride all the way to land just to go to school. God, that'd be fucking lame. I would fucking hate that. every single day. Fuck that. Like, yeah, like the ocean air is nice and all, but fuck, dude. The novelty will wear off immediately. By day 3, I am done. By day 3, I'm getting an apartment on land.
Yeah, I'm looking. Even the closest island to like the main Nijima island, it's still like a 1 mile gap. So like if you had a private boat, which it sounds like they do, like they have a private boatman they contract with, like that's still like, I mean, you're going like what, 30 miles an hour max on a boat, like a carrier boat anyway. Not very fast. You're getting over there in like after you set up on the boat and everything and get it all tied down, and yeah,
it takes a while.
It'd be annoying for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's assuming that, you know, it is based on the closest island, which it might not be. It could be like one of these that's like 10 miles out, you know.
It could be literal land and none of those islands.
Yeah.
God,
and then once you're on the island, you've got to get from wherever the port is to the school, and
right.
The island's already like
you're rich enough to have someone waiting for you, like at the port and stuff like that. But imagine if you just had to take a boat. Like that would fucking suck, man. It's like, imagine going from like school and from Cuba to like Florida or something every fucking morning. It'd be so annoying.
Oh god. All right. Well, let's not harp on that a whole lot longer.
Oh right. I was gonna mention it. Like they, because we're about to go to the beach. It's crazy how like they have their lunch. And Battler's like, God, I'm so fucking full. And then they're like, hey, by the way, we still got dessert. And he's like, well, you know what they say? Sometimes you've got, you know, a second stomach for dessert. And then they have dessert. He's fucking stuffed. You know, he's filled to the brim. Then they go past a witch's portrait. And they're like, you know what? We should like try to figure out this fucking riddle. And then Shannon's like, do you guys want cookies? And he's like, yeah, I do. So like Battler's fucking eating all the time. Well, on the
it's like boy.
Yeah, it's like he's been starved his whole life or something. Like he hasn't eaten in the past 6 years.
So one thing that I wanted to ask before we go over the epitaph is, because of the things that get talked about in this chapter, the big mystery right now is, do you think that the gold is real?
So realistically, yes. We know at least one gold bar exists. Whether or not 10 kilos or whatever of gold do exist is something else. But we do know that at least Kinzo lives up to his name and has some kin to his name somewhere. Because we'll talk about this more after the like sandy beach, before the first night. But Klaus will show his wife a piece of gold, like a bar of gold that is stamped with the family insignia, and that's supposedly the one that the third party like dude checked, like, because it's in the mythology, quote unquote, or in the, you know, in the family history. Like, Kinzo just grabbed the guy and was like, hey, pick any of these gold bars, and that'll be, like, the proof that you've seen my gold. And that's supposedly the random bar that he got. So, is the gold real? I would say that the, you know, I would say that the family does have gold. I don't know if it's 10 kilos worth of gold, or however much it was. But they do have 10 tons, yeah, but they do have gold.
Okay. Yeah, they have at least one gold bar, which we'll get to that in a little bit, because there's a couple different directions we could take that, like, theory-wise. But like you said, that is later. What I'm going to do now is I'll read off the epitaph.
Did you move closer to your mic?
Kind of. I had my head turned to my other monitor, and then I looked back over.
Oh, I don't know. You just sounded, like, really loud for a sec. That's fine.
I'll read off the epitaph for now, if that's cool, and then I can kind of get your initial thoughts on it. You're probably not going to be solving it anytime soon,
I'll have it down by
Just to be
chapter 2.
frank. I don't know about that, Chief. I mean, use spite as a motivator for sure. I don't think it's possible. All right. Word for word. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the Golden Land. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be the gold of the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. And there is a lot to unpack there. I think the first thing, obviously, like, I'm not going to give you any hints on how to solve it, but
Yeah.
It is interesting. It seems to be written from Kinzo's perspective.
Yeah.
Just because it talks about my beloved hometown, and he was the one who put up the epitaph. Praise my noble name. He's the one who put up the epitaph. Now, of course, it could be a total red herring. Could be someone else he's talking about. But one thing's for certain is that it mentions the witch specifically as a separate entity. So we can probably assume that it's not Beatrice that's talking in this epitaph.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. So, because I remember when we got to this epitaph, I thought about it for a good while. And I was like, okay, either this is Kinzo speaking, or... Sorry, I just keep seeing the Oishi image below. It's like, sleep peacefully, my beloved Beatrice. And then it's just Oishi showing up with Peter. It's so fucking stupid. It's like, oh my god, the witch's epitaph. Anyway, so yeah, I thought about this because I was like, okay, like one thing that I'll do a lot, or at least that I did during this chapter, is I try looking into things and trying to solve things, and then it just gets explained like 5 minutes later. Like when we get to the magic circles, like that shit specifically. I spent literally like 30 minutes looking into the first one, what it all means. I was reading the Latin on it, and then they're like, oh yeah, well, here's what it means, here's what it is, and this is what it's supposed to do. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'll stop doing that now. So when we got to this, I was like, okay, is this Kinzo talking specifically? Are we even thinking about Kinzo's hometown? What if it's someone else's hometown? For all we know, Kinzo's not even involved in this. For all we know, it's just a poet that wrote this for Kinzo, using I don't know, just whatever instructions he wanted, or like whatever instructions he wanted to give, or that he was given. For all we know, this is Beatrice talking at the very beginning, and then it just shifts off to Kinzo giving instructions. Or it's just Beatrice specifically talking up until the Golden Land, and then the one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land according to these rules, and then that's someone else speaking, and then it says, at the very end, it just says, sleep peacefully, my beloved Beatrice. For all we know, the entire first half is just Beatrice talking, and then it just ends, it's Beatrice talking to Kinzo, who's writing all this down. If that makes sense. And then like once like Kinzo's done writing what she wanted to say, he says, "Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch."
Yep. Okay. It'll be good to keep these theories like written down or in a place that you have accessible, because you
Yeah.
like, as more information is conveyed to you, you might see things in a different light. Whether or not they're red herrings, obviously, I will not say. But it'll be interesting to see you attempt to solve this by the time that Ryukishi just gives you the solution.
Yeah, we'll go into like my initial prediction a little bit, and then like my post chapter prediction afterwards. But yeah, my mind was all over the place throughout this reading, specifically because it was a very interesting chapter, at least in my opinion. I mean, considering that I've only read one thing from Ryukishi before, like one of his works before, that being all of Higurashi. Umineko takes a very interesting approach, because some of the stuff that I was reading from Higurashi was written later, right? Some of the like the last 3 stories that I covered were written way after 2007, I assume.
No,
No?
the 3
Okay.
stories you read in Rei were written between Higurashi 8 and Umineko.
Oh, okay. Well, then never mind. Also, hey, Reno, thanks for stopping by over on the Twitch side. It's been going well. Hopefully, you've been doing well too. What's up?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. No, so actually, they were written between Higurashi 8 and Umineko 1, except for Batsukoishi, which was the original cast review for Meakashi, before that got cut and changed into a staff room.
The original Tea Party.
Yeah, I've got some words for the Tea Party later, which I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts on. But yeah, I think that about does it for this chapter. We're probably going to be coming back to the epitaph a lot in the future, but for now we will move on to the beach scene. Down at the beach, the cousins and Shannon discuss the riddle of the epitaph. Jessica mentions that the Ushiromiya family mansion used to be located at Odawara, and they theorize that the Sweetfish River may be Hayakawa River, with the shore that the key is located at being Sogakishi. Shannon and George, however, note that Kinzo was a part of a branch family and that he spoke as if he lived far away from the Kanto region. They move on to the second part of the epitaph, which Maria describes as a sacrifice ceremony to revive Beatrice, who she seems to view very positively. Shannon tells the cousins about the ghost stories of Beatrice passed down by the servants. According to her, Beatrice plays pranks on the servants, and some will have seen will-o-wisps or glittering butterflies at night. In addition, a servant who had spoken badly of Beatrice had fallen down the stairs and had suffered severe injury. Battler and Jessica apologize for disrespecting Beatrice, and Maria gives them both scorpion charms to protect them from her magic. Upon feeling raindrops, the group packs up and leaves for the mansion. In the rose garden, Maria frantically searches for her rose, worried that the typhoon will destroy it. She fails to find it and proceeds to throw a tantrum. Rosa arrives and expresses annoyance at Maria's use of her catchphrase, "Ooh." As Maria's tantrum escalates, Rosa's anger bursts and she slaps Maria on her cheek. Battler tries to stop Rosa, but she rebukes him, telling him that Maria's classmates pick on her for her use of the catchphrase. George tells Battler and Jessica that it might be better to stay out of the conflict, and they return to the guest house. Rosa, exasperated at Maria, returns to the mansion, leaving her daughter alone in the rose garden as the winds begin to pick up. Then back in Kinzo's study, Kinzo declares that the island has now been cut off from the rest of the world. He offers up everyone on it as sacrifices for Beatrice's resurrection ceremony, vowing that he will overcome the odds of the roulette's sacrifice selection. To symbolize his return of the inheritance, he takes off the Ushiromiya family head's ring and throws it out of the window. And that is that for that chapter.
Yeah, this is our patented Ryukishi child abuse chapter that is in like every chapter he ever writes. or every piece of media that he writes. I haven't gotten to Kikonia, but I assume Kikonia has a child being abused in it as well in some way, shape, or form. It's like part of his checklist. He's got to have someone getting slapped or yelled at or like being put in a very uncomfortable position. I can guarantee it.
Well, Kikonia is about war, so I wouldn't be surprised if there were child soldiers.
It's just gonna be a bunch of like Gundam references to like all the slaps that happen in the franchise.
So yeah, interesting that Kinzo's choice of words here about being cut off from the rest of the world. Obviously, like a typhoon back in the 80s, if you were in a remote location like an island, that would basically be true because you wouldn't have phones, you wouldn't have, obviously there'd be no internet, you'd have really no communication with the outside world, you'd be stuck on the island.
Right. I'm pretty sure it's also just one giant, like all of this is just one giant metaphor as well. To like to the island literally not being in like the land of living anymore. You're now in, I would say, purgatory, which is the literal like state between life and dying, like going to heaven. Like that's basically where they're at right now. Because they're either going to get out of it or ascend to the Golden Land. That's the giant metaphor that Ryukishi's like shy, like he's holding a board, like a bulletin board to your face. And it's like, do you get it? Do you get it? Because that's like that's what's going on, for sure. But the way he does it is, is fine so far.
It's interesting in so this is only something that you wouldn't really. It's not really super relevant, and it's something you would only know with like external knowledge. But the pronunciation of Beatrice, specifically Kinzo calling her Beatrice and not like Beatrice, because you can make those sounds with katakana, but he's just specifically not calling her Beatrice, is kind of evocative of Dante's Divine Comedy, and in fact, like specifically his depiction of purgatory is actually an island. It's out somewhere in one of the oceans. He didn't write where it was, I don't think.
Yeah.
But he's like, yeah, it's this island with a spiral mountain in the center, and it's for people who had sinned and had asked for forgiveness, but didn't really become like pious people. Yeah. They were just kind of like not good or bad. They just existed, but they weren't bad enough to be sent to Inferno. They weren't good enough to be sent to Parody. So they have to climb this mountain and atone for the sins that they did commit on Earth while they were alive.
Yeah. And if you've read Dante's Inferno, I mean, you know, like the epitaph that's at the entrance of Purgatory is "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." And then that's literally at the like bottom of the staircase. It's like you have, like you said, you do have this island. You go into it, and then you go down these staircases, or down the staircase that's spiraling, and then you enter this like cavern door, and then there's that little epitaph at the top. And once you walk in, that's where you're now in Purgatory. So yeah, it is. I would say that like maybe Ryukishi borrowed the name Beatrice from Dante's Inferno, but I still don't believe that Umineko is very, very, very is like a 1-to-1 or like heavily influenced by Dante's Inferno. I'll say there's references to it maybe, but that's about it. And I would say the references kind of stop at the island and Beatrice's like name.
Yeah.
For now.
And that's why I said it's not super relevant, and it's only something you would know with external knowledge. But yeah, she's the she's probably the most famous Beatrice in fiction.
Yeah.
Second only to the Golden Witch.
Yeah. God. But one thing to also remember is that if you were playing this game back in 2007, like, what makes this very interesting from an outsider's perspective, from a native Japanese person, is like to me, a lot of these references are second nature to me. Not only because I'm, you know, a fucking literature major, but also because it's part of our pop culture. It's part of just most Westerners like upbringings. They would have heard about Dante's Inferno at some point. If you were exposed to anyone that was Catholic, you probably knew about Dante, or even just the Infernos themselves. Even though, for those of you that are unaware, Dante's Inferno is just fan fiction. It is just fan fiction that a dude wrote that eventually people just accepted. I won't go too much into it, but that's just what it is. It's not canon. I forget the fucking word off the top of my head. Actually, I'll look it up.
Canon's probably correct. It's so yeah. It's 3 books that were that. It's, and if you look at it from like a grand, like look at it on a grander scale, it's mostly his triflings with the church at the time. So he wrote like first was Inferno, where he travels to Inferno.
Apocrypha. Then it's Apocrypha.
Apocrypha, yeah.
That's what Dante's Inferno is. It's Apocrypha. It was literally just a work written that was eventually adapted, or not adapted, but accepted widely by everyone. But yeah, like you were saying, that he was basically commissioned to write this by the church.
Yeah. No, not even commissioned. He had a lot of issues with the church, and so he wrote this to kind of like he's like, I'm going to travel with my best friend who didn't even know I existed, Virgil, and then we're going to go through all 3 realms. You know, first, you know, book 1 Inferno, book 2 Purgatorio, book 3 Paradiso, and I'm gonna tell my story of how hell, purgatory, and heaven work.
While also including my beloved Beatrice, who is 14.
Who also didn't even know that he existed. Like, they lived in the same town, but he was like, he was basically like crushing on her, and then she died before he had a chance to say anything. So
yeah, just like
whatever, man.
Just like Torici. Oh, she didn't even know who Ginzo was.
We get 2 tracks in this chapter.
But sorry, to quickly finish off the thought that I was going off of. But yeah, like as an outsider, as a Westerner, again, all of this stuff is like second nature to us. Where if you were reading this back in 2007 when it came out, like again, imagine you are some otaku living in Japan. You've got high-speed internet access of like 2 megabits download. And you're going to check out the 07th booth at Comiket in like the fall, in October or whenever it was. I think it was October. And you get this cool new visual novel that's Umineko, and they start throwing all these fucking terms at you that you've never heard of, or that you might have heard of before. Like you maybe recognize Beatrice as a name being specifically pronounced as Beatorici, because again they're writing the katakana differently, because it could just be Beatrice, or specifically how they wrote it is Beatorici. So like imagine being just a common Japanese person, like the average Japanese person who maybe picked up Umineko on a whim. Most of them would have no idea what most of these terms are. Most of them would have probably never heard of Dante's Inferno. Most of them would have probably never heard of like any, like the Key of Solomon. They probably would have no idea what any of that is. So I can only imagine that whenever like Comiket would roll around and Ryukishi's, like when 07th team would release a new sound novel, I can only imagine the local libraries getting like inundated with people all asking for books on the occult, books on like, you know, ancient like Roman writings. I need to learn about the fucking stars. I need to know about these these fucking signs. What can you tell me about scorpion charms? Like, can you imagine like being a librarian in 2007 in like Tokyo, and you just have like 50 otaku come in one day and they're all asking about this? Like nowadays we have the internet. And back then they would have had the internet too, but I'm pretty sure a good chunk of these people would still probably go to libraries. So it must have been insane. So like I said, to me, I already knew a good chunk of all this, but to the average Japanese person, they probably would not. And they'd be like, man, what is all this? What rivers run through fucking what is it? Sorakishi.
Odawara.
Yeah, in Odawara. Like, where the fuck was the Hayakawa River? Where was the Haya River once again? And they look into it, they find the fucking lake that rolls into it, and that how it goes out into the whatever bay that's like outside of that town. Dude, so many people. I bet so many people took out like just borrowed a bunch of books regarding like Japanese geography for that one specific area in Odawara. Like, people probably went there looking for maps from like the 1800s. That's what I was doing. We'll talk about that later, but I was looking into that. So it's like, I'm pretty sure they all did that too.
Last thing I'll say about the epitaph for now is that, until we get back to it in a little bit, and this is the only hint that I feel comfortable giving, because it's not really a hint at all, but it is the fact that because there are several things that need to be solved in the epitaph, it helps to solve things linearly. So
Yeah.
start with, like, the first question, beloved hometown. Is it a town? Is it something else? Is it Kinzo's? Is it somebody else's hometown? If it's not a town at all and it's not Kinzo's, is it somebody else's something? There could be a number of different directions to go with that, but once you have a concrete answer for that, then you can, I would feel comfortable like moving on to the next part and then trying to solve it with the knowledge of the previous parts that have been solved. I think that helps a ton in trying to solve it overall.
Even the Ryukishi tells you that specifically with the characters, because they even say like, I think we should try to like focus on, like, we should try to break this down, like, because if we don't know where this place is at, we can't really solve this riddle. So then they went off of the knowledge, or not off the knowledge, but off of the assumption that the hometown is in Odawara. So if the location is in Odawara, then here's where we can continue with the epitaph. But overall, I'm pretty sure, I'm like 99% sure we haven't been given enough information to know where any of this is to solve, or sorry, we haven't been given enough information to even start solving this riddle yet. This is probably just the introduction where they give you the epitaph and you're just supposed to think about it a lot. It's probably literally impossible to solve like any part of it from chapter 1. You mentioned that there was like documented evidence of one person doing it for like one part of it.
Yeah, so Ryukishi kept an eye on, I guess it was the most popular message board at the time for Umineko. Well, for Higurashi, because this was like right when it came out, right? But like they were discussing Umineko on there, and he said there, among the thousands of responses, there was one guy he got close to solving it, and he had correctly solved up to a certain point. But even then, there are some parts of, like, later parts of the epitaph that are genuinely just impossible to solve in episode 1. It's not, you're not going to do it. You can make a wild guess, and like that could happen, but that guess being correct, you'd have to have like if it's like a 1 in a million chance to get one part of the epitaph right by doing random guessing, you'd still have to do like 7 or 8 of them in a row. So like it's just not happening. Like 1,000,000 to the power of 8, yeah, it's not happening.
Yeah, if you solved it correctly, your brain will be studied for science. True. Like, I'm pretty sure, realistically, if you sit down and read this, or if you sit down and try to analyze this, you can probably solve it. Because, well, I mean, just looking at the epitaph itself, 2/3 of it are just instructions on how to summon Beatrice. And that's it. Well, the first half is, well, here's where, like, like, in order to even get the gold, you have to, like, go to the Golden Land to begin with, right? So, like the general, like what this epitaph is telling you is, like, in my hometown, if you want to reach the Golden Land, go to this place and find a key. Once you follow this river, you'll get to a village, you'll find a shore, and there's the key itself. And then those who obtain the key need to then go to the Golden Land by summoning Beatrice using these rules. Once she shows up, she'll give you 4 treasures. All the gold, everyone that died will be brought back, love that was lost will be returned, and then she will go to sleep for all time. Like, that's if you break down just what the epitaph is, that's what it is. Just in general. On the surface.
Taking it literally, yeah.
Yes, on the surface, that's what it is. Assuming it's something completely different, assuming there's more layers to it, then yeah, of course. Then it's shit that you'll just figure out as the story goes on. But if you really want to brute force it, you could try to look through every single, like, river in the world that has sweet fish running through it. I remember when I was when we were reading it live, I was like, oh well, this could even just be like the river Styx specifically. It's not even like sweet fish. It's probably just souls of the damned or something. And the beloved hometown is like the abyss. Something along those lines. For all we know, we're talking about the underworld here. For all we know, it's not even Beatrice. For all we know, we're not even talking about this realm. I didn't know. Well, someone did mention that there's apparently 2 translations of this.
Yes.
Epitaph.
Yeah. So basically, the way that Umineko was translated is also a pretty interesting story. I won't bore you with the details, but it started out with witch hunt translations. They were basically if not going to Comiket, having people go to Comiket for them and get Umineko, like day one, basically. And then within a month, they would have a translated copy of the script in their hands, and they would release that. And so the way that this has worked for Manga Gamer in specific, is that Witch Hunt essentially has been translating everything When They Cry related, or just 07th expansion related, as soon as they're able. Usually a couple months or something like that. There are some exceptions like Umineko Saku that just got announced. They had been working on that for it came out 2019, so it's been a little while. But no, so they work on it, and then Manga Gamer licenses their translation, which is sick. I love that they do that for a fan translation group. But Manga Gamer also does, just to make sure that their publications comply with various standards and whatnot, they have to do an editing pass. And oftentimes, instead of getting retranslated, they would do like a different, they would just edit the epitaph. Ultimately, we can look at it in the original Japanese if you want, but there's not a whole lot of difference between the 2 translations. And
yeah, I doubt there would be subtleties or something where it's like this specific kanji can be this or that. I really doubt that plays into this. I'm pretty sure this is like the most literal and direct translation you can get, where it doesn't really change much. It might just say, instead of ye who seek the golden land, it might be ye who seek the golden kingdom or something.
Yeah, or instead of ye who seek the golden land, it could be those who seek the golden land. It's whatever. Not a whole lot. But the one thing the other hint that I'm comfortable giving, because it doesn't get you any closer to solving it, is that the solution does involve some knowledge of, you have to either Chinese or Japanese, just specifically because of kanji readings. You have to know the meanings of some kanji, and that gets brought up later. And thankfully, the translation does a very good job of explaining that part to you. So it's not necessary to solve it, but if you wanted to get a leg up on trying to solve it, that would be the way that you would do it. But you would have to go through with a fine-tooth comb, and then you'd even have to have some knowledge that you just frankly don't have yet.
Interesting.
But as far as the translation goes, yeah, you're right. There's not really anything different in the translation. The kanji wordplay really only comes in only in the solution, not in the epitaph itself. So
yeah, because I can only imagine that somehow, for some reason, the reason why Ryukishi chose to write all the character names in very specific weird characters or very specific weird kanji is because you can maybe translate something like head and read it in a different way, and then it corresponds to one of his children. Or same with stomach, or same with knee. And that's why they all have their names written in that very specific manner, because the kanji can be written or read in some other way. I can only imagine that's incredibly related to this.
So I guess that brings up a good point. If it is like, if the kanji, like you said in the example of head being referential to one of the children specifically, he's opened this up to allow anyone to solve it, like not just the children, but also like the servants and anyone else who's on the island. But what wouldn't make sense is if they had, like, if the instructions are like gouge out the head, and the head means like Kinzo, or the head means Kraus, or the head means Rosa, or whoever. It's like, if that was the person solving it, they couldn't kill themselves to get the gold, because then they would stop solving it. So that is just one thing to consider. But yeah, I mean, like,
I guess so. Yeah, you're right.
It's kind of, yeah, it's something. It's gonna melt your brain for probably the next 100 hours or so.
We'll see. I'll have it down by chapter 2. I'm pretty sure.
How about that, Chief? But yeah, before we move on to the next chapter, 2 tracks that we got in this chapter that are new are Fortitude, which is when Rosa slaps Maria. It's the really sad sounding like solo violin track. Or it might even be like solo viola, solo cello. It's a little deep. And then Witch in Gold, specifically the Symbolo version, which is when the ceremony begins, aka Kinzo tossing his ring out into the night. Witch in Gold is, let me pull it back up because I've gone through. Yeah, it's the like solo piano.
The Symbolo
piece.
is just a fucking harpsichord. It's just another type of harpsichord.
Yeah. This Symbolo sounds a little bit closer to a piano than the other harpsichords, but yeah, it's meant to feel creepy. But yeah, next on we move to the guest house, specifically the cousin room. The rain had just gotten heavier, which made it likely that they'd not be able to leave in the morning like they were used to for the other family conferences. Battler then asks Jessica about how the weather affects her school transport situation, which we covered a little bit already. It sucks. It just sucks whether she can go or not. It sucks.
Yeah. Even Battler's like, it'd be kind of cool to do that, and Jessica's like, no, it fucking sucks, dude. If it rains, if it rains, I gotta be homeschooled. Fuck that.
Kanon then enters the room and informs the cousins that dinner is ready, and notices that Maria is not with them. He reports that he did not see her on the way home from the mansion, or way to the guest house from the mansion, though his route would have missed the spot Maria was standing at. The cousins run out to look for her. Back in the main mansion's parlor, according to the weather report, the typhoon would last for not just the night, but all of the following day. So they've got to be there for 2 nights. Rosa awakens from her nap. Then she asks Genji about Maria, but he reports that he has not seen her. Rosa realizes her mistake of leaving Maria at the garden, knowing that she would be stubborn enough to stay there even in the rain. She rushes out of the mansion to look for her. And in the rose garden, she finds Maria in the same spot, still unable to find her rose. Rosa apologizes profusely to her. Jessica notices that Maria has an umbrella, and she responds that Beatrice had given it to her. Rosa asks her again, but Maria repeats her statement, annoyed. She decides not to pursue it for now. And back in Kinzo's study, Kraus invites Kinzo for dinner, but he is engrossed in his chess match with Nanjo. Unlike during lunchtime, Kinzo is calm and simply does not see the meaning of going for dinner now that the ceremony has begun. In the dining hall, Kraus reports Kinzo's absence to Ava and Rudolph's amusement. Rosa asks the family if anyone had lent Maria an umbrella, but everyone at dinner, all except Kinzo, Kanon, and Genji, deny doing so. Maria repeats that Beatrice lent it to her, which amuses Kraus, but Jessica notes that Maria is not the type to joke. Dinner is served. In the corridor of the mansion, Genji and Kanon deny having lent an umbrella to Maria and agree that it is unlikely that Kinzo would have done so. Kanon wonders if Beatrice had truly returned and offers to inform Kinzo, but Genji responds that Beatrice would do so herself if she pleased. He says that the ceremony does not concern them, and that their duty as furniture is simply to return the master's favor till their deaths. After dinner is finished, there's another cut-off section here, let me grab that. There we go. After dinner is finished, Maria takes an envelope out of her handbag. The adults notice that the envelope is one of Kinzo's custom-made envelopes and bears the wax seal of Kinzo's personal Ushiromiya head's ring. They try to cast doubt on its authenticity, but Maria reads the letter, which claims to be written by Beatrice, an alchemist to the family. It mentions a past contract where she had lent Kinzo 10 tons of gold. Due to the termination of that contract, she is to collect back the gold and everything of the Ushiromiya family as interest. And this would take place from now, like starting now.
Yeah.
However, if anyone were to solve the riddle of the epitaph and discover the gold, she would lose all rights to its recovery and would even return the interest collected. She claims possession of the head's ring, citing the wax seal. Realizing that the letter is to their advantage, the other adults begin turning on Kraus once again. The siblings knock frantically on the door to Kinzo's study, but he remains silent and does not respond. So this one's a doozy, because we get technically the first appearance of Beatrice. I guess the first big question would be, do you think that it was Beatrice that gave her the umbrella and the letter?
Man, yeah, so that's the other weird part. I'll talk about it much later when we get to, like, final thoughts, or, well, not final thoughts, but once we're done with the summary section. But I believe that Beatrice gave her the letter, but it wasn't Beatrice who gave her the letter.
Like, you think it was, like, Maria believed it was Beatrice, but it was somebody else?
No, I believe that someone representing Beatrice, who might as well be Beatrice, gave her the letter.
Okay.
You know, it's like if a servant gives you a letter on behalf of someone, you're not saying, I, the servant, am giving you this letter. It would be,
like, here, young lady,
like,
this
like
is
the
a letter from Beatrice.
Yeah. Like, you know, like if Kinzo was giving a letter to someone and Genji is delivering it, Genji's not going to say, oh, this is a letter from me. He would say, the master wishes to give you this letter. So that's why I believe that in this case, it would be someone representing Beatrice would say something like, here, Beatrice wishes to give you this umbrella. And also this letter. So that's why that kind of ties into, like, Maria's, like, autism thing, where, you know, like, you could, like, technically, did Beatrice give her the like, umbrella or the letter? Literally, no. But metaphorically, probably yes. If that makes sense. Also, hey, Tragon. Okay. It's been a good while.
Okay, so that's good to note. And then I guess that brings up, so if you're saying it was somebody like a stand-in for Beatrice, that begs the question of, there are 18 people on the island, obviously, like the family and the servants all together. Is Beatrice currently on the island? And if so, does that mean that there is a 19th person on the island?
I think we'll talk more about that when we get to my theories.
Okay.
But for now, I will say that Beatrice exists, or whatever fucking Maria says in Japanese specifically.
You do.
Yeah, like Beatrice is here. And so, yeah, no, in the translation she says Beatrice is real, but in Japanese she says Beatrice is here, like literally here. So I'm gonna go with that instead. And then we'll talk more about do I think there's a 19th person, like, on the island later on.
Okay.
But for now, someone representing Beatrice is here.
Okay. Um, in the music section, they list "Hour of Darkness" as showing up for the first time again, which we saw. We actually heard that track a little while ago.
Yeah.
But the actual new tracks are "Lure," which is when the relatives deny giving Madia the umbrella, and then one of my favorites from this episode, "Fishy Aroma," which is when they are reading the witch's letter.
It smells of dessert.
It smells like ketchup.
Yeah.
All right, so after having knocked on Kinzo's door to no avail, we're back in the parlor. The adults had bombarded Maria with questions about Beatrice, who grew increasingly frustrated that they did not believe in her. Or they did not believe Maria. The inheritance argument had also flared up again, much to Jessica's distaste. George defends their actions as a matter of practical reality. Actually, if you see here, they need to do this because yada 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 XYZ Reddit. I feel like George would be a Redditor if he was around in like the 2000s and 2010s.
I think he would be. I think he would be on 2chan.
I know. I feel like Battler would be on 2chan, but George would definitely be on.
I don't think Battler would
like,
know. I don't think Battler would know how to use a computer.
That's fair.
Even in 2012, he probably wouldn't fucking know. George would be showing him like this funny cat, like ASCII art of this funny cat, and be like, "How do they do that?"
But Kyrie slips away from the discussion and joins the cousins because she's also kind of sick of this. She asks Battler if he thinks that there's a 19th person on the island. Battler uses the Devil's Proof, which we'll cover in just a sec, to suggest that it would be difficult to deny one, as they may be hidden away anywhere on it. To which Kyrie responds about the concept of spinning the chessboard.
Yeah.
Where basically you look at the perspective of your opponent to see kind of like what move you think that they'll make next. She suggests that it makes more sense for a 19th person to keep themselves hidden and use a more discreet means of sending the letter, and that if Beatrice wanted to make her presence known, she simply would have revealed herself. To take the roundabout method of appearing to Maria would thus be most beneficial and logical if it was one of the 18 who wanted to create the illusion of a 19th person. She suggested that Maria may be collaborating with someone as well. Rudolph arrives due to a break in the discussion. He tells Battler and Kyrie that he wants to have a talk with them as a family later. He also ominously states that he might be killed, which is that was such a crazy thing. He's like, "Hey guys,
I might die tonight."
Die tonight.
that completely threw. Yeah, that threw me out of it. Like he's got such a heart. Like he's just like, yeah, we should go on vacation more often. Also, I might die tonight. It's like,
so we might be able to not go on vacation.
So we can't, but you know, if we survive, we should.
After he leaves, Kyrie explains to Battler that Rudolph actually wanted her to pursue him and ask about it. She remarks that romance contains deeper mysteries than detective novels, which is true. Back in the corridor, Natsuhi stands alone in the corridor, reflecting on the day's happenings. She maintains her belief that Beatrice could not possibly exist, and thinks that the letter was a way for Kinzo to communicate his intentions to the family, with a servant like Shannon being made to wear the dress and deliver the letter to Maria. She had trusted Krause's repeated insistence to her that the gold was an illusion, and always supported him, but her efforts remain unacknowledged. In a locked room, Krause brings Natsuhi to this locked room, seals it with a heavy padlock, and then within he reveals a single gold ingot from Kinzo's collection, which Kinzo had let his sponsors verify. The ingot was engraved with the family crest, but lacked a seal marking an official foundry of origin. Natsuhi felt betrayed by the fact that Krause had held this definite proof of the gold from her this whole time. Okay, I am so sorry. I don't know what that is.
Your Tamagotchi's going crazy, dude.
She lamented the sacrifices she made dedicating herself to Krause, while he attempted to justify her non-involvement in this matter. Back in the corridor, Natsuhi laments that she is considered an outsider in the family, that she performed poorly in her duty of bearing a successor, and that her husband had rejected her despite her efforts to support him. She regrets the pressure she put on Jessica's education, which strained their relationship. She considers the challenge George poses to Jessica's succession and vows to make her an excellent successor. Jessica finds Natsuhi in the corridor and makes an attempt at comforting her. She gives Natsuhi the scorpion charm that Maria had given to her, and Natsuhi offers to later give her a charm of her own in exchange. In the parlor, Rosa finds Maria asleep on the sofa. She asks the cousins to help her bring Maria back to the guest house with them for the night. Oh, I know what that is. Okay. I'm sorry. That should stop now.
Okay. It's fine.
I'm gonna take this and I'm just gonna throw it way over there. And of course, we can still hear it.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen again. It's just like it flies away as the little beeping like gets muffled. Yeah, the witch is calling. It's Beatrice.
As the cousins leave the parlor with Shannon, Rosa mutters to herself a quiet apology to Maria. At the guest house entrance, the cousins invite Shannon to play cards with them, and she goes to the servant room to check the night schedule. There, Kanon and Genji tell her that Kraus has made modifications to the schedule, putting Goda at the mansion and Shannon and Kanon at the guest house. Kanon thinks that Kraus is suspicious of the three of them, who bear the one-winged eagle crest and serve under Kinzo directly. He admonishes her for wanting to play with the cousins, saying that it is not their responsibility as furniture to do so. After Shannon leaves, Genji encourages Kanon to join them. He declines and remarks that pretending to be a person will only hurt Shannon later. In the cousin room, George and Shannon leave the room together, and afterwards Jessica tells Battler that they are dating. At the Rose Garden Arbor, the two discuss the weather and George's internship at Hideyoshi's company. Shannon and Kanon had both grown up at the Fukuin House, an orphanage owned by Kinzo where exemplary children were given the opportunity to work as servants for the family. All servants from the orphanages bear the own character in their servant names. As they were well paid, many quit after a few years upon amassing enough savings to make it in society. But Shannon has been working for 10 years. She says that she enjoys her work there, and that there is nothing in particular she wants to buy. George addresses her by her real name, Sayo, and encourages her to break out of her shell. He admonishes her for using the Sama honorific to address him, but Shannon responds that she can only obey that as an order, which George proceeds to give. George proposes to Shannon, but she tells him that the ring is too good for her. He orders her to accept the ring, which is kind of creepy, but to give her an answer tomorrow of her own free will by choosing which finger to place it on. Shannon is flustered and makes an excuse to go to the mansion. George lets her go, realizing that she probably wanted some time alone. That was, I think, the longest chapter yet, and there's a couple things I want to talk about specifically. The first one being in the locked room.
Yeah.
So we brushed on it a little bit already, but the reason why it seems like the gold is real is because Kraus shows Natsuhi an ingot. There's a couple things to consider here, and that is that we know Kraus is also in a dire financial situation, right? One thing he could have done, because he knows, he even admits that, or like some other people admit that it could be made up, and that Kinzo had used the legend of the gold, so to speak, to amass a fortune from investors. They would give him money, and then he would invest in businesses and make that money back and pay them back.
He's like, yeah, I can pay you back. I've got gold. I've got 10 tons of gold.
We also know that Kraus's business acumen is not great. So one thing he could potentially do to kind of get the money that
is do the same thing Kinzo quote unquote did.
Right, but he could be taking it a step further, right? Like he could have bought a gold ingot, which granted would have been very expensive, but he's still got the rich family. He's probably got the money for it.
Yeah.
They mentioned specifically that there's no foundry that was marked on the ingot, which is already super suspicious. And it's only marked with the one-winged eagle, which kind of tells me that like it made me feel anyway that he could have potentially forged this. Like it could be real gold, but the crest and everything could have just been forged to show people, to be like, hey, this is real. We have more on our island. You should give me money. You should invest in me.
Yeah.
And that's only one way that you could take it, right? Like, obviously, it could be very real. Another way is that like he could have he only showed it to Natsuhi,
Yeah.
so like nobody else knows that this exists, and he might not have even like shown anything to Natsuhi. Natsuhi could just be telling people, "Oh yeah, he took me into a locked room and showed me an ingot, and the ingot's real." And there could have just been nothing there the whole time, you know. So there's several different ways you could take this, but I think the fact is like obviously there's no way to know for sure if the ingot is from the collection,
Of course,
or not. And the main reason why I think that it's not is because if Krauss had found this, right, and it's allegedly from Kinza's gold collection, like gold ingot collection, why is he struggling to figure out where the gold is for the epitaph? Like, is he putting on, like, is this a farce? Is he lying? Do you think he actually knows where the gold is?
Yeah, Kraus would probably be on Wall Street Bets if he was around today. He'd be telling people diamond hands. But my logic on this is that if that is the one piece of gold that the appraiser like picked out at random, that would just be proof that the gold exists. But Kyle still needs to find it. He has no idea where the fuck it is. But it's just like the one piece. Like, he knows it's real, but he doesn't know where it is. So he could have just like not forged it, but got a piece of gold and then put his family crest on it. Because again, like getting a bar of gold is not difficult for someone like him. It'd be pretty easy because gold is just a conversion of asset. So you just convert your paper money into like gold, right? And then he could just have it be stamped, and then he could just pretend that it's, you know, the original one that was taken ages ago, or it is the one from ages ago. But that's the thing, like, about this so far. This is probably just a red herring, there to just get like the Naga jogging. That'd be my guess. You really don't know whether or not it's real or not, but if it is, oh wow. Like, I'm sure if you were reading Umineko for the first time and you hadn't read anything else by Ryukishi, you'd be like, oh my god, yeah, the gold is real, of course. But I've read at least one Ryukishi work before, so I know not to just take this with a grain of salt. Just be like, alright, just keep it in the back of your head. You're not gonna know until probably later.
The other thing I wanted to bring up before we close out this chapter is the proposal scene, which there are a lot of nuances here that are like, you know, the time period, the country, and things like that. But ages are not specifically given, except for Battler, who is he's explicitly said he's 18.
18.
And you get a little bit of information about ages through like context. So he says like George is 5 years older than him. And Shannon is 2 years younger than him, and so there's like, we get eventually to the conclusion that okay, George is 23, and Shannon is 16, and that's already, at least from the perspective of an American, right? It's a little weird. It's really weird. It's technically illegal in most of the country here, but even weirder is the fact that he had known her for 10 years. So he was 13. And she was 6 when they met, which just feels wrong. Like
I probably wouldn't think too much into it regarding that part.
Yeah,
he was 13 and she was just like a servant, right? She was just like a girl in a maid outfit that was like clumsily making her way through the mansion, and maybe brought him tea from time to time while he was like going to school. That's how I personally see it. I get where you're coming from. Personally, I don't I don't think too hard on this, mainly because of the whole. Well, she's 16 now. He's 23. They're both adults in Japan. Like as far as the Japanese government's concerned, they're both adults, and even then, in like, even if this was like the 1800s, that would be even. She'd be way too old. She should have been. She would have gotten proposed to earlier, technically. But yeah, I don't see it as a like George has been preying on her for 10 years. More of like it probably wasn't until she like probably turned 13 that he's like, oh, you know what? She's actually kind of cute. And then she got older, and he's like, well, maybe I should propose to her. What I find weird is that I don't think he knows her well enough to just propose, and he just finds her cute or something. That'd be my guess. That's what I find creepy, assuming he doesn't really know her.
What we do know is it was. You're right about it potentially being when she was a little older, because like Battler remembers her, and Battler doesn't remember a whole lot from the last time he was here, but it was 6 years in the past, so she would have been 10, and she clearly wasn't dating George at that point. Like he was 17, so that just wouldn't have been happening. But so yeah, it was sometime within the last 6 years that their relationship had started, and now he's at a point where he's proposing to her.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's just it's interesting. Yeah, just interesting. I didn't expect a proposal scene in episode 1, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, me either. But what stood out to me the most, I think, in this chapter wasn't necessarily the proposal, but it was more the room itself where Klaus brought Natsuhi to. I don't remember how they describe it in the chapter, but it's a room that no one goes into. And presumably, like, not even the servants go into. So it's like, it's a room that only Klaus knows about, I assume. And if so, this kind of like gets you thinking, what's there to stop other rooms like these from existing around the mansion? That's what I think Ryukishi was trying to do with this, is to kind of plant in the back of your mind that there probably are other rooms or secret rooms in this mansion. So it went from being just a normal like guest house or a normal possible resort to now it being something straight out of Scooby-Doo.
Yes, I agree.
Because there's a fucking mechanism to like lock this room.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot, like, we're still so early on in the novel. I mean, like not even 1/8 of the way in, and like we don't. At this point, we're not given a whole lot about the mansion aside from like things that Battler sees and things that the other people see, like, because we do follow other characters for a brief amount of time, which is another big distinction from Higurashi, where we're following Keiichi for most of Onikakushi, or for all of Onikakushi, basically. And then in here, it's like we're following Battler for most of the time, but then like we'll get a scene where it's like Rose's perspective, and not even Rose's perspective, but just like it's entirely third person because we're seeing everybody all the time.
Yeah.
But it's like you're specifically following certain characters at certain points. So we're given Battler most of the time. We're given a little bit of Rosa. We're given a little bit of Maria, a little bit of Kinzo,
a little bit of Monica. And so, yeah, because like in Higurashi, for the most part, you are following whoever the protagonist of the chapter is. Very rarely do you see something else unless it's like a flashback, and then that's only knowledge that you, the reader, has. Because there would be scenes in Higurashi where you would have like the main cast of characters talking, and then there's a flashback to Mion in some meeting like 3 years ago with her grandma. And that's it. You would never, for example, have a scene where you would have Rika talking with her parents specifically while we're following Keiichi, for example. We would never have any of that. There wasn't that much dramatic irony in Higurashi as a whole, while Umineko does give you a lot of it. Because you will follow Battler, like you said, for the most part, but you'll have scenes where you've got just the adults talking. You'll have scenes where it's just two characters talking. There's scenes where it's just the servants talking to each other. Like with Shannon and Kumazawa when she rescued her, whatever. Later on with the padlock, or sorry, with the door lock with Genji and Kanon, it'll just be them two, for example. Or with Ava and her husband when they're in their room. There's a lot more scenes here where the characters are alone with each other, and we can see all this while no one else can. And it's all just, again, dramatic irony, as we, the reader, are given a lot more insight on what's going on when compared to just the average, well, not the average, when compared to the characters. Because Battler has no idea what, like, Ava and Hideyoshi were talking about before they died, but we do. And that's, again, just a pretty interesting point from, at least, like, the Umineko writing compared to Higurashi.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's the one thing, too, is that, like, and we're gonna get into it at the very end, but a lot of people, I've seen a lot of opinions on this, where people say that you can just read Umineko without reading Higurashi, and, like, technically you can, but you're gonna get only about, like, I think 90% of the experience, roughly. That last 10% is really only truly enjoyable if you are familiar with Higurashi. One, because you're familiar with Ryukishi's writing style and how it evolved from Higurashi to Umineko. But the second reason, we're not going to talk about yet.
Yeah, that'll come later, but it literally, like, if you didn't read Higurashi, you're going to be like, I mean, if you read it, you're like, oh my god. And if you hadn't, you're like, oh.
It was so funny, because, like, the guy who inspired me to ask you to do the Higurashi book clubs, he started his Umineko book club a couple months ago, and I've been following along, and at the very beginning, he and the other hosts of the book club were like, yeah, we're gonna avoid Higurashi spoilers as much as possible, because people might be coming in for Umineko and they've never read Higurashi, and because, like, I think I told you they've been doing half episode book clubs, because, like, these get long, like way longer than Higurashi, in some cases, and so they've been breaking it up, and they'll do, like, right now we're basically at the halfway point for the episode, and like, this is where they would be stopping. So he was like, yeah, no, totally, I agree, yeah, let's not do Higurashi spoilers as much as possible. And then we were all, like, cackling in the we call it the Witch's Smoking Room. It's basically like another server where we talk spoilers and things like that. And we were like, he has no idea.
Yeah.
And then when that part of the book club came
when they
out,
get to the end of chapter 1.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I guess it's unavoidable. Like, we're going to have to talk about Higurashi spoilers.
Yeah. That's really fucking funny.
Yes, yeah. But yeah, speaking of that, since we are at the halfway point, we can talk about the new song titles real quick, and then if it's cool, I'll take like a 2-minute water bathroom break. All right. New tracks for this chapter are Stupefaction, which is when Kirie is explaining chessboard thinking.
Yeah.
Praise, which is in the Rose Garden Arbor before the proposal, and then Pass, which in my playlist it's not listed as Pass, it's listed as Sakura, so I don't know what the deal is with that, but that's the proposal itself. It does change. So 2 slightly different tracks, but both very cute. And then and then we move on to the next chapter. Oh yeah, no new characters.
That's
the first character to show up is Jessica, last is Genji.
Yeah, you've been introduced to, like, basically everyone in chapter 1.
Yeah,
except for the 19th person, but we'll get to that later.
There's a 19th person?
Maybe.
All right, I'm gonna mute for just like 2 minutes so I can grab some water, go to the restroom.
Yeah, just let me know when you're back.
Sure.
So, like I was mentioning earlier when we were talking about, like, Higurashi and just, like, how it's a real place. Like I mentioned, Umineko is also based on a real place. So here, I'll put it up on screen real quick. So this is the front of the Yoshinomiya mansion, right, or one of the entrances to the Yoshinomiya mansion that we see in the novel, right? It looks like this. We've seen this before. But again, this is a real place. I'm not going to show off too much of it because I don't want to get spoiled accidentally by some future room that I haven't seen. But this is what it looks like in person. It looks like this. You can kind of see the difference in the angle that the other picture was taken in, specifically to avoid maybe that sign at the front. Because what was this supposed to be? It was a the former Marquis Maeda tea house. So, like that's one of the places. Here's another another quick screenshot of the other front part. They show this scene a lot while it's raining, or they use this background a lot while it's raining. But I'm sure y'all remember it. And then this is what it looks like normally. Like this. That's pretty cool. Like this place is pretty neat. I'll show one more, which are the hallways. I don't wanna look too much further into this thread. But it's pretty neat. So this is like one of the interior hallways. And then this is what it looks like now. It looks completely different nowadays, at least compared to back then. At least in color. So this is what it looks like nowadays. Which is pretty cool. Trying to make it maybe a tiny bit bigger. Yeah, when the Japanese do Victorian architecture, it's pretty fucking nice. But there you can kind of see it a little bit better. See if I can zoom in some more. You can't see it very well maybe on the screenshot, but at the very end of the hallway is a little sign with a man in a suit in blue, a woman in a dress in pink, and an arrow pointing forward, so I assume that's the bathroom. And then there's a, if you look at that little white box on the left, that's like, I believe for like a fire hose or, you know, some emergency equipment, more than likely. We'll show off one more, which is the other hallway that we normally see in Chapter 1. And that's this one. And then this is what it looks like normally. So you can see quite the contrast in these pictures. I assume they remove some of the signage for when the Ryukishi was taking pictures, specifically, you know, to make it seem like a place that's lived in. The little chandelier on top isn't visible on the second image, though. Or on the one that's on screen right now, but I guess because of the angle that it's taken from. But yeah, it does need more gold. You know what, we can maybe show off one more, which is the stairway. It's the last one I'll try to show off, because I don't want to look at more and possibly get spoiled. But it looks like this. So we know the classic hallway, right? Beatrice's portrait is like, you know, right around the corner. And then this is what it looks like in person. So very, very, very cool. Especially the rug on that, on the stairs. That's fucking cool. And also the, you can see there's a marbling on the, what is it, on the right-hand column? Yeah. Yeah, it's like black marble. It looks so fucking nice. It's a very, very, very nice place. So once again, this is the Ushinomiya Maeda tea house, where it used to be. So if you want to check out the thread, I'll link to it here in the chats to the Twitter thread where I was getting this from. Here you go. Some dude went to Japan. He's like, you know what? Let me check out the former Marquis Maeda tea house, and then there it is. So it's pretty neat. So hopefully later on, I'll try to make a note of it, and maybe we'll come back to this. Maybe after we're done with Umineko, we'll try to show off as much as I can of other of the real places that are featured in just the Ryukishi novels. I wonder how they're gonna do that with Kikonia. Because like Kikonia is supposed to be like a steampunk, like war-torn city. So I don't know if at that point Ryukishi's like, all right, let's use some actual backgrounds. Let's stop taking pictures. We'll hire an artist to draw these backgrounds, or if they're like, no, we'll just go to like some village in England or in Scotland. It's been abandoned.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, you've been to the guest house. That's pretty cool. Small, but the garden was fantastic. I can only imagine. It seems cool. It seems like a very cool place. Also, welcome back, Billy. And
I sent you a screenshot from VNDB for Kikonia. He just uses photos.
Oh, you still?
But there are a lot of like let me find one. There are a lot of like special effects backgrounds. So like here, I'm trying not to look at the text as I'm copying this because this is an English screenshot.
Oh god.
But there are special effects backgrounds like this.
There'll be spoilers later on. In 5 years, I'm gonna remember that fucking screenshot and lose my shit. But here, I'll post it on screen as well. So, because again, we're not gonna get to Kikonia for a while.
Yeah.
By the time we get to it, probably like chapter 2 is gonna come out. But Kikonia looks like this. His art style has increased a lot, or has changed drastically. But you can definitely see he's still using the like just picture backgrounds, and then an example of the like digital ones are like this one. So you can see a shift in his art direction. I have mentioned this as well throughout the streams of Umineko, but currently it is, well, it's not the anniversary yet, but they're like prepping, because in October is technically the anniversary of Umineko, the 19th anniversary. The 20th anniversary is next year, but they're like preparing early for it, as far as I'm aware, and there's been a lot of like pop-up places all over Japan that Ryukishi's been going to, and they even have shit like this. So here's like a real like portrait of Beatrice just being hosted in some cafe, which is crazy. It's like, man, I want a portrait of this at some point. Just imagine your kids ask you like, who is that? It's like, oh, that's your grandma.
I've actually talked with the wife about getting a portrait like this, and she seems cool with it, as long as it's like properly framed and everything and hung up on the wall.
It's gonna be so fucking. Who is that, Billy? Oh, that's my great grandma. She used to be an alchemist, like this really rich guy on an island, and then that's when they're gonna be like, they have to be like, oh no, this is in Europe. Oh, okay.
I've been fortunate enough to meet all of my great grandparents, and or like most of them anyway. There's like 2 or 3 that I haven't met, but they I don't know if I'd call any of them alchemists. Maybe I'd be like a great aunt or a great great aunt or something like that. That could work. But yeah, no. All right. We hit the halfway point. And next chapter is actually surprisingly short, and this is it's a minor error in the recap, but
yeah, in Europe, parentheses Japan.
Europe, frown, Europe, Japan.
At this point, you might as well just wait until like the next Kikonia chapter like comes out, and then just start reading it there. If you are that behind, you probably don't even remember what happened to it.
Sorry. I'm just thinking out loud, because like typically something 07th expansion related gets announced at Anime Expo, or at least it has been every year for the past couple years. I don't think Kikonia is going to be it's going to be getting phase 2 anytime soon, but yeah, July 2nd through the 5th I'll keep my eyes peeled. I doubt we're gonna get Kekonian news, but you never know.
Yeah, like 07th expansion just isn't what it used to be. Like, remember when we would get a new fucking chapter every season? Every comic we would get one new chapter of whatever the fucking visual novel was. But right now, Ryukishi's gotten too big for his britches. He's forgotten about his real fan base. Now he's writing like scenarios for Silent Hill F and other bullshit. All of a sudden,
Hey,
he's
now, wait a
forgetting
minute.
all the Kikonia fans that are starving, waiting for Phase 2.
Yeah, a lot of it. We're gonna get to that. I think it's Umineko 3 or 4. Around the midpoint of Umineko is when BT passed away.
Right.
And like we've talked a little bit about it in the Higurashi book clubs, but BT's like his best friend,
Yeah.
and was the one who taught him and helped him like with programming related tasks. So like picking end scripter, like the reason we have, you know, Umineko as it is now or Higurashi as it is now is because of BT's decisions. And just like using that engine and helping out with a lot of the scripting and the website development and things like that. It's all BT, and his passing was a huge blow to the company. And like, thankfully, they had plans, and they'd figured out what they needed to do and how to do it without BT's help. So they were pretty stable for a while, but it was I think Rose Guns Days last season. That was when they had stopped doing like every Comic-Con, like so biannually. That's when he started to slow down, because it was like all the plans that he had made with BT were coming to a conclusion at that point. So yeah, his workflow has changed quite a bit, like considerably so, but that's something we can cover more in depth once we get to that point, because it's not immediately noticeable just by reading Umineko, but there is definitely like a
the story
like
gets darker.
Not even that, it's just like you could tell just from interviews and things like that, like Ryukishi was really going through it, and like who wouldn't when their best friend and company co-founder passes away like that. It was rough, but well, if you're cool with it, we can move on to the next chapter, which is thankfully a short one. In this one, we're in the servant room and the corridor. Shannon enters the servant room and finds Goda absorbed in a crossword puzzle because, of course, he's not working. He asks her to patrol the mansion while he awaits the family's orders in the room. As she walks around the mansion's corridors, she notices a flickering golden butterfly. The clock strikes midnight. The reader sees the individual locations of the people on the island. And this is also where
it flashes through all the rooms.
Yes, yeah. You could just see basically like Colonel Mustard was in the lobby with the candlestick. You get to see where everyone is, so everyone is accounted for. Everyone has a location and is accounted for, and they're basically all going to bed unless they're a servant, and those servants are working. So everyone's either busy or asleep, or about to go to sleep anyway.
Quickly, let me see if I can pull it up.
It's like a video.
Yeah. It's well, I'm just checking my VOD, because right now we're going through the epitaph, the consultation, then the epitaph itself. They're on the beach. Then it should be shortly after this. It should be near the end. Because on Teva, they're all talking about what's going on. No, I think it was on the next chapter. On the fourth one. Oh, yeah, because hold on, they already talked about the gold. Right. So, yes, it would be next one here. Do you really think Beatrice is real? And then Western names. And here's a letter. Okay. Yeah, they already spoke to each other about like charms and everything. And then the typhoon. Man, I'm so behind on some of this. Where I've already forgotten like what happens when.
That's why we have the recap section before the theory section.
Yeah. Yeah, here's the proposal. And then okay. Here's the morning chores. That's after that. Okay. So before this is when here we go. Yeah, here's the flashing. So if we look at the flashbacks here, yeah, she sees the butterflies, and then they're going through the entire mansion. It flashes like through the garden, and then the side of the actual mansion. I think this is the kitchen, or close to it. I don't know. There's stairs going into it. Then Beatrice's portrait. And then let's see, what was next? It stays on this fucking screen for ages, unless it's just me. Okay, so here we go. So you do have Beatrice's portrait. It's literally what we have on screen right now. And then it changes to Rudolph, who's in the dining room with Klaus. And then Ava and Rosa, or not Ava and Rosa, Rosa and Kiria. They're together in the other part of the dining room where they had tea. Ava's yelling at Hideyoshi. And then Shannon is in the hallway. Golda is lounging. And then Kanon is with Genji. And Kumasawa is in one of the other rooms. Nanjo is in the abyss. And then the kids are all in the same room, having fun together. Yeah, interesting. I didn't think too much about that, about why they're showing you like everyone on the island. For some reason, I was just like, yeah, okay, well, get to the murders that are about to happen, and then they happen.
Yep.
So speaking of,
yeah. So there's a slight error in the recap here. They did not say that this track showed up for the first time, but we get the first appearance of Ageha, which means swallowtail butterfly, which is when the
edit this wiki.
when the location roll call is going off. All right, and then the next chapter title is "The Six Chosen by the Key," which, by the way, if you go back to another minor source of information that could help as you're theorizing, if you go back into Umineko and then start an episode that you finished, you'll be prompted to cast a spell that can take you to any part of the story. It basically chapter jump.
Soryukishi.
But this is the only way that you get
Chapter
at least
names.
Outside of the console version, yeah, you get the chapter names. And
Interesting.
This chapter is The Six Chosen by the Key. I should start saying those as we go. Like the last one was Night of the Storm. They've all been pretty like straightforward, like stuff that you could probably just guess. Yeah. But this one is The Six Chosen by the Key, which is the first, like, I feel real, like, abstract chapter name. But yeah, in the guest house and various locations across the mansion, Kanon and Genji head to the mansion to meet Goda for breakfast preparations, but find that he is not in the kitchen. Kanon calls the servant room, but the call does not connect. He dashes over to the servant room himself. In Natsuhi's room, she wakes up. She remembers the scorpion charm she left on the doorknob and opens her dresser to look at her own charm, a small spirit mirror.
Okay, so there they kind of spoil it. Because they didn't mention what it was. So that in a way is a spoiler. But luckily for me, I did kind of guess that it was something along those lines. Because in the novel they just mention it being a mirror that was handed to her for generations or something. Meanwhile, I thought, what if it was like a scrying mirror, or I believe I mentioned a spirit mirror as well. I went into like 3 different types of mirrors that you're normally found in occult circles. Mm-hmm. And I was like, it's probably one of those. So here they confirm it's a spirit mirror of sorts. But anyway, that's
Genji knocks. I think it's probably fine to assume that it's a spirit mirror, because she says it's a magic charm, right? Like, it's not just a mirror.
Yeah.
So it's got to have some spiritual attachment of some kind. But after this, Genji knocks and informs her that the telephone lines are down, suggesting that they cannot be repaired until the typhoon passes. He tells her that Goda is missing. Natsuhi notices blood-red markings on her doorknob and expresses disgust at the prank. In the parlor, Natsuhi finds Eva and Hideyoshi in the parlor. I've been reading the location names beforehand because sometimes they don't mention them. They just go into, like, what's happening. But yeah, Natsuhi finds Eva and Hideyoshi in the parlor. Kanon and Genji inform Natsuhi that Goda is still missing and that Grouse, Rudolph, Kirie, and Rosa also cannot be found. Eva mentions that she and Hideyoshi had left for bed early the night before, and suggests that the missing people might be carrying on the family conference in Kinzo's study. Natsuhi tells Eva that she will check there, but Eva questions whether Kinzo even trusts her enough to respond. Genji gives Natsuhi the key to Kinzo's study. In the cousin room, Mario wakes the other cousins up and expresses frustration that her mother is not there. They go to the mansion together to go find her. In Kinzo's study, Natsuhi informs Kinzo of breakfast, but he declines her invitation. He asks Natsuhi if she longs for her previous family, and she answers that she does not. Kinzo tells her that while she is not qualified to bear the family crest, the crest is surely engraved in her heart, which heartens her. As Natsuhi leaves the study, she runs into Eva. Eva tries to make a jab at Natsuhi once more, but Natsuhi confidently rebuffs her. In the parlor, Genji informs Natsuhi that the others are still missing, and that Shannon too cannot be found. She leaves to prepare tea. Kanon arrives and tells Eva, Hideyoshi, and Genji that something is wrong with the Rose Garden storehouse. He runs to the servant room to get the key, and the three of them follow him to the shed. They find an ominous occult design painted onto the missing section from the document. They find an ominous occult design painted over the shutter in a dark red liquid. Eva tells Kanon to remove the scribble, and he opens the shutter. In the parlor, the cousins and Nanjo relax. Genji runs in and whispers something into Nanjo and Natsuhi's ears that turns them pale. They dash out of the mansion, and Jessica, George, and Battler follow them out of curiosity. In the Rose Garden storehouse, Natsuhi and Eva try unsuccessfully to keep the children away from the scene. Inside the storehouse are 5 corpses identified by their clothing. Rudolph, Kirie, Rosa, and Goda have their whole faces destroyed, while Kraus has half of his face destroyed. Battler suspects that this is due to the use of gardening tools. The family members cry in grief. George asks if there are only 5 bodies, but Hideyoshi tells him that Shannon's body is also there in the corner. He tells George that it might be better for him not to see her face, which was half destroyed. George asks if Shannon has a ring on her finger, and Kanon points out to Hideyoshi that it is on her left ring finger. Tears fall from George's face. Eva tries to express shocked disapproval at the implication. Hideyoshi stops her. Then finally, Natsuhi tells Genji to cover the faces of the corpses to preserve their dignity, but Eva objects that this would disturb the crime scene. They agree not to touch them and lock up the shed with a different padlock, whose key Natsuhi holds onto. They discuss the odd circumstances of the single shed key, which must have been taken and returned to its exact spot in the servant room. So this is the first of the murders.
Yeah. It's
How are you feeling about it?
I mean, I saw it coming from a mile away. If I'm honest, like all these murders, all of them being turned to mincemeat. Like I could see all that shit coming from a mile away. Because unlike the fucking characters in this fucking visual novel, I read the epitaph. So, like, I already knew this was gonna happen. It's a very interesting just start, I guess, to the murders. Because the way they're murdered is a lot different than like in Higurashi. Like in Higurashi, like someone dies and then their body is made to like disappear. Like for the most part, like their bodies are not really shown. It's just like the body is found and they're kind of described a little bit. Here we kind of see the bodies a little bit more. compared to Higurashi. But I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the murders in Umineko so far. They're kind of just okay. If that makes sense. Like it's like okay. I'm sure their faces being completely disfigured has something to do with like the epitaph maybe. I'm pretty sure it's all relevant, but can't do much about it now.
A couple things to consider for this specific murder case. So one is that do you think there's any significance to only Kraus having half of his face torn off? Because everyone else had like their full face torn off except for him.
Yeah, of the 6, 3 were missing their entire face, and then everyone else had a portion of their face removed.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure it is relevant. Very much so. It's either it all happened the night before, for realsies, or it had just been a while. Because we'll get into it later, but when we get to like the second murder, when they find that when they get to the second murder and they find that the people are not responding, they leave to try to get tools to enter the room, and when they come back, there's now a sigil on the door. So it could be that they started disfiguring the faces of the first 3, but then they discovered that that there was something weird with that room and it wasn't opening, and then that's why they only got to like half of their faces instead. Maybe. Okay.
The other thing to consider is everyone except for Shonon was like one of Kinzo's children. Do you like one common thing I've seen a lot of people talk about, especially like when I was discussing episode 1 with people? Do you think there's any significance to the fact that Shonon is like the odd one out? Because like a lot of people seem to point to the fact that because Natsuhi had the scorpion charm on her door, like she was supposed to be killed, but then wasn't.
Yeah, I assume that's usually the the conclusion that they all come to. Now, this is I'm pretty sure that is a major hint, and like an incredibly important hint that a lot of people probably gloss over, because this will get covered later, and I will talk about it more later, and it goes into my theory of Beatrice is there but isn't there. Because remember, one very important thing that gets brought up later when we get into Kinzo's study is Kinzo's doorknobs are adorned with a scorpion design. It's a scorpion with a circle or whatever like around its stinger. And one very important thing that Maria mentions is these doorknobs are very strong and have a very powerful magical energy. Beatrice cannot enter this room. So she makes it very clear that even someone as powerful as Beatrice would have a lot of problems getting into a room like that one. And that's a heavily like fortified, like anti-magical chamber. They also mention, or she specifically also mentions, that the charms that she gave to Battler and to her cousins, she says it in a very mocking manner later on. The charms I gave you are fucking weak, dude. Like they'll protect you a little bit, but they're not gonna save you from Beatrice. So whoever was trying to get into Natsuhi's room on behalf of Beatrice is not as strong as Beatrice, which is why they were probably clawing at the door.
Okay.
So I assume everyone comes to that conclusion, but maybe they don't put that part together yet. That it wasn't someone as strong as Beatrice going to the door.
Understood. One of the and this is kind of the first instance that you can probably piece together why the song titles are important. First new track that shows up here, and this is when they discover the bodies. The song title is Golden Slaughterer, which obviously gold is a very heavy motif in this story so far.
Kinto Goroshi.
I think they whenever they talk about the gold, they always use the term ogun.
They use what?
The term ogun.
Ogun?
O-U-G-O-N. Ogun.
Ogoroshi.
And it's specifically a distinction instead of just saying kin.
Gotcha.
I don't know. I don't have the full context as to like why it's differentiated that much, but yeah, ogon is the word they typically use.
It's probably metaphorical.
Yeah. Then after that, when George is lamenting the death of his fiance, we get World End. Yeah, World End.
His world literally ends.
Ooh.
That's so funny.
But those are the two new tracks we get. Next chapter title is titled Curtain Rise on Tragedy. Starts out in the mansion parlor. Natsuhi instructs Genji to contact the police and leaves to inform Kinzo. Eva elects to follow her, attempting to assert her authority as the current highest-ranked family member. Kumasawa runs into the parlor in shock, informing them that she has found blood in the dining hall. Traces of blood that suggested extensive blood loss could be seen on the floor. Nanjo says that the blood had likely been there since the previous night. Hideyoshi adds that their conference had lasted till a little past midnight. They leave the scene alone and return to the parlor. There, Genji informs them that the phone and radio had both failed to connect into the police. Due to the harsh weather, the family are all stuck on the island until Monday morning, which is October 6th. Also, important to note, this takes place October 4th and 5th of 1986. So,
yeah,
quite not too far removed from when Higurashi is supposed to happen, which is 1983, but a few years in the future at least.
Yeah, I mean it's even brought up later.
Yeah. This means that the culprit behind the murders was also confirmed to be on the island. Maria asks Jessica who died, and Jessica informs her in exasperated anger. She shows little reaction to her mother's death. Upon finding out there were 6 deaths, she responds that the culprit is not human, but rather it is just the blank chosen by the blank, which, if you read the epitaph, you know that that's the 6 chosen by the key. Natsuhi and Eva return. They inform the others that Kinzo is missing from his study, which is strange due to the study and servants being capable of providing for all his needs. They had also called out to him at every floor on the way back to no response. Natsuhi and the servants leave to do a thorough search of the mansion for Kinzo. Then Battler asks George if he had given Shannon the ring, and is scolded by Jessica for his rudeness. George tearfully opens up about their relationship, and Jessica talks about how Shannon had used to consult her about her crush on George. Eva takes Battler aside to talk privately with him, and Battler expresses that he feels anger rather than sadness at the situation. Eva believes that there is no 19th person, and that the letter was a farce by Kinzo. She suspects a collaborative servant effort behind the storehouse murders, citing the difficulty of carrying out 6 murders and transporting the bodies, as well as the shed key. She also suspects a mastermind controlling the servants. Battler responds by saying he thinks her conclusion is too simple and applies Kirie's chessboard thinking. He wonders why the culprit would even draw attention to the bodies by painting the symbol on the shed, and concludes that the culprit aims to send some sort of message to the survivors. He also realizes that Eva's immediate family was spared from the deaths, and that Eva, being the only surviving sibling, had the most to gain from this. Eva tells Battler that she and Hideyoshi had met at the guest house a little after midnight, though she acknowledges that it is a weak alibi if Genji is working with them. She, however, says that if her goal was to obtain the inheritance through murder, she would instead try to make the deaths look like an accident, rather than make herself the target of police investigation by performing a bizarre murder. Battler ponders the merits of chessboard thinking, and then realizes it sheds little light on all the important aspects of the motive. Hideyoshi asks Maria about the symbol on the storehouse. Upon seeing his sketch, Maria starts laughing creepily and perfectly reproduces its design from memory. She explains that it is the seventh magic circle of the sun, and that the deaths had been offered as sacrifices to gain its power. Battler recalls a conversation where Rudolph had told him that people make the occult seem real because it isn't. Like they have to make it seem like it's real because it's not. He concludes that the culprit is trying to instill fear, and the symbol's authenticity meant that it was a message to someone who understood it, such as Kinzo. Natsuhi returns with a Winchester rifle, taken from Kinzo's collection as protection for the family against the culprit. She assumes responsibility for the family and proposes that they stick together. Battler realizes that Natsuhi thinks the culprit is an external person, aka a 19th person on the island, while Eva thinks it is someone from within the household, aka 18-person theory. And yeah, that is it for this chapter.
Yeah, this chapter is also very peculiar. I do think that the chessboard thinking is a red herring that Ryukishi throws at you at the very beginning. Just to kind of, because he does this a lot. He'll do a thing where he'll introduce a theory or a way of thinking, and then he disproves it like 30 minutes later. Here he disproves it at the very end. Like later on, like he wants you to have this chessboard thinking in mind, so that you start thinking about the situation from the other perspective. You're like, oh, well, what if we turn the chessboard around? How would this work? And then it isn't until like the literal like last hour of the game that Battler's like, wait, there was more to chessboard thinking now that I remember it, and here's the big reason why it probably doesn't work. And it's like, okay. Well, fuck you if you were reading this and you were going at it that way. So again, it's another like Ryukishiism. I don't know what it would be, what we would call it. Like, but if I were to become a scholar of Ryukishi, it'd be one of those. It'd be like fuck youism. But yeah, that's one of the things that he likes to do. And then here we're brought we're given probably the most important theory of the chapter is it 18 or is it 19 people? And again, we'll talk about my exact opinions later on as when we get to like the ending. But here, like this can be a very dangerous thing. Just like if you're in this situation, it's very dangerous to think it's 18. Because that implies it's someone in the family doing this, or someone in the mansion doing this. And obviously you don't want to point fingers. Because then you're gonna be at each other's throats. The one thing that we will talk about later, but I'll point it out now, is the seventh magic circle of the sun, specifically. Because I started looking more into like the specific circles that appear in this, not from a like spoiler perspective, but just from like a literal like Key of Solomon perspective, like by reading through it. The way this circle works, which I'll explain later, is different from the way it's being described here. By that I mean, it's most powerful when you do whatever it is that you need to do with the magic circle while the sun is out. Hence the name. Yet this was performed in the middle of a typhoon at like 3 a.m. So it doesn't make much sense other than to thematically scare you from like what Maria was doing. Because when you read into it, it's like, oh, the chains are broken or whatever, right? Like, when we go more into that later. So from here, it seems like this one is really just a something that was just thrown out there to scare like the reader. It's like if you're in like the Bible Belt, a murder is committed, and then like someone draws a pentagram in blood. Everyone will start to lose their fucking shit. They'll be like, oh my god, the devil's involved, you know, like.
Yep.
Like that sort of deal. I feel like that's kind of what's going on here, at least a little bit. But like I said, we'll talk more about the circles and their meanings later on. But in general, I feel like that's kind of like the route that it's going. Just you know, just spookiness instead of it being occult, like being real occult shit.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so the only thing I'll say on that for now, because you said we are going to talk about it later, but um, the only reason I would think that it's not being used to like spook people is because, I mean, Battler even mentions it. It's like
They murder
or
people.
Ava mentions it. It's calling attention to itself, which, while that is true, it would really only be understood by someone who like understands black magic. Like, the only reason Christians in the Bible Belt would be scared of the pentagram is because they've been taught to fear the pentagram, whereas like the people on this island have no idea what the seventh magic circle of the sun is. They see like creepy red paint and they're like, "Oh, that's weird," but it's like it's not. They don't immediately assume, "Oh my god, it's this magic that's happening." So yeah, it's interesting. It seems like whoever did this is trying to communicate with somebody on the island, and that's again circling back a little bit to the idea that potentially Natsuhi was supposed to be the one that died instead of Shannon.
Yes.
It seems like if they are trying to communicate with somebody through murders, it doesn't really matter, like, who it is, or it maybe in some cases it would matter, but the fact of the matter is that they're using that circle to try to communicate with somebody on the island, which the only people we know that have told us they understand that kind of stuff are Kinzo and Maria, so that makes them, to me at least, immediately suspicious.
My main point is that the circle has no power, is what I mean.
Yeah.
Where, because it would make no sense to, again, that's like making a what are they called? Teru boshi, the fucking the rain ghosts that you make in Japan. It's like making one of those while it's sunny out, and be like, oh man, I hope the rain goes away, and it's like it's like
familiar.
It's like the middle of summer. What do you mean?
Oh, there was a scene with Rika. She did that.
Oh,
because she was like, it was metaphorical because she was like looping, and she was looping back to when she was like when her mom was still alive.
Teru boshi, that's what it was.
And she was like making charms, and her mom was like, "Why are you making charms? It's sunny." And she goes, "Well, I want rain." And we learned later it's metaphorical that she wants to break out of the same old that she's been doing for thousands of years. But
yeah. So
yeah, it's exactly like that.
Well, I wouldn't say it's Beatrice trying to, like, she's fucking bored of this loop. It's more of like it would make no sense for someone to do that. Yeah. It's like trying to grow like food in the winter. Like, you would do that in the summer, right? You wouldn't go planting. So I think it's more along those lines. Like you said, it is communication. It's someone trying to communicate something. But the actual pentacle has no fucking power here.
As far as this chapter goes, we get three new songs. First one is when they realize Kinzo is missing. That's called "Witch of the Painting." 4 new songs. Wow, I missed that. Eva, when Eva talks to Battler alone, that's Suspicion is that track, and it's actually playing for me right now, surprisingly. I've got the episode 1 soundtrack on loop right now, basically. So we've looped already, but it's back up to this point.
But yeah, we've been going for about 3 hours.
When Battler says he starts to suspect Eva, and when Natsuhi brings out the rifle, that is Scar sound. And then when Battler starts talking about his reasoning, like his logic, that's Core. Core is like the Mission Impossible sounding. Like it's like a spy movie track. But that's it for new music. Next chapter title is just Occult. Let's see, how long is this one? Oh, this one's gonna be pretty long. I ran out of juice. Let me grab some water real quick.
Sure. But yeah, we're getting into some interesting stuff going on. Yeah, occult esoterics at this point. But we're about to get into like the meat and potatoes of it, where now, like the deaths are gonna be hitting everyone, and then we're gonna have just everyone questioning each other. Actually, give me 1 second as well. Give me a moment.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. All right. So, occult. In the kitchen. Oh, you here? Yeah. In the kitchen, Kanon expresses his grief at Shannon's death. Genji tells him that deaths are the whims of fate and that Shannon merely had bad luck, which again reinforces the theory that Natsuhi was supposed to die, and it was just because she had the charm. But no, she had bad luck and was chosen as a sacrifice. Or he wishes that Natsuhi had been chosen as a sacrifice instead of Shannon. Battler, having eavesdropped on the conversation, grabs Kanon's collar and confronts him about it. Genji tells Battler that Beatrice is a real person who worked for Kinzo before the island was constructed. Kanon says that he believes Beatrice is here, though he has not seen her face, and Kumasawa follows up by telling Battler that Beatrice has no physical form.
Yeah.
They warn Battler that Beatrice hates people who doubt her existence. And we can pause there for a sec.
Yeah, this part was pretty fucking creepy. Like they do amp up the ominousness of this scene. When everyone's like, I believe Battler even says that it's like they're talking to someone that you can't see, or they're talking to someone in the room that they know is there but you can't like see. And they really do just amp it up here because of what's about to happen.
Yep. After this conversation, Battler hears a creepy laugh behind him and turns around to find Maria. Maria claims that Battler cannot see Beatrice because he was born with a mismatched wavelength. She explains that Beatrice has lived for 1,000 years and has power over demons and alchemy. All of the servants claim that Beatrice exists and appear to be looking together at a spot behind Battler. Maria tells Battler that if not for her scorpion charm, he would have been lying in the storehouse with his face crushed. Battler, however, laughs and tells her that he had actually lost it. He proclaims his refusal to believe in anything supernatural. Maria says that Beatrice will soon revive. Back in the parlor, Battler, George, and Jessica discuss Maria's eerie personality changes. George explains it as a means of identity formation for a child growing up, with Maria developing her knowledge of the occult to distinguish herself from her peers. He tells them that people naturally change the way they act in different situations, and that Maria's way of doing this is meant to establish her sense of self and authority. Jessica tells Battler that Rosa had found it creepy and hated that it made Maria isolated from her peers, and thus would slap her anytime she talked about the occult, because we love child abuse in these games. Battler wants to accept George's explanation, but is bothered by the fact that even the servants support the existence of Beatrice. George thinks that people in the mansion pretend to accept Beatrice so as to not get into a conflict with Kinzo. Battler compares Beatrice to other local myths and urban legends, and suggests that she is simply a means of explaining away anything that seemed inexplicable. Battler comes to the chilling realization that the collection of interest in the witch's letter likely referred to the deaths of everyone on the island. He announces that the culprit may be trying to make the family solve the epitaph for them, Natsuhi continues to deny the existence of the gold and wonders why the culprit would kill so many highly ranked family members first, if that were the case. They consider the possibility that the culprit is threatening Kinzo. Ava wonders when Kinzo disappeared from in the first place. She has the servants confirm that there are no hidden doors within Kinzo's study, and checks that Natsuhi had met Kinzo sometime before 9. Ava reveals that after meeting her on the way out, she had wedged a folded receipt into the door crack of the study. She found it in the same position upon returning to the study later, proving that nobody had gone through the door during that time. Natsuhi accuses Ava of pulling the prank on her doorknob, but Ava denies any knowledge of that. Genji had given Kinzo dinner the night before, and Kanon verifies that he and Shannon had been with him. Ava then accuses Natsuhi of lying about meeting Kinzo to fake an alibi regarding his time of death, which would be possible due to the imprecision of autopsies. She also suggests that Kinzo's body may not show up at all, as people could be officially declared dead after having been missing for 7 years. Natsuhi is furious at the accusations and raises her gun at Ava, but Ava remains unfazed. She theorizes that Natsuhi did indeed meet Kinzo, but had then proceeded to throw him out of the third-story window. Battler decides that Ava's accusation is too hasty, and there is still a possibility that Natsuhi was innocent. He confirms that the door would be unusable when sealed by the receipt, and that the escape via the windows was not possible as they were locked from the inside. His theory is that Kinzo had hidden in the room, while Ava and Natsuhi checked it together, and escaped afterwards. Ava exclaims that that is absurd, but Battler counters that it is unfair for her to pressure Natsuhi like this when her own innocence for the storehouse murders was unclear. We have a hidden thing here.
Breaks off again.
Yep. Jessica breaks out into coughing, and Nanjo brings her inhaler. Battler declares that he does not want to doubt one of the 18 he knows, and that it is pointless to add more tensions to their group. Ava asks him to carefully consider the meaning of the receipt seal, and she and Hideyoshi retire to a guest room. She also invites George, telling him that the culprit is in the room with him, but George refuses her offer as it would mean distrusting his family. Which I'm going to get back to that in a sec. Maria tells Battler that locks are useless against Beatrice, who can summon the demon Gob to take a person to any location. He confides to her that he wants to believe in a 19th person so as to not suspect those he knows, and asks her to tell Beatrice to commit the next crime in a way that was absolutely impossible for a human. And actually, so that's a perfect transition. So this is the end of the chapter. The one thing is, like, logically speaking, yes, it would not be good to start accusing people that are in the room with you, because it's just going to start fights. And you had mentioned this, you touched on that a little earlier. But I think like throwing logic out of the window, Battler respects the servants and loves his family to an extent, to an extent that someone an outsider like him, he trusts them. Yeah, exactly. He respects his family, he respects the servants. He doesn't want to believe that they would be capable of murder because they're his family. Nobody wants to think about someone in their family being a murderer.
Yeah.
And so to him saying, "Oh yeah, that makes total sense, Natsuhi, you did it," it would be easy for him to do, but it would also be the worst case scenario. Like, he does not want that at all. And that's something to consider, because a lot of his decisions are rooted in logic, but they're also they can be rooted in emotion, and that and finding the line between those two is very difficult sometimes.
Yeah, this is a very interesting scene just overall. And I mean, while I was reading through it, I was like, okay, well, we're moving on to the next part of the epitaph, already. Because and again, at this point, I was like, how are they not seeing this? How are they not realizing any of this? Because you the first night, on the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the Kia sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Now, that could mean, I think what was supposed to happen regarding this was that Natsuki was supposed to die. Ava and George were supposed to remain, and they were the original targets for the second Twilight. And that they were going to be torn apart in some way, shape, or form. But instead, because Natsuki wasn't killed, they had to go with a backup, which in this case is Ava and Hideyoshi. And it kind of still fits, because it's two lovers, right? So, two who are close end up getting removed from the equation, or they fulfill their part. So, while going through this, like that's just what was in the back of my head, and I kept pointing it out. I'm like, okay, so they're gonna die next. Like anyone who's paying attention can see this coming from a mile away.
I would agree. Yeah, the two who are close, there are like, and they even kind of mull over it a little bit in the actual story itself. But there's like so many people that could be a pair, right? Like there's obviously Eva Hideyoshi. There's like George and Shannon. There's Kanon and Shannon even, because they're so close.
Rudolph,
there's just a lot of people.
Kirie. And I think that's it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like Eva Hideyoshi, Kraus, Natsuhi, Rudolph, Kirie. You could even
I don't know if Klaus and Natsuhi would count though. Like they're married. I don't know if they're close.
Yeah. But like what I'm saying is like you could come up with like any excuse to make a pair of people, right? Like like they don't have to be emotionally close, but they're married, so they're close in that sense. But like,
yeah, I suppose so. The epithet's vague about it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just interesting that like we're pointing fingers and Battler is like, I don't want to believe in witches, but can we say it's a 19th person, please, for the love of God?
Can we not point some fingers at each other? Can we not point a rifle at each other?
Yeah. In this chapter, we get 2 new tracks. The first one is Minute Darkness, which is when the servants are conversing and the cousins discuss Maria. And then at the very end of this chapter, we get Night Eyes, which is the really like high energy violin track where Natsuki is pointing her gun at Eva. Just two interesting tracks, I think, that go along with the vibe of this chapter, which is like stress. It's just everybody's stressed, and like they have every right to be after seeing 6 of their loved ones die.
Right. And I have mentioned this a few times throughout the playthrough, but one important thing that's really common with the esoteric and the occult is intention and emotion. Those are very important factors for whenever you want to cast a spell or when you want to determine the effectiveness of a spell. And it depends on what occult circles you read into or what magic you read into. This is usually for Western magic, because in Asian circles it's much different. But in general, the more emotional someone is while either in the presence of a ritual or a spell being cast or anything along those lines, the greater the effect it will have. So obviously, whoever is trying to resurrect Beatrice wants everyone to be strung out, on edge, so that they can be yelling and screaming at each other, because this is just more emotion that fuels the ritual and makes it stronger, quote unquote. Or for any other spell that's being cast instead, if it's not like Beatrice being revived. But that's kind of like why all this shit's happening, and then we'll see. But when we get to the the final letter, that of course that's true. That's literally what's going on. But again, this is something that I kept pointing out throughout the playthrough. Like this is just stuff to keep in mind.
Yep. And actually, speaking of the 2 who are close, the title of the next chapter is "The 2 Who Are Close."
Yeah.
We start off in the parlor and the kitchen. It's kind of like a split scene. The servants prepare dinner in the kitchen. Nanjo is frightened capital F frightened. But Genji believes that everything is according to the master's plan and shows no fear as his servant. Back in the guest room at the mansion, Eva complains to Hideyoshi about Natsuhi throwing her weight around after Krause's death. In the past, Eva had taken advantage of Natsuhi's childishness and manipulated Kinzo into allowing her to remain in the family register. She had raised George strictly to groom him as a successor to the Ushiromiya family, and thus could not approve of his relationship with a servant, and was even feeling secretly happy about Shannon's death. Eva wonders if she had pushed her desire to get back at Krause on her family. Pushed the desire too far, I guess. Hideyoshi tells Eva not to blame herself and says that he never once regretted their marriage, because he is a wife guy after all. They don't talk about it in the recap, but Hideyoshi, 100% wife guy. That man
Like
loves
house
his wife.
husband or... Oh, okay,
Yeah, like he's a wife guy. Like he loves his wife.
Yes.
In the parlor, corridor, and kitchen, Natsuhi tells Genji to invite Eva and Hideyoshi to join them for dinner. Genji knocks on the guest room door to no reply. Kanon, who is accompanying him, notices another of Kinzo's envelopes inserted under the door. They call again, but Kanon can sense no human presence. No human presence in the room. Genji unlocks the door with a key, but is stopped by the chain lock. He instructs Kanon to cut the chain while he informs Natsuhi. They stop by the kitchen, and Kumasawa follows Kanon while Nanjo follows Genji. Kanon obtains a wire cutter and rushes back to the guest room, but finds that an occult symbol had been painted over the door during the short time he had been away. He cuts the chain, puts a handkerchief over the doorknob, and enters the room. Inside the guest room, they find Eva sprawled on the bed with an ice pick-like object stabbed into her forehead. There are a couple depictions of these, by the way. There's not like one, like they never get shown in the novel, but there's like the manga shows them, the anime shows them. So if you want to see what they look like, I could pull up an image, but
you could, but I'm pretty sure they do show it. It's supposed to be, it's just a drill with a weird handle.
I don't think they actually show it in the VN. I'll have to look back through it, but yeah, no, that's fine.
But yeah, if you can find an image, I could put it up on screen. But I do remember specifically that they do mention it, or that they do show it.
After that, after they find Eva, they find Hideyoshi still in the still running shower with the same injury. Natsuhi, Nanjo, and Genji arrive, and Nanjo diagnoses the time of death as having been about an hour prior to their entry. Natsuhi tries to get the servants to lock up the room, but the cousins burst in before they can do so. Upon seeing the scene, George cries out in grief and exclaims that he will kill the culprit. Battler cries at the side, expressing his fury at the culprit for such cruelty. He vows to grab them by the collar before the night is over. Them being the culprit, of course. Yeah, and that's the end of this chapter.
Yeah, we're nearing the end already. Because in my stream, there's only 2 more parts, which is this one, and then the one that we're covering right now, and then one more after that. So it's kind of interesting, but I am trying to find the section where they do die, because they do leave, they get their guns pointed at them, and then there we have the door. But when they find the bodies specifically, I do remember them show. Yeah, here it is. They show Hideyoshi, his corpse. Here, I'll send it to you, but you can see it here. I was gonna use it for a thumbnail, but I'm like, nah, this spoils too much. Because like for YouTube, especially if you're watching this later up on YouTube, I've been trying to keep most of these thumbnails spoiler free, specifically so that if you're watching the playthrough as it goes on, you're not spoiled specifically on what's coming up next. Because I could use like their corpses as clickbait, and people are gonna be like, "Oh my god, cool!" But it'll kind of ruin the experience a little bit for whoever's watching. But here's like an example of like what the spear, or what the tip of the dagger, quote unquote, looks like. At least the one on Hideyoshi's forehead. Is he okay?
Yeah, I
No,
see.
don't think so.
I played without CGs, so I didn't realize that the PS3 art actually showed them. So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's about like that's a pretty common depiction. They change from medium to medium, and there's no
Mm.
in the original art. There's literally no depiction of them at all. So
Yeah,
um, that's why I
yeah.
brought it up.
Uh, if anything, they just mention it being like a weird. At first, they're like it's a weird dagger with a very short handle or like a very short tip, like where you would like hold it from. And then they elaborate
Mhm.
more to being like an ice pick, and then they're like it looks more like a drill bit.
Yeah, like here's one. Let me pull this up. I have to crop it because it has another spoiler in it. Like this is one of the ones. This is one of the ones that you see in the manga, and you'll notice it doesn't have a spiral pattern at all.
Yeah,
So
this one looks more
it
like a
just
dagger.
depends on. Yeah, it depends on the medium, for sure. But that's one of the things I found fascinating about like looking at other things after the fact because like obviously I wasn't looking anything up while I was reading, but
Mhm.
once I was finished, I was like, oh, they actually did kind of show these off in the other things like manga and whatnot. Um, no new music in this chapter. Interestingly enough, I don't think we're actually. No, there's a couple more tracks. Okay. Um, next chapter is just titled Boiler Room, um, which this is a fun scene. Uh, just taking a sip. In the corridor, Natsuhi takes the envelope and locks up the room. Maria notices a stench in the air, which Kanon and Kumasawa proceed to investigate. The cousins discuss the guest room murder. Battler notes that the chain had been set and that it did not seem like it could be unlatched from the outside, making it a perfect closed room. The window had also been locked from the inside. Battler also notes that the positions of the bodies made it impossible for them to have been killed from the outside. Unlike the cases of the storehouse in Kinzo's study, there was nobody that could be suspected of this crime. Maria tells Battler that the witch had granted his wish for an impossible murder, but he is not amused. He questions Maria about the occult symbol on the door, and she explains that it is the first magic circle of the moon, which holds the power to open any door regardless of how it was locked. Battler reiterates his refusal to believe in magic. In the boiler room, Kanon and Kumasawa head down to the boiler room upon realizing that it was the origin of the stench. Kanon hears a slam from the door at the other end and rushes in, but Kumasawa remains paralyzed on the spot. The narration notes that everyone had been accounted for, so no one could have made the sound. Kanon grabs a hatchet and proceeds inward. Golden butterflies begin to surround him. He exclaims that he vowed that if the Master's roulette were to cause Shannon to die, he would act as the zero on the roulette and bring an end to himself, even at the cost of his own life. Kanon declares that he is no longer furniture and lifts the hatchet, but is struck in the chest by the same ice pick-like weapon. With his last burst of energy, Kanon pulls the weapon out of his chest. Just out of his chest. Okay. Kumasawa arrives at the scene in shock, and the others quickly follow. Battler attempts to pursue the culprit through the other door. In the courtyard, Battler ends up in the mansion courtyard, but due to the lack of locks on both the courtyard entrances to the mansion, he cannot tell which door the culprit had escaped through. He screams out into the courtyard, and Natsuhi, who had followed him, tries to comfort him. Back in the boiler room, we have some hidden text. There we go. Battler and Natsuhi return to the boiler room. Nanjo and George carry Kanon to the servant room, accompanied by Kumasawa and Jessica. Battler observes that the weapon looks like a stake of around 25 centimeters in length, engraved with an occult design. The others observe a burnt corpse that had been pulled out of the incinerator, its forehead impaled by a stake. Genji says that the body is likely Kinzo's, as the man had polydactyly, a rare condition that had given him 6 toes on each foot. The condition was prevalent in the Ushiromiya family, and Kinzo had been selected as the head partly as a result of its auspiciousness. Genji also observes that the head's ring is no longer on Kinzo's finger, and we know that because it was thrown out the window a couple chapters back.
Yeah, and this finally confirms it for them, because they were like, well, for all we know, Dad's still making these fucking jokes. And now they kind of got confirmation.
Yep. And then lastly, according to Genji, the boiler room was usually locked. Battler wonders if his chessboard thinking can still deny a 19th person, given the circumstances of the past few deaths. He considers the possibility of one of the storehouse corpses being a substitute prepared beforehand to fake the culprit's death. Maria tells Battler that Beatrice will revive soon and take her to the Golden Land, a place where everyone is nice and there are no obligations. That is the end of the chapter.
Right. So, something we didn't really mention too much was in the previous section during the daytime, they tried to discuss a true, like, closed room. Right? Like, that's a perfect closed room, which is an argument of, like, well, it's impossible for someone to get out of this specific room. So the argument was either Kinzo had a secret, like, latch or a secret door in his room that let him get out, or he snuck out when Natsuhi went in there to try to, like, get him out. So that, like, that was Battler's explanation. That's the, like, explanation that they kind of reached for that specific for his absence. Because they're like, he must have gotten out in some way, shape, or form. There's no way Beatrice got to him, right? So then, almost as if, like, being challenged by him, or by Battler's, like, ignorance, Beatrice is like, okay, well, I'm gonna kill someone in a perfect closed room. So then that's how they get, Eva and Hideyoshi. They both died. They were behind a room that you can't really get into, because it's chained up. And you can't even see the corpses from the entrance. So how could they have been killed? And that's, like, what gets Battler thinking, like, oh, fuck. Like, is she real? How could this have happened? And that's also just something that you're supposed to chew on in the meantime. Because then what happens next is just more people dying. And then this is where we kind of get into... At this point, this is where I start to get confused regarding the epitaph. Because at this point, they're not following the rules anymore. Because according to the epitaph, what even is a twilight then? Like, if we look at the definition itself, it's like literally the period between the sunset and sunrise. So basically when the moon is out and the sun isn't. That's when twilight is. So that implies it's a night. Just, it's another fancy way of saying it's a night. On the first night, this happens. On the second night, this happens. But in this case, it was a lot different. Like, we did have, on the first night, 6 people died. On the second night, 2 will die. Okay, cool, that makes sense. On the third night, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Okay, so that's what's coming next. Nope, on the fourth twilight, hey, guess what? Kinzo's body is found, he's got an ice pick in his head. So he died after the third twilight, and then on the fifth twilight, gouged the chest and kill. Which is when Kanon got stabbed in the chest. So, like, what the fuck? You know, what's going on here? They're not even following the order, because it isn't, like, even later on that night, they're like, okay, well, it says on the third twilight, those who shall remain shall praise my noble name. And then Battler's like, well, I'm not gonna do that. Because fuck you, right? Like, he's mad. So this doesn't make sense, for the most part, in my opinion. At least, regarding, like, the rules of what a twilight should be, it's not clearly defined yet. Like, using logic, you'd assume it's a night. Like, on the first night, on the second night. That's why I thought, oh, this typhoon's gonna be here for, like, 10 days. Like, this shit's not going away. And they're like, no, it's going away on Monday. I'm like, no fucking way. They still gotta get through, like, 8 more twilights. And then they get through them. So, like, what are these? Are these, like, moon phases in Shin Megami Tensei? Like, they take 20 steps and it just shifts over to a new moon? Like, what's going on? So I don't know if that gets explained later or if something else is going on. My main guess is still that they're, you know, they think time has passed, but it hasn't. I don't fucking know. We'll see. But anyway, that's like just something I wanted to bring up, just overall with the Twilights, because there's only 4 books.
For Umineko?
No, for Twilight.
Oh my god. Um, Jesus. Yeah, let's not. Uh, in this chapter, we do get 3 new tracks, which is pretty dense for this late into the story.
Mm.
First one is In the Boiler Room. The track is called Closed My Heart. When sorry, go ahead.
That's fucking funny.
When Kanon gets stabbed, it's called Requiem.
Oh, never mind. It would have been
Yeah.
funny if it would have been Closed My Heart when he got stabbed.
Jesus. And then when Battler starts thinking harder about chessboard theory, it's that track is Mind.
Did they hold on? Did they mention that Kanon, like, that he encounters another person, but did they mention the butterflies?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he gets surrounded by golden butterflies.
Okay, yeah. So that's another like thing to note. Because again, I've mentioned that this is just full of dramatic irony all the time. Like, for example, during the first night, Shannon sees gold butterflies. We know that she saw them because we, the readers, are following her, but no one else did, and no one else saw them. We know Kanon saw golden butterflies because he saw them, and we saw him see them. But like Kumasawa was out of breath around the corner. So it's stuff that kind of again gets the noggin jogging, where you start thinking well, is Beatrice real? If she was, and if she wasn't, we wouldn't be seeing these butterflies, right? But anyway, let's it is funny that they do play the Witching Gold, the Symbolic version, and in parentheses it says Beatrice will revive soon. So funny.
Yeah, the little notes for the tracks are good. Like I said, a lot of these are not going to be completely relevant until much later into the story. But it's fun to reflect on the song titles, because you might there have been a couple already where you've been oh yeah, that title makes sense for this section of the story, because it's oh yeah, I mean they do. But there are some revelations later on that are well, I'm not going to say anything about them. I'm not even going to describe them.
No, I mean anyone can make anyone can guess where this is going.
Yeah, anyone could solve it.
No, I mean anyone could assume I'm pretty sure we're gonna because again, Ryukishi loves to do this thing where he leads your mind in one specific direction, but then he's got 3 other things going on in the background, or in the foreground, or even in the main frame that you're ignoring because you're focusing on the thing that he wants you to think about. So there's a lot of assumptions we can all reach, but we know that they're not going to be relevant for the most part because they're in plain sight right now, but I don't know that they matter.
Yep. Next chapter is a bit long, so we can take probably breaks between not breaks, but we can stop and talk about stuff between the subsections. Next chapter is called Besieged. In the servant room and the corridor, Kanon dies of his injuries, and Jessica cries out in the corridor. She blames Kumasawa for not backing Kanon up. Maria tells Jessica that she will be able to meet Kanon again after Beatrice resurrects the dead, which makes her even angrier. She attacks Maria and demands information about the culprit from her, but Natsuhi slaps Jessica and stops her. Maria tells them that they refuse to believe in Beatrice, hidden text, because she is someone they cannot physically attack. Beatrice had told her that by the time the typhoon had passed, she would have ended everything. Jessica accuses Maria of being the culprit's accomplice. Natsuhi scolds Maria in a firm but calm tone, which seems to be more effective than Rosa's violent scolding. Well, yeah, anything's more effective than hitting your kid.
Right.
Battler suggests that the culprit may have stolen a master key from one of the servants' corpses. Genji tells them that there is one place that the master keys cannot unlock, which is Kinzo's study. Only 2 keys can unlock that room, one normally held by Genji and the other retrieved from Kinzo's corpse. Battler figures the culprit would have to show them whatever trick they used to lure Kinzo out in order to attempt an attack on them, proving that they are not a witch. Genji tells them that Kinzo's study has sufficient space and amenities to comfortably fit 8 people, and they decide to hide themselves in there. Battler then recalls the Go ahead.
Very important note is that they mentioned that the key itself is made of gold. Like it's specifically mentioned that it's a golden key. As of course.
No kagi. Battler then recalls a conversation with Kirie, who had explained that the chessboard thinking is weak against noise, such as mistakes, fickleness, or imperfect knowledge. If one failed to understand their opponent, predictions using chessboard thinking would likewise fail. Fearing poisoning, the survivors gather canned food and bring it to Kinzo's study. It's the first subsection. Do you have any comments about that yet?
Just that here's where they bring up that, like, the entire time you've been reading this chapter, you were introduced to chessboard thinking, and now here you're basically being told, yeah, that's not going to work.
Oh, and we didn't go too far into it, and it's not a super complicated explanation, but
just think of things from like the other perspective.
Oh no, I mean earlier. So we mentioned Devil's Proofs.
Oh yeah.
So Battler is essentially, like, as he's trying to figure things out, he's adding more. If you want to think of them as like tools, he's adding these tools to his logic toolbox.
Yeah.
So one of them being chessboard thinking, and the other one being Devil's Proof. And the explanation for Devil's Proof is really simple. It's basically just if you want me to think that a demon is real, show me one.
Yeah.
And that's it. And the fact of the matter is that you can't, at least, like, with the way we understand our world anyway. Because you can't, it doesn't mean that they don't exist. It just means that we as humans can't
see them.
Can't show it. Yeah, can't show it to you. So just because, or at least in like another way that they show this too, is that it's impossible to prove that something didn't. It's a double negative, but it's like you can't prove that the cat, like, if you have a cat, right? You can't prove that it peed on the carpet just because it didn't pee in the litter box. Yeah, like if you saw like if you somehow had like a chip or something in your cat, right, and it's like texting your phone, oh, they peed, and you're like, oh, they're not in the litter box, so they had to pee on the carpet. Like, that's not true necessarily.
Yeah, an easier probably one would just be like looking at air.
Yeah,
like air exists, you're breathing it in, but you can't see it in most normal circumstances. If there's like a typhoon, you can see very strong gusts of wind, but they've got like water particles and stuff on them, but the air is still there. That's an example I would use. It's the same thing with, like, in this case, they're like, well, Beatrice is real, but you just can't see her. Like, she's there, you just can't see her, just like air.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. If it's impossible to show, that means it's impossible to disprove. Just because, like,
right?
Yeah, it's a little more complicated, I think, than yeah, exactly. But it's one of those things where, like, that is probably going to come up a lot. Like I said, Battler is building his logic toolbox. There's actually one scene where he gets another quote-unquote tool, and that tool gets explained for like 2 hours straight, and then they just never talk about it again. So you can look forward to that. I won't spoil that for you. But,
no, it's just another red herring. Oh no, Ryukishi, how dare you?
Well, it's not even another red herring. It's kind of like it gets so deeply
he forgets about
into his thinking that it's like he's not talking about the concept specifically. It's just a part of the discussion.
It's second nature now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. So that's the first subsection. Next subsection, Battler, this is in the corridor and in Kinzo's study. Battler remarks at the incredible stench from the study. Maria notices that the doorknob is engraved with the fifth magic circle of Mars. a design identical to the one on her scorpion charms. Natsuhi mentions putting it on her doorknob, and Maria tells her that it protected her from Beatrice. Once again, like, Ryuki, she's like, hey, Natsuhi should probably be dead right now.
Yeah.
So she was protected from Beatrice. Natsuhi realizes that while the scratches had been on her outer doorknob, her charm had been hanging from the inner side. The group enters the study, and the door automatically locks behind them. They check for hidden entrances, excuse me, but fail to find any. The study is divided into 4 sections, which are a bedroom, a study, a bathroom, and a kitchen. It also contains a smaller replica of the Beatrice portrait. Natsuhi opens the envelope from the guest room and finds a piece of paper inside with the single phrase, "Praise my name." Not my noble name, just praise my name.
Or ignoble.
Natsuhi reluctantly asks Genji if Beatrice was Kinzo's mistress, and Jessica follows up by noting that Kinzo's late wife had strongly suspected this. Oh, there's no hidden text. Nice. Okay, cool. Genji confirms that Kinzo loved Beatrice more than his wife, but says that she passed away before the mansion was completed. He tells them that Kinzo's grief was what led to his obsession with the occult, where he desperately searched for a way to revive her. Jessica realizes that the servants may have acted as if Beatrice existed as a way to soothe Kinzo's aching heart. George empathizes with Kinzo's feelings and says that he may have done the same for Shannon. Natsuhi has conflicting feelings regarding this, since it remains true that Kinzo cheated on his wife. George asks if the two had a child, but Genji denies hearing such a story. Jessica brings up the rumor that Kinzo financially supported the Fukuin House orphanage to obtain human sacrifices for his black magic. Battler then realizes the deaths had been following the contents of the epitaph all along, finally. Because, like, the replica, or the recap doesn't put this into perspective because we're kind of just blazing through the story. But it's a long time between when the murders start and when the people finally realize, hey, this is kind of like the epitaph.
Yeah, and I'll give my opinions on that in a little bit.
Right. Maria explains that Kinzo chose this day for the ceremony as the large number of people would reduce his own chances of becoming a sacrifice. They realize that 3 more deaths remain, along with the 9th twilight, which seems to imply that everyone would die. They consider the possibility that Kinzo is committing a forced group suicide. Natsuhi suggests that while Kinzo created the plan, someone else is carrying it out. Maria points out another one of Kinzo's envelopes on the table. Natsuhi, realizing that it was not the one she just read, points her gun at the servants and Maria, who had been close to the table when it occurred. Battler reads the letter, which warns them that Beatrice will win by default once time runs out. Tensions flare, and Natsuhi accuses each of the servants and Maria in turn. The 4 accused decide to leave the study. Genji returns his keys to Natsuhi, and she apologizes for suspecting him, promising to make amends after the police arrive. He tells her that everything he has done is simply in repayment of the master's favor to him. Battler tosses Maria his scorpion charm, revealing that he lied about having lost it. After the 4 leave, Battler realizes the envelope contains a second piece of paper, upon which an unknown magic circle is drawn. And that is the end of this chapter.
Yeah. And they kicked him out, and then he's like, fuck. We couldn't ask her what the hell the circle means.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I have a bit of a few thoughts specifically on this chapter. I did send you a screenshot of, like, what Maria says specifically when they encounter the 5th magic circle, but I'll just read it real quick. So they look at the doorknobs, and then they're like, what is this? And Maria's like, that's the 5th magic circle of Mars. Or the 5th magic circle of Mars is a strong ward against magic. Additionally, this magic circle was very diligently constructed and is full of power. Such a magic circle can be quite troublesome to beings of magic like Beatrice. In other words, if she were to somehow try to get into that room, it'd be very difficult. That's what she's implying. She's like, it's not easy for someone like Beatrice to get into this fucking room. And earlier on in the chapter, and I mentioned it a while back, she mocks Battler for thinking that the scorpion charm that she gave him could protect him from Beatrice. Because it's just a weak charm. So, like, here we have a huge contrast between an actual like doorknob, probably made of literal solid gold, with an actual like sigil carved onto it, as opposed to just a candy, or not a candy, a toy bracelet that she gave them. So that's very important to think of when remembering that you know, Natsuhi's still alive. But besides that, the main thing that pissed me off while reading this is that fucking epiphany that he had. He's like, oh wait, it's just like the epitaph. And I was like, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking for realsies right now? No fucking way you just like it genuinely upset me that they had not thought about this. I get why it could have crossed their, it would have, you know, not crossed their minds, but it genuinely, like, upset me that this fucking happened. Because I was like, you can't be this fucking dumb.
But yet?
yeah, they're all fucking dumb. It literally wasn't until this point that they're like, wait a minute, 6 people? On the first Twilight, 6 chosen by the key. Like Zoe Scoob, it's all starting to make sense. And it's like, come on, dude. like, come the fuck on. Like, it was genuinely upsetting me that none of them put this together. Immediately. Like, they've been told the entire time, they've been taunted by Beatrice through letters. Like, hey, by the way, figure my riddle or I'm gonna kill you all, by the way. Have fun. And then they don't solve it after the first Twilight. She's like, BT dubs, I'm still coming. If you don't solve this shit, I win by default. And then it isn't until like 2 minutes to midnight that they're like, oh, it all makes sense. Like, are you
we should have been paying closer attention.
Why didn't we try to solve the fucking riddle? Like, come on.
And there's also the fact that, like, you know, unless one of the people that that is around or like has died, unless they're specifically trying to, like, quote unquote poison the well, they like, the more people that die, the harder it's going to be to solve the epitaph, because like they have less brain power to work with.
Yeah.
And they're not only that, but they're getting more stressed and getting fatigued, and yeah, just overall, not like, it's with every death they are getting farther and farther away from solving it, and like Beatrice, I feel like, is going to win by default because these people are too stupid to solve it on their own.
Well, they were too stupid to even figure out that they were playing the game.
Right. Exactly.
It's fucking upsetting. It pissed me off so much. I was like, these guys are way too fucking stupid to be here. What the fuck? Even Keiichi tried to solve the fucking mystery in the first novel. He tried his damnedest.
The other explanation could be, maybe they're not stupid. Maybe they're trying to hide the fact that it's the epitaph. Maybe they have their own reasons for hiding that information from one another. Like, some of them, sure, might be too stupid to realize it, but the people that are smart enough to realize it might also be involved.
Yeah, like, I get why they would want to, because again, whoever solves it gets the gold, but
right, if
you don't solve it, you're dead.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they might be too smart to consider it. Exactly. I guess that's another way to look at it.
Yeah, that's the cool thing, is that you learn about chessboard. Battler learns about chessboard thinking, but because you do as well, it actually makes you. It fixes an issue that I feel like a lot of people who are just getting into Higurashi don't, like, they never overcome, and that's the idea of, like, and like I tried to make it a point in our discussions, but like, when you're theorizing, a lot of people get overwhelmed by, like, you know, not knowing what's going on and things like that. But if you try to look at things from different angles, the thing is, you can just make a wild, random like assertion, and then follow that assertion to its conclusion from the perspective that you're currently at. And then once you start looking from other perspectives, either things are going to start lining up, or they're going to be like, oh wait, no, that couldn't work because we're looking over here now.
Yeah.
And so because it's front loaded with that explanation in Umineko, I feel like you're given more tools to start thinking about the mystery, and like not just like the mystery, because there's not one. There are obviously several things that we need to figure out. But yeah, no, it definitely like it starts. He starts easing you into the idea of thinking for yourself and trying to understand different perspectives on things, which is neat.
Right. And like I never used chessboard thinking like throughout the playthrough, because I mean I've got other like ways of like using logic that already incorporate chessboard thinking into it, but it's like other shit as well at the same time. But yeah, if you apply chessboard thinking to Higurashi, like we even did that, like I think it was like around chapter 2. You were like, all right, so who do you think is doing it? And I was like, well, my culprits are these. And you're like, okay, why? And I was like, well, like for example, if it was the Sonozakis, it could be because of this. But then if you really think about it, like for a while, if you follow that train of thought, if you're like, okay, so say Mion is the Mion family is the one behind all the murders. What do they get from it? Okay, and then if they get this, why would they do that? And if they do that, what would happen then? And if you start thinking about it, that little argument or that that train of thought kind of doesn't go anywhere. You're like, all right, well, looks like it's probably not them. So what is it? Is it Erika that's doing it? Okay, if it is Erika, what would happen? And then you keep going down that line until you go through all the characters, and then you'll find some that you're like, well, we don't know enough about these characters to know if whether or not they did it. Maybe they're involved for all we know. Yeah, multi-board game thinking. It's 5D chess.
Yeah, we're playing Go out here. In this chapter, we got 4 new tracks. That would be a different rendition of World End, which Grief and Madness is the description for that use case. Which, I mean, yeah. We get Play, which is when the Epitaph, the Epitaph sacrifices, when they're talking about them anyway. System 0, which is when the third envelope shows up and Natsuki points her gun at everyone. This is the one with the Star Trek quote, and just to mention it right here is, the quote is, "Believing oneself to be perfect is often the sign of a delusional mind."
Did I fucking cover that? I think I did. Because I talked to you about this. When setting it up, it said something like, hey, keep this line or not, and I think I did keep it.
Yes. Yeah.
So maybe I did read it. I just didn't recognize it. Because again, I'm not a Trekkie, I'm not a fucking geek.
Yeah, I'm not into Star Trek either, but I think that like the usage of that sample in particular is something to just think about.
Wait, again, in the song, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, then yes. Yeah. Fuck, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, because I was like, what the fuck is this trying to say? They're sampling something.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus, so fucking lame. But yeah, I remember now.
But yeah, no, it's something that like, just, I mean, like, even in Higurashi, like, obviously, it was a very, like, hands-on creation from Ryukishi, but here in Umineko specifically, everything that's shown or told or conveyed to you in any way that this medium allows is being conveyed to you for a reason. So yeah, just something to keep in the back of your pocket.
Yeah, the song itself still kind of threw me off. It reminded me of like the end of Tomitake Princess, where it just throws like this fucking techno track at you. And it's just like, here you have this like EDM track after you've had like, for the most part, just classical pieces or tense pieces or string pieces. And then you just have this, you know, like fucking trance music. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it does kind of, I mean, like, you've heard Golden Slaughter already at this point. So it's like, it's not too far-fetched, but it does kind of it makes you realize that like Umineko is not going to be all like classical instruments and classical pieces for the whole deal, or Baroque pieces. Because like it's up to Golden Slaughterer, it's basically all either classical or like I said, Baroque inspired with the harpsichord and whatnot. And then you get these like random like, and I don't want to talk too much about the soundtrack after episode 1 because obviously you'll hear it for yourself. But like the music in Umineko is just insane. It is such a trip compared to Higurashi.
Well, yeah. Have we even have we mentioned the fucking Halloween music yet?
Yeah, that's Fishy Aroma and Golden Slaughter. And,
yeah, those. Yeah. Like those tracks are very weird. But like what threw me off specifically is that here we have an actual EDM song that's sampling something. And I was like, whatever the fuck they're saying is incredibly important. And I don't know what the fuck they're saying.
Yeah, that was the quote. It's believing oneself to be perfect is often the sign of a delusional mind.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just commentary on Beatrice, who thinks she can get away with this and she's gonna lose to Balor. So we all know that's what's happening. But like to spoil it for everyone listening, because I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Whoever is claiming to be Beatrice, right? Like the entity known as Beatrice, thinking themselves to be perfect. Because quote unquote, like that's the witch's power or whatever. We'll get more into that later. But it's still it was such a weird track to again go from like the weird Baroque inspired music to like the Halloween music, like Disgaea soundtrack shit, to then this. It just threw me off.
Yeah.
But anyway.
But the next chapter is titled The Golden Witch. We start out in Kinzo's study. The atmosphere is quiet and tense, and Natsuhi is still on guard. Battler had heard from George that Jessica liked Kanon. Jessica regrets being so harsh on Maria, since sending her out put her in danger. Natsuhi takes responsibility for the situation, having chased out the others to protect her own daughter. They discuss the fact that Maria's father had abandoned Rosa, and suggest that Rosa may have seen Maria as an obstacle to her remarriage. Rosa's emotional rejection of Maria may have caused her to bury herself in her occult hobby, filled with wondrous ideas of witches and magic. Battler then realizes that it made no sense for any of them to implicate themselves by placing the letter on the desk. Though most of Kinzo's books were not in Japanese, Battler finally finds the magic circle in one of them. He identifies it as the third magic circle of Mars, which had the meaning of discord. The phone rings despite being supposedly broken down, and Natsuhi hears a faint singing voice on the other end of the line.
It's her Discord
outside
kitten.
In the corridor. Huh?
It's her Discord kitten on the line.
No.
Bum, bum, bum.
They did not have Discord in 1986.
Oh, they definitely had Discord right now.
I mean, yeah.
They're sewing it.
Out in the corridor, the four of them run out of the study to look for the servants and Maria. Along the way, George brings up the fact that stabbing the stakes into a skull would require a large amount of force, and suggests that the culprit may have some sort of weapon that could shoot them. They find that the noise is originating from the parlor, which is locked. They arm themselves and force the door open. In the parlor, it is stained with blood, and Genji, Nanjo, and Kumasawa all lie there with their faces destroyed, and with stakes stabbed into their stomach, knee, and calf, respectively. Maria stood in the corner, facing the wall and humming a tune. She claims that Beatrice had entered the parlor despite the lock, and realized that she could not target Maria due to the charm. Beatrice had told her to face the wall and sing a song while she killed the other three, so that Maria would not witness the scene. They realize that Natsuhi is missing, and Maria tells them that she left the room reading a letter. The door, however, does not budge. In the entrance hall, Natsuhi stands alone, challenging Beatrice as representative of the Ushinomiya family. Golden butterflies gather, and Natsuhi squeezes the trigger. The cousins break through the door. They find Natsuhi on the floor with a bullet wound through her forehead, and are dumbfounded at the idea that she may have shot herself. Maria recites the ninth twilight and declares that the journey has ended. She runs up to the portrait of Beatrice. Battler takes aim, and the clock strikes midnight. That is the end of the chapter. And before we get to your thoughts, the one question the one question that really stands out to me here, as far as like theorizing, is we've read every letter from Beatrice, at least every letter that we know of so far. This fourth letter is the only time that a letter from Beatrice is like mentioned, or like a letter is mentioned. We don't know if it's from Beatrice or not, right? But it's
The
kind
one
of
in the
implied.
study?
No. That was the third one. This is the fourth one.
Oh, right.
Because Natsuhi like stormed out of the parlor reading
that one.
a letter. And this is the first time that a mysterious letter has shown up and we're not shown the contents. So I want to hear what your thoughts are on this letter in particular.
Gotcha. Well, before we do continue, the art that I do have on screen right now is of like what happened.
Scooby-Doo?
Yeah, the Scooby-Doo scene, which is really fucking funny. But if you are interested, the art is by Sky Shoes Y on Twitter. So I'll post it here on the chats from both Twitch and Kick. But there it is. It's just really fucking funny. It's very well done. Like I remember seeing this before I got to this part of the chapter, and I thought, oh, okay, well, I mean, it's just a depiction of like the characters going through the mansion. I'm pretty sure this is just like, you know, them being normal. Like it's just something that happens at some point. This really isn't much of a spoiler to begin with, anyways. When I posted it in the group chat and you're like, don't question why Mario was there, I was like, why? I'm not. But now that you fucking brought it up, now I have to fucking question it. And then it's because she wasn't in the fucking room with these characters. So yeah, that was a bit of a spoiler. Yeah, we need an Among Us collab with Umineko. Dude, if they genuinely did that, that would probably sell like hotcakes in Japan.
I would actually play Among Us for the first time in
yeah. Yeah. we'd get a book club session going. And it'd be like who's Beatrice instead of an imposter.
See, Battler wants to call an emergency meeting instead of doing his tasks.
Yeah.
That's
Alright, so your question was, what do I think the letter had?
Yeah, what do you think was written in the letter that would make Natsuhi abandon her daughter? Because like that's the thing, she's everything she's done is to keep Jessica safe, and like she's kept Battler and George safe basically only out of obligation, because like they haven't done anything suspicious, and like she still sees them as kind of like her responsibility now that the other parents are dead.
Yeah, actually,
she only kicked out because she was being creepy. But she like very clearly has been close to them, so something in this letter made her go, oh crap, and then like run away.
I never really thought about it, because this all kind of just went blazing fast. Because after this, we did the tea ceremonies and shit, the tea parties. What could she have been told? She wouldn't have been threatened directly. Like the letter did not say something like, I'm gonna kill Jessica, boo, right? None of that shit.
Yeah, because then she would have stayed there. She would have not let Jessica leave her sight.
Yeah, it wasn't something like,
And if you don't have an answer, that's fine. Just it's another thing for the dozen or so you have in your back.
My guess would have probably been something along the lines of like a challenge. Because they specifically mention a duel. Like, I believe we hear Beatrice's voice specifically saying something along the lines of, I will respect you as a representative of the Yoshinomiya family, and allow you the honor of dueling me. Something along those lines. So it might have been it might have been some duel for maybe like the location of where the gold is or some shit. Maybe. For now, that's what I'll go with.
All right. And then any other? I mean, there's a lot to unpack here, but any other immediate thoughts you have for this subchapter?
Man, like a lot of shit happened, especially once we get into, because like we get to this, Jessica starts crying, and then they go through like the typical like 07th expansion like credits, but they just have a huge, like, just little roll of text of what happened and so on and so forth, which we'll cover in a bit. But before that, I don't know. It's a very weird scene. Like, again, they're all in the room. They're like, ah, fuck. We were played. She can't get to us in this room. So by sowing discord, we kick people out of the server, and then I can get to them. So that's what happened. And she just needed 3 more sacrifices to be revived. But the thing is,
Okay.
didn't they describe the dead corpses in the parlor or whatever as, like, having exploded or something?
Let me go back a bit. Their faces were destroyed and stakes were stabbed into their stomach, knee, and calf.
Okay, then no. That comes later.
Yeah.
With what happens to Jessica and the others, because it's fucking, like, it gets really gory and weird. Well, regarding this, if you were to go with the theory that Beatrice is real, it could be that she just deflected the bullet with magic, right? Went back through, and it went right through her forehead. Or, if you go with the theory that it isn't Beatrice, then someone shot Natsuhi in the head. One thing that was established earlier on is that Kinzo has guns, which is rare in Japan. It's very rare in Japan, especially in this era. Usually only the police rarely have guns. The only other people that would have guns are like the JDF, right? Like they would have, they would have guns, but that's about it. Anyone else that has a gun, quote unquote, is usually like a model or an airsoft gun. So it's rare that Kinzo has one. But in this case specifically, if you want to go with the route that there is no Beatrice, that there is another person, then someone shot Natsuhi in the head.
Okay.
I mean, if you're rich, I don't think you need a hunting license for your island. If you own the island, I don't think you need a license for it.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's so secluded and so far away from any semblance of society that, like, nobody's really gonna come knocking on his door seeing if he has guns, right? Like, they're not gonna care. And even if they did, he'd be like, okay, here's $10 million, go away forever, please.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for all we know, he got the guns from the Chinese, or from someone else, just literally any other neighboring country that has guns. He just had them delivered to. He ordered them on the black web. You know, he on fucking Silk Road, along with all his other, like, crazy fucking like ingredients. One of them being like cocaine. But yeah, if you want to go with the route of, like, there is no witch, then yeah, she definitely got shot in the head.
So I can think of. I want to hear your thoughts on this. I can think of at least 2 different explanations for someone shooting Natsuhi in the head. But as far as we know, everyone is either dead in the parlor or Natsuhi. And because of that, they're like...
Who's left?
How do you think someone would have shot her in the head if everyone is accounted for?
I'll elaborate more on the final theories, or when I go into my theories for this chapter. But let's just say I think there's more than 19 people on the island.
More than 19?
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's just say that someone was standing in front of Natsuhi, and then someone was standing further back.
Alright. Well then, for this chapter, we only get one new song, which is Dead Angle. It's when Battler challenges... Battler and Natsuhi challenge the witch, respectively. This is the track that sounds like it came straight out of like a Silent Hill game. It's got the, like, crunchy drums and the like the low-key synth in the background and everything. Creepy melody.
Do note, in the characters appearing section, it doesn't say Beatrice.
Hmm.
Mm.
I mean, this is mainly for sprites.
That's definite proof that Beatrice isn't real. It's only Natsuhi, George, Jessica, Battler, Maria. That's it. No one else. No Beatrice.
After Battler cries out in his challenge to Beatrice, we enter the epilogue, which is titled "Notebook Fragment in a Wine Bottle." During the end roll,
very gory.
after the storm, yeah, oh yeah. After the storm passed, the police performed an investigation on the island. They found an unbelievably gruesome scene with countless unidentifiable body parts. Only Maria's jaw could be identified by dental records. Many years later, a sealed wine bottle containing a notebook fragment was found by a fisherman, and written on it was this tale. The incident became well known as the Rokenjima mass murders, the 18 killings of Rokenjima, or the witch legend serial murders. The wine bottle tale did not describe the truth of the incident, and many interpretations arose of it. It was signed Ushiromiya Maria. The scene closes with the final note of the wine bottle. It states that by the time they found this, she would most likely be dead, though there may or may not be a corpse. She pleads for them to find the truth. Through to this day, the truth has not been brought to light. The witch's game record is shown, listing the fates of each of the 18 people, as well as the choices of the Golden Land's treasures that the survivors made. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. One thing to note: they don't use the specific wording in this recap, but the wording that Maria uses in the note is word for word what Keiichi put.
Yes.
At the very end of Onikakashi, where he's like, "Please, I'm begging you, if you're reading this, find the truth." Which is just awesome. I love that.
I didn't.
So much. You didn't?
No, I found that to be incredibly fucking stupid.
Really?
Yeah, I did. Because again, you have like, I get the reference, but this part, it just made no sense. Where you have this entire event, the entire story of Umineko, and the entire time Maria is saying how Beatrice is real. All of you who are denying it are going to be punished, and blah blah blah, how she's going to be fine, and so on and so forth, right? So Maria is on Beatrice's side. She's standing next to her, holding onto her dress in the final scene. And after all of this, she somehow starts writing some long ass like message as she's dying, as she's like about to like be turned into viscera. And she says, "By the time you have read this, I will probably be dead. Although there may or may not be a corpse, you who have read this, please find out the truth. That is my only wish." What do you mean? What do you mean, you who have read this, please find out the truth? What truth? You know that it's Beatrice. You yourself know that it's Beatrice, because that's what you've been fucking believing this whole time. Like, why would she write this? We know.
So do you think...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, do you think that she was lying during the events of October 4th through 6th, or do you think that somebody other than Maria has written this letter?
Yeah, I don't think she wrote it.
Okay.
Because otherwise, why the fuck would she write, like, please find out the truth? So it's like, it was just kind of weird, like, having this pan out, which will kind of tie into, like, my theories in a little bit. But yeah, like reading that, I was like, okay, cool, I get it. It's a Higurashi reference, but this is fucking dumb. Like, why would she write this?
I assume it's probably going to come up in your theories, but of the people that were left alive, that at least that we know of, between the time that Natsuhi is dead, so basically the three people, George, Jessica, Battler,
yeah, the kids.
The kids, between the time that Natsuhi dies and when they get turned into viscera, of those, I guess the four of them technically, because Maria is also alive. But if we're on the theory of she's not the one who wrote it, then it just leaves those three. Of those three, Um, do you think any of them have a reason to impersonate Maria and write a letter like that? And if they do, what do you think they're trying to gain by impersonating Maria with the letter?
No, they didn't write it. None of them did. They were all too busy dying.
So you think it was someone else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
Well,
definitely none of the kids. Even looking at it from a perspective, like who would do it and what would they have to gain, none of them would. It wouldn't be Battler. Like he'd be too busy like cursing Beatrice's name as he's being turned into like mincemeat. George would be probably shitting himself, and Jessica would be crying because her mom is dead.
Fair enough. What we can do then is, because we have some juicy theories to chew through. We'll get through the Tea Party. I think we could do the Tea Party, and obviously we'll want to talk about that a little bit. But we'll do Tea Party and then Witch's Tea Party. Which I don't know if I ever messaged this to you. So on the menu, it's just 4 question marks.
Yeah.
But for the sake of like talking about it out loud, people just call it the Witch's Tea Party.
Yeah. I believe that's what they refer to it as, that basically.
Mm-hmm.
A tea party for those not of the like human realm or some shit.
Yeah. The only track for the epilogue that was introduced is "Bring the Fate," and it plays for the entirety of that whole scene. Good track, not as good as Dead Angle in my opinion, but also all the tracks in Umineko are like really well made, even if they're not like to my taste specifically. In some cases, like they're all really well made.
Yeah, they fit pretty well overall.
Yeah. So we've got the Tea Party, which in Higurashi, this would be like the equivalent of the cast review.
Yeah.
Where you, and this is the great thing about Ryukishi's red herrings, is that
he addresses them.
No, in Higurashi, you get the cast review, and then when Mayakashi comes around, you're expecting a cast review, and then when you get the staff room, you're surprised because it's like, oh, this is different, this is cool. And here it's like, okay, it's George, Jessica, and Battler in a room together. So this is going to be like a cast review, and it's going to be like Higurashi did it, where like the first half is cast reviews and the second half is staff rooms, and then it's not at all that.
No. Well, I mean, it even starts off differently. Like with it starting off, sorry, like it like the second you click it, it just tells you like purgatory.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
like,
it's
okay.
Purgatorio. The cousins Shannon and Konon enjoy tea in Purgatorio and congratulate the reader for completing the story. They wonder if that was a bad ending, the result of failing to solve the epitaph. Konon brings up the end roll, and George remembers feeling like his body had been eaten apart and dismembered. Shannon says that Konon's death was a big clue since it made the existence of a 19th person clear. They begin to accept the witch's existence, noting that Maria was likely kept alive till the end because of Beatrice's favor. Jessica wonders why the servants who served her were still killed, and Konon remarks that she likely had her reasons. They decide to try solving the epitaph. Battler is uneasy at their acceptance of the witch, believing that such things cannot exist. The others counter that none of the crimes were possible for a human, and question him as to their methods. Battler suggests that the storehouse tools had been used to destroy the faces. He says that Kinzo may have used a trick to fool the receipt, or that he may have jumped out of the window. Excuse me, sorry. With Natsuhi closing it afterwards. He cannot come up with a trick for the guest room murder. Battler chides the others for having stopped thinking.
Yeah.
Regarding Konon's death, Battler wonders if Kumasawa had lied, or if the culprit had used Kinzo's body to lure Konon into activating a trap. He fails to describe the details of such a trap. Battler starts suggesting that Konon had been play acting, and then that everyone else had been play acting too. He considers that the culprit may have played dead, with Nanjo assisting as an accomplice, though he cannot explain why Nanjo would die afterwards. Shannon brings up the padlock regarding the storehouse, which Natsuhi had held the key to. Battler wonders if Nanjo had made a mistake with an autopsy. Everyone else thinks he is being ridiculous, and Maria calls him out for refusing to believe yet, having no real explanation. She tells him that if one person doesn't believe, the miracle cannot occur. Beatrice then arrives, finally. She notes that Battler had been born with a strong magic resistance, and finds his stubborn refusal to accept her charming. Battler still refuses to believe in her, and Beatrice thinks that it would be delightful to make him submit to her.
Yeah, she gets freaky there.
Yeah.
She specifically...
lick my toes.
Yeah, and I was like, what the fuck? You fucking... you disgusting freak.
She's freakatrice.
Shut up.
Beatrice then transports Battler to the corridor of the mansion guest room. Battler brings up his stake shooting device theory, but Beatrice points out the positions of the corpses. She summons her stakes of Purgatory, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus, which fly through the crack of the door and pierce the victims' foreheads. The two of them then return to Purgatorio to find the others in great pain. They beg Battler to accept the witch, but he refuses to. Half of Shannon's face gets blown off, and the cousins gradually turn into unrecognizable chunks of flesh. Battler declares that he will never forgive Beatrice, and she challenges him to explain all her mysteries with human tricks, to which we get the actual staff roll.
Yeah. You get a lot of really good hints.
Oh yeah, 100%. Especially and just Beatrice showing up finally and hearing her voice and getting to see her sprite and everything in person. Oh, she's a delight. She's a treat.
We got to hear her voice twice before, I believe, in the main story. But actually seeing her and having her actually talk to the cast was pretty cool. Instead of doing it indirectly through letters.
And that's one of the things I really love about episode 1 is, like, in Higurashi, they don't really waste any time like getting you into the mystery and like showing you all these crazy things that are happening in Hinamizawa. Like, you get it as early as like halfway through, where you're at the trash heap and Ren is like, I don't know what you're talking about. Creepy eyes.
Yeah, you get it once the Watanagashi gets mentioned.
Right.
Which happens
here,
at the very middle, yeah.
Yep. Here you get like you're not having the witch shoved in your face in the main story. It's like you get to see basically the entire thing just from the human's perspective. And there's no interference from any kind of supernatural entity, like aside from just what the characters are telling themselves. Like Madi is saying that Beatrice is real and all that jazz. So it's really interesting that they saved the reveal of her sprite for the very end of like not even the story, but like in the epilogue, like the tea party.
Right. Because every other time that she was mentioned, or it would be like, oh, she is, she exists, or she's here. I would say Beatrice is here, and it would always be implied that she's in like what is it? Kinzo's like, Beatrice, I bet you're in the corner of this room mocking me right now. You're laughing as I can't see you, but you're mocking my misery, some shit like that. Or when Battler's in the kitchen and they're all staring at the space right behind him, and he can't feel anything. He's like, why are you all looking back there? And then he slowly turns around, and there's nothing there. So they do a really good job at like building up tension whenever Beatrice is involved, and then here you finally get to see it.
Yep. And it's such a good payoff for having read through that entire chapter too. Like the family's like interpersonal relationships and the drama, like it's not going to be for everyone. I'm glad you really enjoyed it. A lot of people do come out of episode 1 thinking that it was the driest chapter, and like thinking about the other, like knowing what I know about the other chapters or other episodes, yeah, absolutely, I could totally see that as being true. Just because like you don't get any of like the well, I can't say you don't get any of it, but there's like a lot of the Umineko special sauce that's missing from episode 1. But that's also, again, everything that's shown to you is shown to you for a reason. So it's kind of it's cool that she gets saved for the very end there.
Yeah, I think if you are going to be reading Umineko, you really should just enjoy the ride for chapter 1. I probably
Yep.
enjoyed it a lot less because I kept thinking about everything. Because I would bring it up. I kept bringing it up over and over again. I'd be like, oh man, the story's flowing really nicely. It's a good thing Ryukishi's doing this specifically to distract us from what just happened. But I'm not gonna do that. But again, his writing is so smooth, and like with the way the events play out, it's so well done that you forget about all these things unless you're willingly making a conscious decision to like keep this info in the back of your head. Because I mentioned that like 7 or 8 times, like no joke, throughout the playthrough. Like at least once a chapter, I was like, yeah, like he just mentioned all this, so keep it in the back of your head because he's trying to distract you with what's going on right now. But if you were just reading it, like, you know, like blissfully ignorant, and you're just enjoying it, you're like, oh man, this story is pretty fucking good. Like once I get past the like familial tension, it just starts like amping up. It starts getting really, really good.
And even Battler reiterates that too, where he's like, all the cousins are just like, oh yeah, it totally makes sense for Beatrice to exist. And he's like, when did you guys stop thinking? Like you're going along for the ride. And he would probably tell you that you're doing the right thing by overanalyzing every single sentence as you go.
Right.
It seems like right at the very end here in the tea party, it's like that's kind of what Ryukishi is wanting to convey to you. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
Don't stop thinking. Like keep reading, but don't stop thinking.
Right. Because like the way the tea party starts off is they're all like, oh man, can you believe that Beatrice was doing all this shit? Yeah, I can't believe that Beatrice was one behind all of it. And then Battler, like literally like 30 minutes afterwards, after they're all they talk for like 30 minutes about this shit. And then Battler's like, what the fuck is wrong with all of you? She didn't do any of that. Can't you see a human did it? And then that's when just shit starts to fall apart.
Yep. In this one, we do get quite a few new pieces, despite it being just like a well, I say just an epilogue, but they're obviously a little bit more important than the ones in Higurashi. But we get quite a few tracks here. First one is one of the first classical pieces, which is String Quartet No. 1 in G major, which is when Purgatorio was introduced, and they're all just kind of having a good time, sipping tea, talking about what happened. You know, we're still in cast review territory. Nothing's going wrong here. Then when Beatrice finally shows up, we get organ short number 600 million in C minor, which is such an iconic track. This is the one that, I mean, it uses an organ clearly, but it's very Umineko. It's like emblematic of like kind of the sound of Umineko, which is so cool. And then finally, metaphorically, the gauntlet is thrown. So this is when Battler is challenging Beatrice, and this track is called Prison Strip. And strip is all caps for some reason, so I don't know if it's an acronym or what that means.
I'm trying to look at the actual kanji for a sec.
It's just prison. I forget the pronunciation.
Hoshikoku. Years prison. No, that's not it. That's incorrect. It's not Toshi. Prison's Goku, but it's got something else before, and I can't make out that kanji.
It's Ro, R-O-U. So it's Rogoku. And it literally means just prison, jail, or like the old English jail, like G-A-O-L.
Oh, Gaol. Like that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yep.
Unless they mean strip like a comic, like a string of events, like what happens in the prison.
And of course, the only bolded character in this section is Beatrice.
Yeah, see, now she's real. She's real. Never mind, she's actually real. She shows up. She's been confirmed in the character appearance under the wiki, so she's real.
And then last section before we get into theory time, and this is a big one. We had mentioned it a little bit before. The guy who was I was following along for book club was fully convinced he could get away with talking about Umineko without talking about Higurashi spoilers, and this was the one scene that was like,
He's
yep,
like,
never
ah,
mind.
fuck.
Um,
Well, never mind. Like
So-
I mentioned at the very beginning before we go into this that I knew that this character existed due to just my prior experience with Umineko, that being like very minimal, which I'll bring up again when we go into my final theories. But that's like the moment that I read that we finished Higurashi, I was like, okay, so this character is more than likely going to show up in Umineko. There's no way like getting around it. Yeah, when I don't take my meds, she's real. She's there next to me.
In a fantastical smoking room, which that's how the recap describes it. It looks like a place where people would sit and drink tea or smoke or whatever, but it's got the same kind of like purpley background that Purgatorio did.
I was about to say, like, to me it looked like Purgatory.
Yeah. You'll notice that a lot of the like fantastical backgrounds all have like a purple hue to them.
It's associated with royalty. It's associated with magic.
Yeah, there could be a number of reasons for it, but just that's one easy way to distinguish when it's like outside of like not Rokujima, basically. Yeah.
You think it'd be gold or something, of all things.
You would think. Think.
Instead, it's just plum tea flavored.
In a fantastical smoking room, the witch Berncastel converses with Beatrice. Beatrice, the Endless Witch, has the power to kill and revive an individual endlessly, while Berncastel, Witch of Miracles, has the power to cause success without fail, so long as the probability of the event is not zero. They also mention the witch Lambda Delta, who has the power to bring the odds of failure down to almost zero, and who Berncastel dethroned as strongest witch. Berncastel says that she came to this fragment out of boredom. She understands Lambda Delta, but cannot understand Beatrice. She uses the analogy of dice, remarking that Beatrice seems to be satisfied no matter the outcome of the roll. Berncastel notes that she has a poor compatibility against Beatrice, but that Lambda Delta might have good compatibility against her. After Beatrice leaves, Berncastel appears to address you, the reader. She says that Beatrice is not necessarily an individual woman, but is a personification of the rules of this world. She tells you to learn the rules of the game by observing the movement of the pieces. Once this is done, Beatrice's heart will be exposed for you to crush as you please. Berncastel mentions that when she had a human body, she took 100 years to figure this out. She feels empathy for you, but says that she will not help you. She intends to enjoy this endless tale until she grows bored of it, and her support of you is just a means to prolong this enjoyment. She tells you not to bore her. And then finally we get the translator's credits.
Yeah. She specifically mentions that she's rooting for you like the way a person roots for someone on TV that they're watching.
There's a lot to unpack here. So first of all,
I almost scrolled down to the trivia and I immediately went back up. I'm like, no, that's it.
Yep. The interesting thing about the Witch's Tea Party here is in the original version, the Comiket version of Umineko, this was not even like an unlockable, like not in the sense of like how it is in every other version. It was actually very well hidden. In the tips section after you finish the game, you're given all of the character profiles and you're given the ability to essentially...
I was about to say, do you have to kill someone over and over again?
You can execute or resurrect someone on that list, and that changes their profile. So if you did want to go back and look at tips from older episodes,
it shows you like before they die and then after they die in the actual chapter.
And some of them you can even execute more than once. Like in Kinzo's case, he disappeared, which was his first like execution, and then when they found his charred body, he got a third profile. So you can do that twice.
But the way you unlock. Actually. All of you can probably hear this in the background, but I'll just quickly check.
While you're pulling that up.
Aha, I knew it. So because one thing I didn't check was, here, I'll show it off real quick. Because this is something that's a little bit relevant here, hold on. I'll do it like this. Because I forgot to do this until, like, right now. So here we have Umineko, right? And we've got the tip screen, like on screen. It's gonna be it's gonna look a little bit off because it's not a full screen, but just bear with it. So here we have Beatrice, right? The Golden Witch who's lived for 1,000 years, right? But here we have Kinzo. So if we execute him once, that's when he's missing, and then when he's when he dies, like when his body is like burnt, right? And then we can execute him again. Not really, but you can try to resurrect him, and you go back. And then we have Beatrice, the Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. She has surpassed the limits of humans, and, like demons, will sometimes appear in response to the summons made by humans to offer her power in exchange for a price. And as you can see, she also has the ring. She likes black tea and ice cream. She hates boredom and people who deny her existence. And, if you try to execute her, what a useless dream. To try and kill me, despite being a mere human. Fire your bullets, and they will merely reflect back towards you like light off a mirror. However, there does exist just one way to kill me. You hold that method in the palm of your hand, though I doubt one as mediocre as you could ever pull it off. And then she laughs at you. And if we try again, and we just keep going. But yeah, I completely forgot about that, so I was like, you know what, let's just show it off real quick. Anyway, back to...
I'll have you do one more thing here in a sec, so keep Umineko open.
Okay.
So...
in that case, I'll do this. Yeah, keep going.
In the original comic hit version of Umineko, episode 1, and it's only episode 1, they changed it in 2 onward. The Witch's Smoking Room was not unlocked automatically. You had to go into this menu and kill the characters in a chessboard pattern, starting with Kinzo. So it would be Kinzo, Natsuhi, and then Eva, George, and then Beatrice, Kyrie, and then it would normally be, yeah. So there would be. I think this is a little different because.
And then Rosa, and then Shannon, and then Golda.
Yeah.
Oh, and Maria.
Maria. Yep.
So like.
And if you did all of that, then it would take you to the Witch's Smoking Room. And nowhere in the game does it tell you this, nowhere in the manual, nowhere on the website. People actually had to look into the script code and then figure this out for themselves, which was insane.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy.
Especially for such an important piece of the story. What I was going to have you do, actually, while you have this open, is go back into the Witch's Smoking Room, because I don't know if you read it. Did you read Bern Costell's profile?
No, I don't think I did.
She gets a profile, and I think you can even attempt to execute her in the Witch's Smoking Room.
So through the tips, or specifically where?
The question mark button on the title screen.
Okay.
And then episode 1.
Because we did cover it. We did read it.
Yeah, but did you read Bern Costell's profile in the menu?
No, I don't think it appeared.
Yeah, you just right click when she shows up.
Oh, fucking hell. You're right. I didn't know you could execute her. But you know what? Let's check. So she should show up like right here. So there she is. So then we go to system. And now here's Beatrice, who we could execute or resurrect. Well, let's keep going. And maybe now she shows
you might
up.
have to get her name or something.
Nope. Okay. I'll just control through it. Okay, so probably by this point. There she is. So here is Bern Costello. She has a fucking cattail? That's so stupid. Of course she would. But
do you remember, before you read, sorry, do you remember Rika's analogies about cats in Higurashi?
Barely, because she constantly referenced cats.
Yeah. Just something to keep in the back pocket, like everything else.
So, Bern Costello, the Witch of Fragments who has lived 1,000 years. Huh? It is said that she lives in a world where the concepts of fate and possibilities can be visualized. She observes the fate of humans and sometimes interferes. In other words, sometimes she is you, and sometimes she is your only friend. Understand? She likes wine and spicy foods. She hates boredom and people who never learn. Well then, what happens if we, just execute her? Burn Kashto by constantly continuing to think, I will live forever. In other words, if I were to stop thinking, I could die at any time. However, once I start thinking again, I can also revive at any time. That's why I'm fickle and whimsical. I live as I please, die as I please, and revive as I please. Because it also executed Beatrice for some reason. You can't execute her twice. But if you do revive her, she's just back to normal. Crazy. Alright, well, title back.
Yes.
Sorry,
that's just I wanted you to see that. That's it.
No, that is pretty interesting. But anything else of note from this?
No, we covered the whole chapter. There's no new music tracks or anything. You've got all the descriptions, so I think it's theory time.
Okay. Before we do go through, do you know what this is? Like in front of us?
Yeah.
Like what
so
is this?
The
The
title
forest?
screen,
Is this a what the fuck is this?
You'll see.
Is it
you'll
like
learn
chapter
about
2?
it when you're older. Yeah, it's
Okay.
So every time you finish an episode, the title screen changes, and it usually shows the next episode. But in the case of like, if you were to finish episode 4 or 8, it just shows like the final title screen for that. It doesn't show anything in the future.
Okay. Yeah, because when you open the program for the first time, or when you start the game, before choosing chapter 1, it has one screen. The moment you start it shows you the mansion. Once you start chapter 1, it swaps to another screen. If you have nothing, no save data or anything. And then once you finish chapter 1, it swapped to this. So I still have no idea what the fuck it is. It looks like it's like the ocean from below. It could be the crashing waves, and that could be like a rock's edge or a rock cliff. I don't know. It's weird.
It's a little easier to tell because this is a 4x3 background. So it'd be easier to tell if you had like the full screen, but it's an aquarium.
Oh, okay. That was my other guess.
Yeah.
That was gonna be my other guess. I was like, it has to be like this has to be glass or something, and that has to be because it's water. No matter what, it's water. So, but yeah, I assume that we were gonna just learn about it more in chapter 2. All right, let's go back to this. Exit from Umineko.
So yeah, there are quite a few theories that we could cover, but I'm excited to hear what you think about the situation so far.
Yeah, I mean it's quite a lot to go into. Oh boy, let me just quickly get my notes, and we'll go from there. Okay. So let's go with my initial theory before we just go into. I have like a notepad here, and it's just like full of text. So I got this info from from the first VOD. Literally like the first few minutes of the VOD where I go into what I think is going to happen. So, what I think might happen in Umineko pre-chapter 1. Umineko is a parallel world / universe to Higurashi, where what happens at the end of Higurashi, Rika gets her wish, lives past summer of 1983, has a normal life, her friends move on and leave the village, all the kids move on while Rika remains a shrine maiden. Eventually, she gets bored of doing it, finds some magical scroll or book that teaches her to time travel or go through dimensions, and she does something that sends her either to another dimension or back to the past to play shitty games that suck ass in Europe, and she ends up being a guest at this island. What I think the actual plot of Umineko is The island has a cult or some supernatural event that can occur to see who can inherit the island or familial treasure left over by someone who just died. Whoever is supposed to take over needs to summon some creature or something. Umineko will be more supernatural, like actually supernatural, unlike Higurashi. I think Beatrice could be inspired by Beatrice from Dante's Inferno. That was all. Those were my thoughts pre-chapter 1.
Okay.
So, from that, like, a good chunk of it is pretty accurate regarding what was gonna happen. Now, what I think post chapter 1. So, Beatrice both is and isn't here, as in, she exists only because people will her to exist. Just like how Yashiro in Higurashi did exist, but wasn't actually doing anything. Humans would commit acts for him. So Hanyu existed. Hanyu was, Oyashiro-sama. But everyone else was committing crimes in his name, or in her name in this case. The same thing is happening in Umineko. Someone else is doing it. There is no 19th person. In fact, there might actually be a 20th person, or a 21st person. Each one committing each of the 3 killings in the mansion. The first 6, the next 4, and the last 3. It was heavily implied that Kinzo ran an orphanage and brought children from there to perform sacrifices and so on. But what if he didn't necessarily do that? I'm sure he did perform sacrifices, but he probably had like a bootleg Hogwarts, where he taught only the most promising children their magic, and he was their alcoholic Dumbledore. Those kids, presumably 3, presumably all girls, in parentheses witches, were to carry out the will of Kinzo, Death Roulette, during the trial. We probably do not know yet since it's chapter 1 and it might be revealed later on, but I'm sure the mansion has secret walls, passages, etc. There's no way it doesn't, especially with someone like Kinzo running things. I'm sure when the mansion was built, 2 plans were made. The quote-unquote public ones he would display to those close to him, and the secret ones of which he would display to those who were closer than close, his apprentices, so they would be able to see. Whether or not magic exists in this world is also a yes and no. It's Schrodinger's magic. It both does exist and doesn't, and it relies on belief and intent. The stronger that belief or intent is, the more real, quote-unquote, it is. So those are just like my general theories on what I believe is going on just in Umineko as of now. Yeah, Kinzo would roll for sweep Tosho. That's a magical. It's a horse girl from Uma Musume who's like who's got a witch motif.
Good.
But that's what I believe is currently going on right now. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be revealed until like chapter 3. That there's like 3 other possible people involved in this shit. I'm assuming it's 3 because there's 3 crimes. In Higurashi, the same shit happened. Anytime there was, like, no one crime was repeated by the same person. It was all done by different people. So I assume here in this case it was 3 crimes, so I'm gonna go with 3 people.
Okay. Out of the people that, well, I guess if you're asserting that there's like a 19th plus, do you have any kind of like guess as to who it could be? Like, obviously, if it's not the 18, it would have to be somebody external. Beatrice could be a good guess, just because we do see she has a sprite now. But aside from Beatrice, like, who else do you think could be here?
Characters that haven't been introduced yet.
Okay.
They're the they're the Tomitake, they're the all the characters that haven't really been shown. We've only seen like the kids so far. Like, we've only been exposed to like the main inner cast of Umineko, just like in Higurashi. We haven't been exposed to any of the side characters yet. If that makes sense.
Correct. Yeah. No, I'm following along. Sorry, I'm just keeping some notes for myself as well.
He is getting way too close.
I think it's interesting that you called the magic like a Schrodinger's cat box, because that's kind of also indicative of like how like the state of the island currently, because
Mm,
like when the typhoon closed them off from everybody, no boats could get in, no phones could get in, no satellites could get in, like there was no form of communication with the outside world. So
mm,
it's almost like the reason why it became such a high profile case is it feels like it's because nobody really knows what happened there, especially because they only could really identify Maria's jaw.
yeah.
Because it's
And that
like,
was after years, or like after a long time passed. Like
yeah.
they explored the island for a while and they couldn't fucking figure it out, and then eventually like, oh, this is Maria's jaw.
So it's kind of like I could see that being like the reason why people talked about it a lot, was just like, oh, there's this island that was closed off from a storm, and we don't know how the people died. It's like, that's just like that's just like a Schrodinger's cat box. We don't know what happened. Um, and like, yeah, it's pretty interesting, because that is one way I think you could probably look at it. Um,
I think the main
but yeah,
reason
no,
why it blew up though is because of something else that was referenced earlier on in the chapter. Now this could just be a reference, but Battler specifically mentioned that it reminded him of a book he was reading called Higurashi no Nakokoro ni. Now, again, this could be just a reference that Ryukishi throws in, because he does this every now and again. He'll throw a reference to Fire Emblem, not Fire Emblem, sorry, to other games that he's been playing, Toho and stuff like that, Tsukihime. But it could be that, again, this is a parallel universe, and this is a shard that Rika abandoned because the murders or because of the event that happened in the village, where she could not stop it. And it's very likely that it is, because she went through shards and shards and shards for over 100 years before she finally got out of it. And as we know, at the end of all of those failed shards, Oishi ends up writing a book, and he titles it Higurashi no Nakokoro ni. So for all we know, this case blew up because that case blew up 3 years prior. So
and
people
now
were
somebody's
talking.
writing a book called Umineko no Nakokoro ni.
It could be, right? For all we know, the people involved investigating this was Oishi. For all we know, Akasaka was involved in this shit. He felt guilty couldn't save fucking Rika. So hey, now it's up to him to find out what's going on. Andro Kenjima, as he shows up in chapter 6 for the Answers arc. No, but I am serious about the Higurashi part. So if this is a shard that was abandoned by Rika, it could be that Beatrice is just playing it out. Because we don't know how time works in this world specifically yet, but we know Rika is able to. She's still. I don't know if she's still able to control time or not, but assuming it is a shard that she left in 1983, we now have Beatrice looking at this shard and playing it out for 1986. So just 3 years later.
Okay.
There's also, again, regarding the Schrodinger's magic shit, we know Hanyu is real in the Higurashi universe. We know Rika is a witch that can revive and so on and so forth, and then she grew up, or whatever. Which means that Beatrice is real. She is a real entity, because Rika interacts with her. But whether or not she is real like Rika is something else. Real in the sense that she can interact with the human realm. Because Hanyu existed, but no one could hear Hanyu. No one could see Hanyu, and Hanyu couldn't move, pieces. She couldn't move shit. She couldn't push blocks or a book or something. She couldn't act like a ghost, right?
Mm-hmm.
Beatrice
Right.
could be the same. So Beatrice exists. She's real. Did she commit the murders? No. But she has her own Rikas. She has her own, and that's something that I'll go into. She has her own familiars who do her will. They can see Beatrice. They can interact with her. And they do what she asks. So that's where I'll go more into this. So Beatrice might have been inspired by Dante's in name only. Beatrice exists, but she's not just one individual woman. She's a personification of the rules of this world. The epitaph has rules of the game. The chessboard are who are those who get chosen by the key to die, and when. The conditions to win are the clause finding out where the hidden gold of this contract is located. Gold is the AU in the periodic table, which means Hanyu is the key because she said ow 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 enough to fill 10 tons of gold or however much Kinzo borrowed. So that's another possible theory, that the gold, it's all Hanyu. And realistically, gold here isn't necessarily literal gold. Kinzo might have some, hence his name, but gold can also be divinity, godhood, perfection, transmogrification, which means to transform something by means of magic, or even purification, usually after some trial. The epitaph gold is either 1, literal, and gold exists somewhere on the planet, or 2, metaphorical. It's a transcendence where by exposing yourself, here I was rambling, and I was like 15 layers into, I have been researching for like 7 hours, no joke, while writing this. So this might not even be related, but metaphorical, it's a transcendence whereby exposing yourself to the Qlipoth, and cleansing yourself of the 7 deadly sins or cleansing the family of them, you can then ascend through the Sephiroth, or maybe it's something like Bardo, the Buddhist liminal state between death and rebirth. And then if Beatrice exists, she's a sort of entity in charge of, and then the notes get cut off because I forgot to finish my thought. But realistically, one other thing that I just thought of, so I'll write it down here real quick. Give me one sec.
While you're pulling that up,
here it is.
One thing to think about. I just lost my note. Where did it go? I guess I have to pull something up too.
Okay. So
but you go ahead if you have your thing. That's fine.
Yeah. Just like how the whole point of Higurashi was to live through a summer where all of Rika's friends died, and everyone that she knew and loved also died. For all I know, the meaning behind Umineko could be very similar and much more simple, where Beatrice is punishing Kinzo, by doing her part, where she's like, well, I'm gonna collect what you owe me. But the whole point of Umineko is that it's like a trial to restore the family to what it used to be, or to what it should be, like what a family model should be, where it's people that care about each other, people that love each other, people that support each other, an ideal family. Instead, they're all plagued by the 7 deadly sins, for the most part, or by sins, because you can pin the sins on almost anyone really, and it's up to Battler to basically cleanse his family of this and absolve them of these like impurities that they have, so they can go back to being a normal family, which is probably one of the reasons why he ran away 6 years ago.
Okay. So that I have the 2 things that I was going to bring up. I thought it was just one, but that's why I was getting confused. So 2 things. First of all, how much do you know about like Christian demonology? First of all,
I'm well versed.
Okay. So, did you find it interesting that there were 7 stake killings, and that 2 of the stakes got named specifically, and the names of those demons were
Lucifer and Satan.
Yeah, and they are related to specific deadly sins.
Yes.
So that is something to consider. There's a lot of like seven deadly sins symbolism in not just the stakes and the demons, but also just like the killings and other things as well.
Yeah, I mentioned it in the in like my closing thoughts or whatever, where for some reason they like to do that in a lot of like Christian or Catholic circles, where they differentiate between Satan and Lucifer. They're
Mhm.
the same. They're the same being, but they differentiate between them usually as before the fall and then after the fall. Like that's usually the main difference between both of them. This happens in SMT as well.
Mhm.
When Lucifer is depicted in SMT, for example, you see the version of like Hellel, which is just the human with wings and horns, um, like that version, where he's just supposed to be a quote unquote beautiful angel, right? And then Satan is like the fallen, like very evil looking one. But realistically, they're both the same. It's the same. It's the same entity. But if you analyze I didn't write it down. I had it written down before, but I didn't. I guess I didn't save it. But if you look at the seven deadly sins, like Satan represents something else. Like I think Lucifer is pride and Satan is wrath or something. It's one of those. Um, but that's how they differentiate it here.
Okay. And then the other thing too is so going back to the references to Dante's Divine Comedy. Um, I see a lot of Dante in Kinzo, just because like part of that tale, aside from being fed up with the church, was also Dante like desperately trying to see the love of his life one more time.
Yeah.
Um, and it's reflected a lot in Kinzo as a character, where he's like everything he's doing, like the studying black magic and like putting all of his families on this death roulette and all this stuff, is all just to see Beatrice one more time. And
Hmm.
it's no, I don't think it's a coincidence that like the reason I feel that, like the reason why I see a lot of Dante in him is mainly because of the name Beatrice. Again, it's just such a specific version of that name that it's like, if it was like, again, just Beatrice,
Hmm.
like if they had written it out in katakana like that and had him
Hmm.
pronounce it that way, it'd be one thing. But like the fact that he specifically calls her that, and his actions up to the point where he dies, they're all they're all just to see her one more time. So it's like I see
Hmm.
that a lot there. So it's interesting. It makes me wonder, like, if he's supposed to be kind of like the Dante analog. It's interesting that he doesn't show up in Purgatorio. Um, he just ends up in Inferno and then stops there, so to speak.
I'd say to an extent, yeah. That's why I mentioned a little bit of like a little earlier or a while ago, how Beatrice was probably just inspired in name only,
Mhm.
and Kinzo was, Kinzo might be, might have some Dante motifs, and like that's about it, because it's probably not going to go any further. Like as far as I'm aware, as far as I'm guessing as well, it's not going to go down the path of like literally Dante's Inferno, where we're going to go through like seven circles of hell, and then all of us like each chapter being a new circle, and then the final chapter, chapter 8, is like, I don't know, some revelation or some cleansing happening. I really doubt it. I'm pretty sure it was just like, yeah, well, what? I'm pretty sure what happened is Ryukishi like read Dante's Inferno. He's like, you know what, Beatrice's name is pretty cool. What's Dante like? And then he reads up on it. He's like, you know what if I write it? What if I write something similar to this? And he borrowed those aspects of Dante's Inferno, and like that's where it stopped. Because otherwise, Battler would have a guide, and they'd encounter like Albert Einstein or some shit in like one of the circles of hell because he was because he wasn't baptized.
Jesus. uh, yeah, no. Yeah, it's interesting, and it makes me wonder too. Like uh, in Kinzo's studies, like I wonder if he had ever come across a copy, like a Japanese copy of the Divine Comedy, and like read it and been like, oh my god, this is so me.
He had Go Nagai's manga adaptation of
God.
Dante's Inferno.
Was that even out in '86?
I'm pretty sure that. Hold on, let's see. Go Nagai Dante's Inferno.
While you're pulling that up,
There's Demon Lord Dante, but
what
that ain't it. I have the books physically. I could go check. Oh no, it's 1994.
Yeah, so he wouldn't have had that yet.
Yeah,
but he would
no,
have had
not yet.
the original.
That would have been really funny.
So that's basically all I have. The only thing that I want to leave you with in terms of like stuff to think about is if you are truly making an earnest attempt to solve the epitaph as early as possible, you have to break down every mystery that's held within in a linear fashion as much as you can. Try not to skip over parts, and I mean that leads. That would lead you. The first thing you have to solve is that word "my," because you have to figure out who is quote unquote speaking here. So I think that's the first thing before you even try to move on to other parts of the epitaph. I would say try to figure out who's speaking, and then, or even if you have to make like, if you don't know for sure, like you haven't been told by the game who is speaking, make an assumption, and then with that assumption as like an absolute truth, follow that down to its conclusion.
Right.
And then from there, obviously, it would be my and then beloved hometown, and then you'd have to figure out, well, is it actually a town? Is it not? Et cetera, et cetera. But I would say if you're making an earnest attempt to solve it, start there.
Yeah. So I did, and we can go over that a little bit. So here's some of my notes, and then I stopped. This is after like literally like I'm pretty sure every single person who plays Umineko does the exact same shit I did. So anyway, so for the epitaph part 1, behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the golden land. And in my notes, I have Kinzo's hometown is in Odawara, and there is the Haya River, which flows from Lake Ashi to Sagami Bay. I tried looking for places with Kishi in their name, like Sogakishi, which is associated with the Soga Monogatari, or the story of the Soga brothers. So I thought maybe reading that story would give me some info, assuming they could be the two spoken of in the epitaph. So I tried. I read the fucking story. It's like 1,000 words. Nothing. Because it doesn't take place near a river, nor near the shore. If anything, it's a story that takes place in Mount Fuji. Of all things, it's basically two brothers trying to get revenge, and that's it. Yeah, like they go to the shore. The two will mention, but their story takes place in Mount Fuji, so unrelated. I tried looking at the maps specifically for the Odawara region, all of it, like literally all of it. I was looking for folklore in that area. I was looking for spirits in that area. I was looking through shrines in that area. Anything that might have had two things in it. I found a shrine that I don't remember the name of it. I didn't write it down because at that point I was just like, you know what, fuck this. It's unrelated. I don't have enough info. I looked through shrines in that area. I found a shrine that specifically had a giant mirror in the middle, and then above the Tori gate itself, it had like two of the shisha that are normally there, two of the lion dogs. I was like, okay, maybe it's them. There's a specific mirror. Mirror could be water. Water could be the ocean. That is not it. I tried looking through the shore. Like I was on Google Maps. I was literally traveling along the entire edge of Sagami Bay, looking for two things that could possibly be associated with something by the shore. I could find nothing. There was a few lighthouses. Not all of them were unrelated. I remember seeing two fucking markers. There was this giant white marker and this giant red marker. One was on the rocks, one was on the ocean. I was like, oh, this could be it. But no, they were literally just markers for ships that enter the bay and enter the port of Sagami Bay. I tried looking through Lake Ashi. I tried looking for myths involving Lake Ashi. Maybe there were some myths involving Lake Ashi and some sort of It could literally be like a dragon story where again the gold is a dragon. It could be a metaphorical like sweet fish that ends up crossing through the lake onto the ocean and becomes a dragon. The dragon itself being the gold being or the gold entity. For all I know, it could be related to the Chinese zodiac. I forget what South was. I think it was Zhan Wu. Let me double check. Um, Not this. In Chinese astrology, not that one. Who are the fucking animals? It's like King Long and stuff like that. It was King Long, Baihu, Zook, and Zhuan Wu. Let's see. It was a quick. The four symbols of the Chinese constellations. That's what they were. So whomst is whomst? Clockwise, the black turtle snake. So yeah, the black turtle is north. Azure dragon is the east. Yeah, so because Sagami Bay is to the east. So I thought, okay, it might be related to King Long, but no, it wasn't. So I went through all this shit. I was literally again, I was looking for stories of maybe things related to the beach or to the shore. There was a lot of myths involving what was it? Like drowned women or women that died. There was specifically in Sagami Bay, in the Odawara region. There's a fucking story about a woman that's waiting for her lover, who used to be a soldier or something from the war. So I thought, okay, maybe that could be related. And then the story basically has a woman waiting by the seashore with a lantern, and you'll sometimes see another like light source coming out from the water. It's supposed to be her husband, who then takes her with her or something along those lines. But that ain't it. I'm pretty sure that's unrelated. I'm telling you, I searched for fucking hours. I found I found this fucking site that shows you maps of Japan from up until I believe from the 1900s all the way up to 2020. So I was going through all of them to seeing if there was any specific like differences in the region, because eventually if you look into how I learned way too much about Odawara that I wanted to fucking learn, that I would ever force myself to learn. Let me bring this up real quick. I'm trying to remember the specific Odawara in Kanagawa. It was... There was another village in Odawa, Shiroyama, I think it was. If not, it was Itabashi. No. Not Izumi. Was it Nobukiyo? I think it was Nagatsuka. I don't remember. One of those. Anyway, there. If you don't know, like the region of Odawara has Odawara Castle. But it was just a small region with that castle and like a few like bit of land around it. Eventually, if you look at the entire region of Odawara, it all eventually got incorporated into Odawara. So it used to be a bunch of old villages. So what I ended up looking is I tried to find maps of the Odawara region before they were all known as Odawara, to see what villages were there, to see if any of these were probably references to to whatever the fuck they were talking about. And again, I'm pretty sure literally every single person who fucking plays Umineko does this when they finish chapter 1. I'm pretty sure every fucking geek that got this game from Comiket in 2007, they reached the fucking end, and they went to their local libraries and they did exactly what I did. They were checking out books out the ass on fucking Odawaran geography back in 2007. Fucking like you would have someone go into their library, they'd be like, do you have any books on Odawara? And they'd be like, you're playing Umineko? Yeah, okay, they're over there.
You know what's interesting? Umineko actually didn't take off as much as Higurashi. Like, people who loved Higurashi did pick it up at Comiket, but the people who read it all the way through to the end actually didn't, at least in Japan, didn't end up liking it as much as Higurashi, generally speaking. There are obviously some diehard fans that do love it.
Well, they're posers, so who cares what they think?
There's a reason why Higurashi is still like milked to high heaven, while Umineko barely gets a like a merch or anything like that anytime.
Yeah, I'm
Like
shocked there's
like
even an
nowadays.
anniversary thing going on for it, if that's the case.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's having little pop-up parades all over the place. There's little events where you can get like those transparent like standees or whatever that I'm not looking at, so I cannot get spoiled. Um, but they have that shit. They've got little keychains, so I'm shocked it's even like getting any of this. I'm also more shocked that this really didn't get that much, I guess, praise or love from the Higurashi fans. My guess is because of what I mentioned at the like near the start, where it has way too much occult shit for the average person, and they have no idea what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, and that's probably why, like in at least in the West, Umineko is way more beloved than Higurashi.
Yeah.
Like people love Higurashi here in the States, but like, oh my god, they go feral for Umineko because it is incredible, especially if you are able to grasp a lot of the external concepts being shown to you.
Mm. And speaking of real quick, I'm going to go over my notes regarding the magic circles real quick. So we've got the 7th magic circle of the sun, which represents freedom, breaking chains, and releasing someone from physical or spiritual bondage. It's strongest when made and used on Sunday during the sun's hours, as in when it's daylight out. In Chapter 1, however, the murder happened on a Saturday night or Sunday morning when the sun was not out. Also, it was raining like crazy in the middle of a typhoon. So, that means nothing. This is just for show. First magic circle of the moon, used to gain protection through the moon's powers, mainly to ensure success in doing something. The 5th magic circle of Mars, used for power in combat, or to instill fear and submission in adversaries. These are all from the Key of Solomon, by the way. And the 3rd magical circle of Mars is used to resist enemies, sow discord and hostility among them, used to break unity and trust among a group of opponents. So, again, this still goes back to my theory of Beatrice exists, people can see her, and those would be her familiars. They did mention it at some point, where Maria mentioned it at one point where she's like, if Beatrice, they're like, oh, well, Beatrice got to Kinzo, and she's like, no, that's not possible. If the door is too strong, if the seal on the door is too strong, she can't get through. What more than likely happened is she probably sent one of her familiars. And they're like, what do you mean familiars? And then they explain what a familiar is. So, in general, in Western magic, familiars are animals of some kind. Whether it's a dog, or a bird, or a cat, or a lizard, in some cases a frog. It's usually just an animal with some magical properties, and they usually do things on behalf of the wizard. But in this case, in Umineko, it might just be people. They might just mean familiars as in people. Or other freaks, I guess. Fans, devotees. Okay. The children that Kinzo kidnapped. Could be any of them. Because, like I mentioned, if you just look even just at the first circle, strongest when made and used on a Sunday during the sun's hours. It's literally the circle of the sun. So again, I'm pretty sure whoever did it was just some apprentice, some random person that knows magic is a thing, and they know what it means, kind of like Maria, and that's about it. So that someone who's got general knowledge on the occult would be shocked, or maybe be able to see, like what the sigil means, and then maybe piece together, oh shit, they're trying to bring Beatrice back, something along those lines.
Okay. Sorry, one thing I just remembered that I want to bring up. I'm not going to reveal anything, but just to get it stirring in your mind a little bit, before you start episode 2, do you know anything about the Greek alphabet?
Like with lambda and delta, specifically?
I mean, not specifically, but just like in general.
Do you mean as the alphabet itself, or in reference to the Bible and how it's used there?
Just in general.
Then yes, a little bit.
Okay. Episode 2 should be fun for you.
Okay. I didn't mention this, but I'm pretty sure Lambda Delta is going to be important, and I'm pretty sure Lambda Delta is going to show up at some point. For all I know, this is just like random speculation. For all I know, Lambda Delta is just going to be a bitch because she hates Erika, and it's like, you know what? I'm going to fuck with everything. And she's going to show up in like chapter 7. And she's just gonna appear while everyone else is like, they're like, you've got Battler like fucking going over like his like pages upon pages of notes that he's taken in all these past lives, and then Lambda Delta's gonna be like, you're still trying to figure all this shit out? You're a fucking idiot, or something. That's my guess.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, I won't say anything about Lambda Delta. She's been revealed, like her name has been revealed. Obviously, we don't know if she's a real person or if she's a witch or what. But
well, we know she's a witch. But for all we know, she's not gonna show up in Umineko. She's Kikonia only. She's the main antagonist of Kikonia.
She's Higanbana only, clearly.
Yeah. She's from the manga.
I think that's the final thing I had to bring up today. I do have to head out at about 4, so I've got like 10 minutes left.
Yeah. The final thing I did want to mention is regarding the story structure of Umineko. I think it's just going to be like Higurashi, just time loops. As Battler somehow maybe retains more and more of his information, while Beatrice tries to fuck with him. So maybe maybe as like the story goes on, he'll remember certain beats where certain things will be mentioned and be like, wait, I've heard this before. And it's not going to be until like chapter 4 that he realizes, oh shit, I'm in a time loop. Or that he's been killed and revived over and over again. That would be my guess.
Okay. I mean, they did already in the Witch's Tea Room. They already mentioned fragments, so like we know that they're kind of playing by those rules already.
Yeah.
Where, you know, the fragments themselves are like the alternate timelines and whatnot.
Right. But, and they did mention how this, like, her rebirth will only work if everyone believes. And if one person doesn't, like Battler, then they will never come to fruition. So we're probably going to get another fragment, and eventually Battler's going to get like some past life or side fragment reminder of what happened in chapter 1 at some point, or in chapter 2, or in chapter 3, or in chapter 4. He's gonna have the Eureka moment where he's gonna remember who killed him, more than likely, and we're gonna have some slight change to the events playing out. He's gonna have all those little memories about all the things that happened in all those other fragments, more than likely. That'd be my guess. The only problem with thinking that is I have no idea how that would apply in Kikonia. Like, genuinely, I have no idea how that would work in Kikonia. For all I know, in Kikonia, it's like she goes to war and she ends up dying or whatever. Like Jeanette Kikonia herself, you know, has to like survive the war and doesn't. I don't know. I'm thinking like we're not even gonna be covering Kikonia for like another 2 years, maybe.
I mean, no one really knows how Kikonia is going to be structured, just because we've literally only gotten phase 1. We have no idea what's in store.
Yeah, and it's been 7 years.
7 years, yep. Well, it'll be 7 years, I think, in December. But yes, yeah.
Well, it came out in 2019, is what I meant.
Yeah, 2019 December.
We finally get phase 2, and it's like a short ass chapter.
I don't think so, because like phase 1 on its own, let me pull it up real quick because I just had it.
It's $30 on Steam, so I'm gonna assume it's very long.
Oh, it's considerably longer. So like, for example, Umineko, the first 4 arcs clock in at about 76 hours, and that's four whole episodes, right?
Yeah.
Kikonia, just phase 1, which is 1/4 of the entire story, clocks in at about 23 hours. So it's almost on par with what you would expect from 1/4 of the like this story. It's beefy. It's beefy for a single release, but yeah, we're still like in the very early stages. Like, we're not even like in Higurashi, like even in the back half of the question arcs, you started to get some like clues and hints and things, like with Himatsubushi being focused on like the 70s. But like here, it's like we're not even at that part yet. We're literally at like the Onikakushi part.
Yeah, I assume with Kikonia it's still just world building.
Mhm.
And phase 2 is probably gonna be like chapter 1 of Umineko, where it's more world building and then a very like slight taste of the mystery. Like it's just grabbing you by the balls and blue balling you. But like I said, we'll get to Kikonia eventually. Hopefully by the time we get to it, phase 2 is out.
Hopefully by the time you get to it, phase 4 is out.
Yeah, hopefully it's done. Because I mean,
Yeah.
we're not gonna be doing Kikonia for a long ass time. Because that's what comes after Umineko, right? In the When They Cry series.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to like find other things to I mean, there are other 07th works that we're gonna be covering in the meantime.
Yeah.
But yeah. Either way. I think that just about wraps it up for the most part. Any final questions you might have regarding this?
I don't. I'm looking forward to when you get into episode 2. Are you expecting to do that like this Wednesday?
Probably gonna do it tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, normally we do. Well, this is supposed to be done on Friday, and then I was gonna do Umineko chapter 2 today, but since we had to reschedule, normally I would do the post chapter discussion, and then we immediately start chapter 1, just so that we don't keep people waiting too much. But yeah, it'll probably still be chapter 1 tomorrow, or sorry, chapter 2 tomorrow, and then it'll be chapter 2 on Wednesday, and then I'll probably do some more Monster Hunter Frontier for the rest of the week, just to kind of make up for it.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
All
overall,
right, sick. Well,
where do you think I stand on things so far?
I'm not gonna reveal that to you. That's information.
Oh no, you can't. You did something similar in Onikakushi.
I think that like what I will say is, because like I don't want to. This is one thing where like there's so many different mysteries going on simultaneously, and you're trying to balance all of them. So I don't want to push them in any specific direction. But I think what I will say is that you are right to overanalyze everything, just because like that's what Battler wants you to do. Know that Battler is the only push I will give you in your reasoning is know that Battler is fighting the good fight, in the sense that like he loves and respects pretty much everyone at the mansion. He like, and what I mean by pretty much everyone is that he doesn't love everyone at the mansion, but he does at like bare minimum respect everyone at the mansion.
Yeah, he doesn't suspect them.
He doesn't suspect anyone and doesn't want to suspect anyone. So him denying witches and denying that it could be one of his family members is an important distinction to make when you're looking at your theories. Like if you're looking at something and you go, this would put the blame on Natsuhi, or this would put the blame on Maria, or like saying this would mean that witches have to be real. Like just take a step back, reanalyze what you're looking at, and then
turn the chessboard around.
Try to come up with a theory that can both reject it being a family member and reject it being
witches.
Being witches, yeah. I mean, like that's essentially how Battler is trying to think anyway. So I think that if you're in his head, you'll probably start to like. Battler is stupid. That's also what I want to say. Battler is stupid.
Yes,
so,
he's
like,
very unreliable.
He's unreliable, but he's kind. So I think that like thinking like Battler, but also still trying to come up with your own theories is probably the best way to like tackle Umineko.
That's what I was thinking. Okay, so for the most part, I'm going down the right track. For all we know, fucking Battler is gonna be. He's gonna be the warlock that defeats Beatrice, and he's gonna become the thing he thought didn't exist, and then he's gonna be having tea with her and being like, "Fuck, I thought you weren't real for like 1,000 years." But I guess we'll see what happens in chapter 2 and chapter 3 and so on and so forth. But either way, I know you gotta get going in a little bit, so I appreciate you for stopping by as always and joining me for the first post-chapter discussion. Good thing we didn't do this yesterday, because it would have It would be like 10 p.m. right now.
We'd be going into midnight, and then the clock strikes midnight.
It's 12. Oh no, we didn't solve the riddle. I didn't solve the riddle in time.
None will be left alive. All right, I gotta go run errands.
Yeah,
bye everyone.
Right.
Bye
Catch
YouTube.
you later. Thanks so much for stopping by.
Peace.
See ya. All right. So that was the Umineko post-chapter discussion. I think we swap on over to the ending screen at this point. There we go. Man, what a crazy ride, huh? Should also crank up the music a tiny bit more. There we go. What a wild ride. Chapter 1 was not too bad. I forgot to mention it. I'm sure if Billy would have heard this, he would have lost his shit. But I didn't like Chapter 1 as much as Onikakshi. I feel like it was a little bit weaker, mainly because near the end, it kind of started to... You know, I kind of started to feel a little bit insulted. In the sense of, like, when all the characters are barely piecing shit together. When they're like, oh my god! The epitaph! How did I not think of this? By that point, I was like, are you fucking serious? But, I mean, like, the reveal of Beatrice makes sense. But again, Battler is a fucking idiot. Everyone is technically scared shitless because their family members are literally dying. They think that a threat of an actual witch is happening. I understand why they probably would have that in the back of their mind, and I talked about that at the end of Chapter 1. During my final thoughts on the original stream. But, like I said, I just didn't like it as much as Onikakshi. I could kind of see how maybe that would have deterred, some of the Japanese fans maybe from liking it more. Again, the insane amount of occult knowledge you need to know or to be very familiar with to make sense of a lot of this shit is kind of crazy for the average person. So, I mean, I wouldn't say I am an average person, which is why I'm pretty well versed in a lot of this shit, but that's beside the point. Anyway, let's get ready to just wrap things up for today.